All right. Let's see where we're going today? Uh-oh. Russia's having an egg crisis? How's it going, guys? What's this? President Biden's border policies are not just a human rights disaster. They have also provided the perfect cover for terrorist sympathizers, child sex offenders, and cartel associates. It's fucking astounding to me how conservatives are able to fit every single fucking societal issue into one event. It's crazy. Let's see.
President Biden's border policies are not just a human rights disaster, though they certainly are.
Wait, why is 187 IQ? It is the 187 IQ of President Trump that earns him a seat at Albert Einstein's table during his groundbreaking experiments. White House claims Joe Biden's IQ is 187?
Anyway.
Can... someone find me that clip, okay? I'm curious now. Hold on. Let's finish one thing at a time.
But his policies have also provided the perfect cover for terrorist sympathizers, for child sex offenders, for cartel associates to enter the country illegally. All you have to do is mix in, because nobody's checking anybody. The numbers that I'm about to give you will make you throw up. Border Patrol apprehended 169 members of the FBI's terrorist watch list attempting to cross the southern border illegally in 2023 alone. 169. It only takes one terrorist. That's more than 10 times the number of potential terrorists that Border Patrol detained in the 4 years before President Biden took office. And that's just a fact. The men and women who earn their spot on the FBI's terror list do so by associating with groups that hate America. They hate our values, they hate our country, they hate our people. Many of them want to kill us and drink our blood out of a boot.
Where does that come from? I've never heard that one.
These terrorist sympathizers, in some cases terrorists, they may be evil, but they're not stupid. They know they can blend into the masses at the border and come in unnoticed. For example, CNN reported a few months ago that someone who had worked as an independent contractor for ISIS helped smuggle more than a dozen people from Uzbekistan to our border. Overwhelmed officials at our border processed each migrant's asylum claim without triggering a single red flag. Not a single red flag. And then they released the whole group, every one of them, into the U.S. to live among innocent American citizens while they waited for their immigration court dates, which takes 4 years. And you think even after 4 years they're going to show up for their court date? The FBI finally uncovered the problem. They finally uncovered the ties to ISIS after border officials released the group into the country. Thank the Lord that the FBI caught the mistake and caught what happened, and it set off a mad search, of course, to try to track down all these individuals. Now, the men and women of ISIS, I don't need to tell you, Mr. President, are some of the most dangerous people on earth. I'm not sure they're human. They have blood stains under their fingernails. Americans, unfortunately, will remember that ISIS gleefully beheaded our citizens. The terrorist sympathizers on the FBI watch list certainly pose a threat, Mr. President, to innocent Americans in Louisiana and other states, but at least we know a little bit about them. We know they hope to bring Americans harm, and we have some tools to track them. Thank goodness for that. My stomach churns, though, Mr. President, when I consider the thousands of migrants we know nothing about. We don't even know they've come in, who hail from countries with millions of people who hate us. Customs and Border Protection calls these people special interest aliens. That's not my term. That's a term that CBP uses. In the past 2 years, Border Patrol has encountered 6,386 Afghans, 659 Iranians, and 538 Syrians, all trying to enter the country illegally. Border Patrol also apprehended
How many?
24 Iranians and 500. In the past 2 years, Border Patrol has encountered 6,386 Afghans, 659 Iranians, and 538 Syrians, all trying to enter the country illegally. Border Patrol also apprehended more than 24,000.
And okay. Are if you're coming for those countries, does that mean that you're a terrorist? Like, it's a higher possibility. I won't lie. I won't be a total bad faith cuckold, but like, does that automatically make you a terrorist?
Chinese nationals in fiscal year 2023 alone.
There were a lot of
That's
Chinese
more
people that came over
Chinese
here, yes.
immigrants than they caught in the past 10 years combined. I'm not saying these are all bad people.
Oh, okay.
I am not saying that, Mr. President. I don't doubt that some of these special interest aliens, as the authorities call them, may have good intentions, may want to live the American dream. But you would be a fool. You would be a fool to think that men like President Xi Jinping of China and the Ayatollah of Iran wouldn't exploit happily, enthusiastically, President Biden's catch and release playbook to bring pain and terror to the American people.
But how are they doing that? All Middle Eastern men infiltrated our border, and Biden welcomes them with open arms. Middle Easterners. Are most Middle Easterners this dark? Yeah, look at that wall work, fellas. Look at that wall work. You know, some things sometimes they just work. Some things just work. And this wall right here, this beautiful, beautiful wall, oh, it's working. What you don't understand, Sig, is this is on the Mexican side, and these people are all just waiting to make their way into the United States, but they can't because the wall is keeping them out. Like, isn't there like a fuckload of people coming here from Haiti? It would be way easier to believe that these people were fleeing Haiti than the Middle East, because I don't think that there are this many maybe I'm racist, okay? Maybe, like, tell me if I'm being racist here. Like, I might have some sort of implicit bias. I don't fucking know. But when I think of the Middle East, I don't think people this dark. The fucking music, dude. Oh, fuck. Okay, 1 second. I want to see what the egg crisis is.
As the war grinds on in Ukraine, Russian President Vladimir Putin is trying to project an image of economic stability in Russia, but it's proving difficult.
Yeah, joining us now is Claire Sebastian. You've been looking into this.
Yeah, so obviously inflation is a problem in Russia. We've seen it accelerating since the summer at the same time as the rest of the world has seen it coming down. So this is obviously unique to Russia. It's directly linked to the war, which we'll go into in a
It's not that I can't imagine dark Middle Easterners. They're just saying that they're all coming from the Middle East. And when I think of like Middle Easterners, they're not that dark. But like when I think of like a Haitian, I do think of people that are that dark. When I think of people from like West Africa, I think of people that are that dark, right? Or like from like Somalia or something, which wouldn't be part of the Middle East. Even people in Egypt, like, I don't feel like people in Egypt are that dark. What's Prince Harry? Like, yeah, maybe I'm just like super wrong. I have no idea, but like it just seems like if they're saying they're all coming from the Middle East, or maybe they got a nice tan. Maybe they sailed over here and they didn't bring sunscreen on the way here. Like
a minute, but I think what is more important about this is that it's not just about a gradual rise in overall prices. But what we're seeing is that certain supermarket staples, and in particular we're looking at eggs, have gone up dramatically. It's something like 60% over a year. It was almost 20% between November and December. That increases the likelihood that people are A, going to notice it, and B, going to start to make the connection between their grocery baskets and the war. And what we're seeing is that that is a situation that the Kremlin has not been able to ignore. Take a look.
Дорогая, я дома.
When your husband spoils you with expensive presents, reads the caption. Russian
sniffing
social
the
media
eggs.
brimming with egg memes.
Да вы что-то.
Making light of a new feature of Russia's upside-down war economy. Sudden and unexpected price rises. Drive an hour outside Moscow, though, and it's no laughing matter for these pensioners. Of course we notice it. The pension is 13,000 rubles, says Lyubov. That's less than $150
I was about to do
per month.
That's
Maybe we
horrid.
buy less meat, says Nadyezhda. There's still enough for medicines. Egg prices rose 18% in December alone. Russian official data shows more than 60% over the year, far outstripping overall inflation.
Okay, I don't know. I know that in other countries they do things differently with eggs. Why is it that other countries don't have to refrigerate their eggs? Is that just an American thing? Because I've heard that other people keep their eggs in their fucking pantry. Can someone explain to me what that process is? What do they do to their fucking eggs that makes them shelf stable? That's fucking crazy to me.
At 7.4%. As images spread of lines forming outside supermarkets, this purportedly from Belgorod in December, Russia's president forced into damage control mode.
I am sorry about this and want to apologize for this problem. This is a setback in the government's work. Although they say this is not the case, I still think it is. The problem is related to a failure to increase imports enough.
The government took the not-so-subtle hint. Eggs were exempted from import duties for 6 months, and shipments started arriving from Turkey, Azerbaijan, and staunch ally Belarus also ramping up supplies. Its president unable to resist a rare dig.
Our own production covers our needs in terms of grain, pork, chicken, milk, vegetable oils, and chicken eggs.
Send some to us. Don't be greedy.
In Putin's surprisingly resilient war economy, the egg crisis reveals the biggest problem is not decline, but overheating. Putin says this is about higher demand because of
The eggs are getting too hot, guys.
slightly higher wages. Partly true, economists say, but what Putin doesn't say is why wages are up.
This labour shortage is a huge issue, right? Where does that come from?
Mobilization. I think to me the key issue here is the fact that there are a lot of deaths at war, and then they have to be replaced. These people have to be replaced. You know, the Russian officials trying to keep it very quiet, the numbers of how many people have died.
The weaker ruble, a direct result of sanctions, has also pushed up import costs for poultry producers. And then there's the wartime spending.
The budget for 2024 envisages, even adjusted for inflation, record levels of federal government expenditure. So when you put that alongside a supply side tightness with a massive increase in demand driven by the state, you've got a recipe for inflation.
President Biden taking his 2024 campaign message to South Carolina over the weekend as he works to shore up support, especially among black voters ahead of the Democratic primary there. The president
Who would have thought that winter could happen in Russia? This non-joke is frequently heard as people from a number of regions all over the country are coming together to express their anger and frustration about a lack of heat in their homes. In their short videos, they criticize the local authorities, who they say have not been adequately prepared for winter. Some even appealed directly to the Russian president.
Dear Vladimir Putin, we are forced to turn to you for help because the municipal authorities don't respond.
In the town of Podolsk near Moscow, more than 20,000 residents have been left without heating for several days due to an accident at the main boiler house. The heating facility is located in the grounds of a private, high-security ammunition plant, and when things went wrong, that led to President Putin to order the complex nationalized. But the problems run deeper than mismanagement.
It's due to worn-out infrastructure, insufficient funding, ineffective governing system, and qualified personnel shortage. The outflow of migrants, which coincided with the beginning of the armed conflict in Ukraine.
Last year, state media said Europe would freeze without Russian gas, which was boycotted due to the conflict in Ukraine. This year, it seems the tables have turned. As the armed conflict in Ukraine approaches its 2-year mark, the system in Russia is beginning to show some signs of fatigue. No one knows what the limit of its durability is. Behind a facade of stability and prosperity, there is a lot of dilapidated infrastructure and questionable governance. Analysts say the problem needs to be solved systematically over several years and not patched up in a hurry.
There's a need for drastic reforms in the housing and utility systems. Voters should hold their local governments accountable for their actions. We can't afford sending our employees and finances to the war. Plus, if sanctions from the equipment used by our utility services are lifted, things will improve gradually.
The heating crisis is the latest in a series. There are increased calls by wives and mothers calling for the return of their men fighting in Ukraine. A sudden rise in egg prices has also added to home woes. Some analysts say the discontent is growing as General Frost tightens his icy grip. A worrying sign, perhaps, weeks before the presidential elections due to be held in March. Yulia Shapovalova, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
ratcheted up his attacks on his
I sent you articles on eggs and why they're not refrigerated. Oh, okay. Let's see. Why Americans refrigerate eggs and other countries don't. How eggs are prepped before being put into cartons in the U.S. requires all eggs go through a cleaning process to sanitize and remove any potential pathogens clinging to the outer shell. Removes the cuticle or bloom of the egg, which is naturally created film that seals the shell. Huh. Like Ireland, why is it crossed out? It's actually illegal to wash certain grades of eggs.
His likely November opponent, Donald Trump, with a series of harsh criticism. Here's a sampling.
You're the reason Donald Trump is a loser. And you're the reason we're going to win and beat him again. Donald Trump, when he was commander-in-chief,
I'll look at it in a second.
refused to visit a cemetery, U.S. cemetery outside of Paris for fallen American soldiers. And he referred to those heroes, and I quote, as suckers and losers.
Let's
He
go,
actually said
Brandon.
that.
True, Craig.
He said that. How dare he say that? How dare he talk about my son and all of us like that? Look, I call them patriots and heroes. The only loser I see is Donald Trump. How can anyone, especially a former president, wish for an economic crash that would devastate millions?
How old is Biden? He was 79 when he went into office, right? Joe Biden. He's 80? No, he's older than 80, right? 81? Okay.
Millions of Americans. There are only two presidents in American history who left office with fewer jobs than they took office. Herbert Hoover and, yes...
Wait, Biden just called Trump the sitting president in one of his hate speeches? No, he fucking didn't. Well, at least he knows that he's running against Trump, okay? Trump seems to think that he's running against... Trump, for some reason, thinks that he's running against Obama half the fucking time. I wish that everybody was, like, more honest about, like, oh, well, Biden's ancient and Trump isn't. And it's like, man, Biden is also ancient. He's 77 years old. He's also misspeaking fucking constantly. Both need to be locked up. Lock him up. Lock him up.
Herbert Hoover, Trump. Have you noticed? He's a little confused these days.
Oh, fuck me. Also, sorry, I'm going to be coughing a fuckload today. I'm still sick. I had to call out from work today. That's why I'm streaming. I can't stop fucking coughing. It won't fucking stop. So there's going to be some coughing breaks at regular intervals this stream. Stop.
He apparently can't tell the difference between Nikki Haley and Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Also, do you have the COVID? No, I did take a COVID test to see because I got COVID in October, and that was the worst sick I've ever been in my fucking life, like bar none. I that was really, really fucking bad, dude. I actually thought that I was fucking dying. That was some rough shit. But my girlfriend, she has OCD. She's like very, very like diagnosed OCD. Germs are a big deal for her. So we had to go through the whole process of doing like a COVID test this time, and I'm staying the fuck away from her. So I haven't seen my girlfriend really in 4 or 5 days, and yeah, I think that's from the vaccine, Sondsol. Yep, the vaccine finally hit me 3 years later.
Well, you heard it there. Joining us now is Congressman Ro Khanna, Democrat from California. He, of course, campaigned with the president this weekend in South Carolina.
Autism
a
test.
Real change in
I failed the autism test years ago, okay? I'm streaming, aren't I? I'm a streamer. I obviously have autism.
Really stepping it up against the former president. Let's start with one of his goals there in the state is obviously to increase support where he's seen softness this time around among black voters. You've seen the numbers. I don't have to repeat them for you. He's especially seeing softness with younger black voters. What should he do differently to try to ensure that that critical base is behind him?
Well, first of all, the president brought the House down on Saturday night. This is the first time that he's really drawn a contrast with Donald Trump, and it was very effective to say that he has delivered for working and middle-class Americans.
Wow, I actually think that went down. Right? Didn't Trump have a higher percentage in 2020 of black voters? Now, that's gone up. I think it was like in 35 in 2020.
Donald Trump's economy, lost jobs, was just tax cuts for the very wealthy. Jim Clyburn also made one of the best cases for the president's reelection, and that was being very specific of what he's done in forgiving student loans and funding for infrastructure and how he's helped communities, and we need to do more of that.
One of the things we did see.
Sorry, I keep on pausing this. Vaccines will turn you trans. I gotta say, listen, I haven't had a nice beef with someone in a long time, right? I haven't fought with another content creator in a long time. For some reason, I was fighting Lav today, in JStalk or Jiztilk or whatever the fuck his name is, JSTLK, his Discord. I just like offhandedly said that I would rather watch Kelly G on any stream than Lav, and Lav started fucking going off on me. She thinks I'm trans. That's a new one, folks. I've never heard that before. For some reason, this bitch actually thinks I'm trans, and I don't know why. Usually I'll have a response. It might not be a funny response. It might not be a good response, right? I might not have as good, shit talking chops as someone else, but I'll have a response. When she was like, I wish you weren't a transsexual, I'm not gonna lie, folks, that one stumped me. I had no fucking clue what to say to that one. What the fuck do you mean? I wish you weren't trans. I don't know. I don't know. That shit was funny. That shit was really fucking funny.
It was once again protesters interrupting the president at times this weekend in South Carolina. Their
Male-to-male trans, true.
To how Israel is handling its war against Hamas, the Palestinian civilian victims, and the president's refusal to call for a ceasefire. I thought it was really interesting over the weekend. The New York Times talked to a number of black pastors. They're reporting more than 1,000 black pastors are calling on Biden to push for a ceasefire. Let me just read you some of the reasoning why, Congressman. The Reverend Frederick Haynes says what they're witnessing from the administration in Gaza is a glaring contradiction to what we thought the president and his administration was about. Reverend Cynthia Hale.
Wait, what?
We thought the president and his...
What they are witnessing from the administration in Gaza. Okay, I thought that they were saying the administration of Gaza, but they're saying, okay, wasn't there just an offer, or didn't the administration of Gaza almost have a ceasefire, or they had a ceasefire agreement? Gaza ceasefire. Fuck me. I thought that there was one that Hamas rejected. Okay, well, we'll look into it in a little bit. I'm fucking going super ADD. I haven't finished a single
was about.
fucking video without
Cynthia
stopping
Hale
it.
from Georgia says, we see them, meaning Palestinian civilians in Gaza, as part of us. They are oppressed people. We are oppressed people. Are you concerned? Because you've been calling for a ceasefire since November. Are you concerned that this is really going to hurt the president's chances?
Well, first of all, I think we have to look at the morality and the substance. And I appreciate the young people who are speaking out for a ceasefire and release of all hostages. I appreciate faith leaders who are speaking out for that. My heart today goes out to our 3 service members who were killed. And of course, the president needs to take appropriate action to bring the perpetrators to justice, but we also need to de-escalate in that region, and having a ceasefire with the release of all hostages would do that. I spoke to that candidly when I spoke after the president, and I said, I am for a ceasefire and release of all hostages, but this president is our best chance to get 2 states, to get a Palestinian state of equal rights, and to get peace.
Oh, that's so fucking delusional. You think that there's going to be a fucking 2-state solution now, immediately after fucking October 7th? Are you a fucking lunatic? Do you feel stupid? Don't you feel a little silly? Don't you feel a little ashamed? Like, are you okay? There's not going to be a 2-state solution for decades because of Hamas. You fucking retard. Yeah, no shit. Like, oh, well, yeah, no, you know, Hamas just killed 1,200 Israelis, and then Israel responded by killing half of Gaza. Now it's time for a 2-state solution. Do you think that's going to happen? Do you think either side wants that to fucking happen right now? No fucking shot.
Look, and you have said how blunt you've been with the administration calling for a ceasefire. You said, quote, we're isolating ourselves from the moral leadership of the world. We see this really at almost most, if not every event that he is speaking at, Congressman. Do you get a sense from the administration, maybe the president in private, that he is more open to a ceasefire now than perhaps even a month ago? Or do you not think this happens?
Well, I certainly don't want to speak for the president in terms of his policy, but I will say this in my conversations with him and the White House, that he understands the pain and the anger of young people at what's going on. He understands the devastation taking place in Gaza with over 20,000 killed, homes destroyed, and the humanitarian crisis. And he's committed to trying to bring peace in the region. And I applaud young people. Some people in my party say, oh, why are they coming out? It's a political event. You have the right in this country to speak your mind. And I think we have to listen to them. I think we have to.
It's hard to say the death total sucks, but it has to happen. Stopping now would make all this meaningless. Yeah, no, exactly. And also, like, hasn't the amount of death, like, dramatically dropped off? Death toll in Gaza. 2 hours ago. Yeah, it feels like there was a, it feels like there was, in the space of 2 months, like 20,000 people died. No, that really only happened from like mid-November to mid-December. Like 20,000 people died in that amount of time. And then like the before and after is like the 6,000. It feels like it's dropped off significantly, right? It was as high as 600 to 700 a day, but now it's down to 100 to 200. Yeah. I mean, it's not like 100 people dying a day in one very small area is a good thing, but like also it's better than 600, right? Ceasefire article. We'll read it in a second. Okay.
Engage them, and then we have to make the case for why we need to unify around this president and why that's the best for peace and for the economy.
You mentioned the 3 U.S. service members and more than that were killed in that drone attack over the weekend in Jordan, and more than 34 injured. A handful of Republicans, especially in the Senate, are saying it is time for this administration to strike Iran, not just the proxies, but to strike Iran. John Cornyn saying target Tehran. You have others like Lindsey Graham and Roger Wicker, not mincing words, being very clear. What do you think an appropriate response is? Are those Republican senators wrong, or is it time to hit Iran?
They are wrong. And you know who hasn't said that is Donald Trump, because this country doesn't want us in another Middle East war. I can't imagine that would be a popular platform for Trump to run on. I mean, this country is weary of, after the Iraq war, after 20 years in Afghanistan, of getting into another war. Now, my view is that the president will be judicious. He has said clearly that the people who killed our service members need to be brought to justice, and he will take appropriate action without escalating this into getting us into a long Middle East war.
He's also been clear, answering a reporter last week, that so far the strikes have not been a deterrent. So the question.
Give me 1 second. I think I think the manager for my job is calling me right now, even though we talked on the phone earlier about the about me not coming in. Nope, never mind. It was not my manager. Managers don't care, never answer their call. Like I told them, I tried to work yesterday. Bro, I made it about halfway through my shift, and then like it hit me like a fucking truck, dude. Like I was feeling fine. I was having to go and cough a whole bunch away from everybody because I didn't want to, accidentally get someone sick or, but bro, that shit hit me like a fucking truck. And I just walked up to the manager. I was like, listen, I'm not okay. I have to go. I can't work today. It's over. I've hit my limit. And they sent me home. They said, okay. So
Question is, what can you do differently now that would be? Before you go, I do want to get you on the immigration deal. Your Democratic counterpart in the Senate, Chris Murphy, told Dana Bash on CNN yesterday that we may be able to see the legislative text of a bipartisan border security bill this week. A couple of things that sources tell us that it would do: give the president a lot more authority to shut down the border if border crossings hit a certain threshold. It would do other things like reforming the asylum process. House Speaker Mike.
Yo, hey, actually, let me ask you guys for some help. If you guys can find me an article, because I haven't, we streamed 2 days ago. Yesterday, I would have, continued to research. I still have the, listen, vaccinated? Yep, the vaccine did this. Oh, 1 second, let me close out some tabs here. Like, I still have all of the tabs open from the other day when we were streaming about immigration and all that shit, right? But if there is a leak or if there is some reporting on what the bill was that the Republicans are jettisoning right now, please link it. Have you tried getting an office job? I had an office job at one point, and it's not the kind of job for me.
Johnson says it is, quote, dead on arrival in the House. Do you think this thing...
Shut down border between ports of entry. We'll look at it in a second.
Is dead on arrival in the House if it can get through the Senate?
I have concerns. Look, we need border security, but that means putting more border patrol agents there, having more immigration judges, having more immigration lawyers. And the fact that the Hispanic caucus has not been involved in the conversations, the fact that many in the Democratic caucus haven't been involved, gives me concern. And what I'll tell you is that the House Democratic caucus isn't just going to rubber stamp.
Support it?
Well, I don't know what's in the deal, but from what the public reporting is, I have concerns that it's not going to be effective. Now, and I would want to make sure that the House Democratic Caucus gets involved. I think it would be a mistake to assume that we would just rubber stamp it. This is very different than infrastructure or other things coming out of the Senate.
I'm not going to lie. Again, immigration, because again, I've thought about this. The thing with immigration that really bothered me under Trump was the callous nature of how people talked about them, right? And that's my problem with the way that Texas is dealing with the border now, right? I don't know if I care if the president has the power to shut down the border. I would have to think about that, or I would have to be given arguments for and against it, right? I don't know if I care. What were the other things that they had on the screen here a second ago? Reform and expedite the asylum process. Like, that's probably something we need to do. It's probably something we've been needing to do. Expedite work permits, yeah. But why do you guys like putting so much power on one person? Well, The answer is this. The way that the US is set up, all legislation, all changes, all regulations, everything that goes through Congress and the Senate is going to take forever to get through. It is designed to be slow to react, slow to pass anything. It's going to take forever. I think in the after World War II, every decade, the executive has gotten stronger and stronger. Why? Because they can make all these different departments that can essentially make legislation that is able to be implemented like that, enforced like that. Because we have a increasingly huge bureaucratic state, an increasingly huge amount of responsibilities, both to our citizens and to our, obligations abroad. And we had to find some way to deal with that. And constitutionally, seems like the only way for us to deal with that is by putting more power in the executive to make more, FDAs and DHS and EPA and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, there are good things about this and bad things about this. Do we like putting so much power on one person? No, not necessarily. But I've yet to hear someone propose an alternative that isn't, that wouldn't, immediately fundamentally change how we do anything in this fucking country. I would, so you made an emperor? I see. No, not really, because there's still a lot of checks and balances on it. And anything that Congress passes, I think, would supersede an executive department. I think. I'm not 1,000% sure on that. No, maybe not. Yeah, actually, I have no fucking clue on that part. But there's enough checks and balances where I don't think it's as big an issue as people say it is. But one second. I think it's generally fine if they come with a work visa. The problem is border crossing from Venezuela when they could apply for asylum in, say, Mexico, which is closer to them. Sure, Drazdy. But the problem is also Mexico isn't much better, right? And also, Mexico, we were reading an article the other day where people who were going through Mexico, the border patrol agents there and the army there were fleecing all of the migrants for the very little that they had. So it's not like they want to stay there because they feel like they're being persecuted there, So I don't even know if I would be really necessarily that upset with, you have to apply for asylum in Mexico and then you can come to the United States if you're denied. But also Mexico isn't approving or denying enough people to mitigate that problem. Work visas are one thing, but there's a process. Yeah, again, trying to begin the process of researching immigration has been really fucking difficult because it's hard to find a starting point and it's hard to find a solution that would actually fix this. Because people don't want to go to Mexico. They want to come to the United States. There's not as much opportunity in Mexico. There's a lot of opportunity in the United States. We can handle this many people coming into our country, right? If it was done right. But yeah, then they should come through legal means. Seeking asylum is a legal means, right? But the asylum system itself is broken. Okay, let's keep going though.
This thing is dead on arrival.
Caucus haven't been involved gives me concern, and what I'll tell you is that the House Democratic
Concern
Caucus
meaning you don't.
I want to go to Mexico and eat a burrito. It's URRITO. URRITO. You don't get to as a military age single male. Why is that the talking point now? I need to understand. Can someone explain to me why military age single male, like military age, why is that now the term? I don't understand. That I've only seen that being used in the past couple of weeks.
And a rubber stamp.
Support it?
Well, I don't know what's in the deal, but from what the public reporting is, I have concerns that it's not going to be effective. Now, and I would want to make sure that the House Democratic Caucus gets involved. I think it would be a mistake to assume that we would just rubber stamp it. This is very different than infrastructure or other things coming out of this.
Fits the invasion narrative? You know what? You're totally right. Oh shit, I haven't even been looking at YouTube chat. How's it going, Tron? Also, the child rape cages, those bother me the most. Wait, I'm sorry. I missed whatever the fuck you were talking about there. Why are we talking about child rape cages? Let's say, for instance, there's a study that comes out tomorrow saying that a certain type of perfume is causing children to get birth defects. For Congress to call an emergency meeting and discuss and debate and vote on removing it from shelves is horribly slow. So we trust the president to put someone in power who can make a judgment about what needs to be banned or not. Yeah, like that's Congress can change the way the FDA works. The FDA can react faster. Yeah. So I like the idea of the administrative state. In some senses, there are problems with it, but Congress does ultimately have the ability to change something there. It would be like arguing a Jewish refugee from Russia needs to stop in Nazi Germany before claiming asylum in the UK.
The Senate, and I would encourage the Hispanic caucus, Latino senators, Progressive caucus, others in the House caucus to be involved in the conversation.
But the reason I brought up, like, I want to see what's in the bill, and I also disagree, like, maybe the Dems should just rubber stamp this, because the problem, again, that everyone freaked out about immigration in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018 was the child separation policy, the like cruel and callous nature in which we were treating other human fucking beings, the racist way in which Trump and his allies and people who supported him, especially online, were talking about these people, calling them dirty and rapists and murderers and all that shit. Like, that's what was really the terrible thing. That's not racist. Yes, I'm sorry. It is. I think that a lot of things that Trump said about brown people is racist, in my opinion. Wanting to care for the citizens of your own nation isn't racist? Oh, man, you know what? I would agree with you if I felt like Trump wanted to care for the citizens of our nation. Let's see here. No, Drasdy isn't Panda.
It is a catastrophe on every level. It is a humanitarian disaster. It is a public health disaster. It is a public safety disaster. It's a national security disaster. And you're also right that this is deliberate. This is not caused by the fact that Joe Biden is incompetent, that Alejandro Mayorkas...
Trump likes the Taco Bell. He isn't racist. Bro, I forgot about that. Trump Cinco de Mayo. Bro, this fucking picture is so fucking based, dude. Wait, is there a bigger one? Is there a bigger one? Happy Cinco de Mayo. The best taco bowls are made in Trump Tower Grill. I love Hispanics. One second. I'm going to have to cough. I'm going to have to go off screen to cough because I know I'm going to gag because I'm coughing so hard. One sec. Fuck. The coughing hurts, guys. The coughing really hurts. Really bad. My eyes are watering. Fuck. Okay. Not.
Our country is in serious trouble. When do we beat Mexico at the border? They're laughing at us, at our stupidity. The U.S. has become a dumping ground for everybody else's problems. When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people. But I speak to border guards, and they tell us what we're getting. And it only makes common sense. It only makes common sense. They're sending us not the right people. It's coming from more than Mexico. It's coming from all over South and Latin America, and it's coming probably from the Middle East. But we don't know, because we have no protection and we have no competence. We don't know what's happening.
And yet nothing really fundamentally changed under Trump. Yeah, I'm sorry, bro, but this isn't racist. Likely mistaken and xenophobic, but not racist? Wait, I'm sorry. I'm just tired of giving so many passes to a guy that was the leader of the fucking strongest country in the entire world. Why do we have to treat him like he's a retarded toddler? He's like, oh, he's just like mistaken, and maybe he's a little xenophobic, but is he racist? It's like, man, yeah, he's a little racist. Okay, you can say that about a lot of old people, though, right? You can say that about a lot of old people, but he was open about it, and he got elected off of that. And I think that that's pretty bad, in my personal opinion. All right? I'm not going to sit here and coddle, like, I'll coddle conservatives on a million fucking things, right? I understand it's really hard to understand the inflation stuff. I understand it's really hard, especially when you get all these narratives. I understand that it's really hard to, parse through all the news that you see on Hunter Biden, on Joe Biden, on all these different things. It's hard to parse through all the news. And I understand why you feel the way that you do. But when it comes to Trump, no, I don't understand why you think the way that you do. You have to be retarded to look at Trump and see all the stupid shit that he says all the fucking time and then be like, well, we know he's retarded and we know that he's wrong a lot, but like, there's like a grain of truth in there. So like, why are we riding his ass over it? Because he wants to be the president again. Okay. This guy gets no passes. There's literally no defense of Ted Cruz. I don't think I've ever seen anyone say anything positive about Ted Cruz. The only reason this guy gets elected in Texas, I mean, like, even me, a Texan, knowing a lot of conservatives in Texas, I've never heard a positive fucking thing about Ted Cruz. The only reason he's elected is because they don't want a Democrat to be our senator. That's literally the only fucking reason. Nobody likes Ted Cruz. I've literally never heard a positive thing about the guy.
Mark, you're absolutely right. It is a catastrophe on every level. It is a humanitarian.
And he has the saddest fucking eyes. His eyes are always so sad. It's like looking at a beaten pug, a beaten obese pug.
Disaster. It is a public health disaster. It is a public safety disaster. It's a national security disaster. And you're also right that this is deliberate. This is not caused by the fact that Joe Biden is incompetent, that Alejandro Mayorkas is negligent. This is the deliberate outcome they want. When Joe Biden became president, he inherited the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. And he deliberately broke the system. He opened the border, and the numbers immediately shot up.
Wait, I'm not sure about that. What?
In 45 years.
Say it. Wait, hold on.
Outcome they want. When Joe Biden became president, he inherited the lowest rate of illegal.
Oh! I thought he was saying that Trump. That was because of Trump. That was because of COVID. Yeah, no shit. He inherited the lowest illegal immigration of all time because we weren't letting anybody in because there was. You could argue it was because of Trump. Yeah, well, I guess, yeah, maybe Trump actually did reduce illegal immigration. All he had to do was make sure as many Americans got infected by COVID first to make us all feel like it was important to shut down the border. I guess maybe we can give him that. Maybe it was all just part of his 4D chess.
Illegal immigration in 45 years. And he deliberately broke the system. He opened the border, and the numbers immediately shot up. 9.6 million illegal immigrants have crossed into this country illegally. And you use the word slavery. You're exactly right. That's what it is. You may recall the last time Alejandro Mayorkas testified in front of the Judiciary Committee, where I put up a poster board with a picture of colored wristbands. And I asked him a question. I said, Mr. Secretary, what are these colored wristbands? And you and I are both lawyers. As lawyers, we never ask a question we don't know the answer to. I'll tell you, Mayorkas's answer blew me away. He said, I have no idea what those wristbands are. I've never seen them before.
I don't either.
And with complete shock, I said to him, Mr. Secretary, you have just told the American people you are utterly incompetent at your job, and you don't give a damn enough to even pretend. Why? Because just about every illegal alien that crosses this country is wearing one of these colored wristbands. They're color-coded for how many thousands of dollars they owe the cartels. If you stand on the banks of the Rio Grande River, you see hundreds.
Cartel colored wristbands? Why does that? Huh. Purple bracelet. Well, if they could just take it off. Huh. I've literally never heard of this. Okay.
Hundreds of those wristbands laying in the grass, and what happens, they turn themselves into the Border Patrol, and Joe Biden sends them to every city in America. And the teenage boys, when they get there, they're working for the cartels, they're committing crimes, they're robbing cars, they're robbing houses, they're mugging people because they have.
Except that's something, okay. Rate, crime rate, illegal immigrant. (2020, 2022, 2020, 2020, 2022, 2023. Okay, maybe I need to click on some of these 2022 ones. Because now we're getting older. Well, that one's 2023, and we read it before, so we'll look at that one again. This is what I... Oh, fuck, 2019. Okay, let's look at this really quick. So this is heritage. Almost 2/3 of federal arrests involve non-citizens. What does that mean? Oh, is this related to that one thing that we saw on somewhere in this window? Is this the one that I'm thinking of where it's... No. 1 second. Not remain in Mexico. Aggravated felonies with Irira. Running database. 1 sec. Oh, that's not far from where I live, Cleveland, Texas. Oh, I remember this. I remember this story. Wait, I want percentages. I want percentages, bro. Can I get a percentage? Okay, we'll open that one. Okay, I'm not going to be able to pour through all that right now. Only 3% of those arrested in 2012 to 2018 were illegal immigrants. I want more current data. Native men are 5 times more likely to get incarcerated than immigrants. Only 1.3% of immigrant high school dropouts were incarcerated. Okay, hold on. We'll dive into this more. I'm sorry. We're in the middle of watching something. What the fuck were we? Okay, we were watching this.
Have to pay back the money. And even worse, Mark, the teenage girls, thousands upon thousands of them get trapped in sex slavery where they have to pay off the cartels and they can be trapped for years in forced prostitution. These colored wristbands are quite literally modern day leg irons. And Joe Biden and Kamala...
I've never seen a leg iron that you can rip off with your bare hands, bro. If you're interested... Oh, wait, hold on. Which video? Short video on immigration? Sorry, I didn't see you link it. 1 sec. I just keep on jumping around. I want to finish like one thing and then go on to the next thing and then finish one thing and then go on to the next thing. I've been too schizophrenic and ADD with all of my content recently, and I need to focus on one thing and then finish it and then focus on one thing and finish it.
Harris and the Washington Democrats, they do not care and they want this to continue.
Like, also, isn't Ted Cruz's, well, no, I don't even have to Google this. I know this. He's based out of Houston. I don't feel like Houston has this like huge problem. Like, I guess I'm like, maybe I'm out of touch. Maybe I'm out of touch. I don't feel like we have this huge fucking problem with illegal immigrants causing fucking crime. I feel like I would hear about it way more because I know a lot about what's going on in my local community, right? Like, I feel like I would know a little bit about it, but I don't ever hear about this. I see homeless people outside. Very few of them are fucking like Hispanic, believe it or not. Okay, this better be short.
One of these.
Yeah, sure.
So
Okay,
let's talk about divisiveness for a second. So there's no one who can.
What's that? I can't tell where the...
Make the case that Donald Trump is not divisive.
Yeah.
Of course, he's incredibly divisive. It's a given. Do you treat Biden's rhetoric with the same level of seriousness that you treat Trump's rhetoric? Or I should probably put that the other way around. Should we treat Trump's rhetoric with the same level of seriousness as Joe Biden or, say, Barack Obama's rhetoric?
I'm going to try to be concise when I say these. Broadly speaking, especially in studying Israel, Palestine, and Ukraine, Russia, I try not to take politicians at their word because sometimes they just say stuff to say stuff. I understand that. But broadly speaking, I'm going to look at the rhetoric and the actions, and I am going to grade them the same. So, yes, I would hold Biden and Trump to the same standard.
Right. So my feeling is, and this is one area where, for clarification, we're going to have a division, is that I, of course, don't treat Trump's rhetoric in the same way that I treat Biden's or Obama's. He's utterly uncalibrated, and he says whatever he wants to at any given time, and it doesn't even match up with his policy very often.
Which is insane. Why do we want this guy back in office? His rhetoric is unhinged. It's uncalibrated. He's off his rockers. And it doesn't match his policy. Because he can't get his policy through because everyone realizes that it's fucking insane. Why would we do that?
Can I ask you, like, for our head of state, our chief executive, shouldn't rhetoric be arguably one of the most important things that he does?
I mean, the answer would be yes. And now I've been given a choice between a person who I think in calibrated ways says things that are divisive and a person who in uncalibrated ways says things that are divisive. And so the evidence that Joe Biden is divisive is every poll taken since essentially August of 2021.
Yeah, like I don't understand. We will watch this in just a second. Let me move this over here. We've watched this. Get rid of that. Let's see what this is.
Partisan deal on border security could come within the next few days. Now, the deal has support from senators and President Biden, but the bill is facing opposition from former President Donald Trump and some of his allies in Congress, particularly in the House.
Hold on, really quick. The real number you want is based on age. Do it illegal immigrants do more than matching age ranges? Yeah. I think that usually they do that. They weight it by like age groups because the Hispanic population of the United States is going to skew very, very, very young compared to the white population or the black population. And so younger people, believe it or not, commit more crimes than older people. And so when you account for age, I think that even then, or no, I think then you start to see like, oh shit, these people like barely committed a crime whatsoever. Like what the fuck is going on here? But
If passed, it would be the first major overhaul of the immigration system since the 1990s. Our Scott McFarland is on Capitol Hill with the latest. Good morning, Scott.
Hey, good morning. The negotiations have been going on for more than a month, but the negotiators themselves recognize there is a clock ticking here.
Scott McFarland, isn't that the guy that did Family Guy?
Time is running short. Ultimately, they need to press to get this thing done before it collapses because there's opposition that's forming in the U.S. House, from the House Speaker, from Republicans who are ardent supporters of Donald Trump's as well, because Donald Trump has told his fellow Republicans to block a border deal and deprive President Biden and Democrats of an accomplishment, unneeded accomplishment on a high-octane issue before the election. The components of this deal remain somewhat a mystery because we haven't seen the text or the document. But CBS News has learned one component of this is likely to include some authority for the White House, for the president, to halt border crossings when there's a surge, when there's a crisis. Also could adjust quite significantly.
What I want to know is when he says close the border between checkpoints, what does that mean? I would be really curious. Can someone give me, fuck, this is the problem. I don't know what it means. And there's no information.
Significantly, the ability and the limitations on amnesty, tightening the restrictions, shortening the timetable for issuing amnesty. There's a lot in play here, but as the week begins, Anne-Marie, it is clear the time is running short.
But Nair, you have to understand, If they were coming in just the checkpoints, there wouldn't be an issue. Right. But that provision in this bill, that's a Republican ask. That's something that Republicans want. So I want, this is why I want them, I can't speak. This is why I wish that like there was like one Republican that could drop the fucking rhetoric for like 3 minutes. 3 minutes, drop the fucking rhetoric and just explain what they fucking want. Because there might be parts of it that I agree with, and there's probably some parts that I disagree with, but there's parts of that I might agree with or could get behind, like if tweaked slightly or something like that. I don't know what the Republicans want. I know what the Democrats want, but I don't know what the Republicans want. Besides just like, stop illegal immigration, which like, whoa, fucking, what a big brain idea, Republicans. Like, oh, nobody fucking thought of that one. How? Like, please, I need information. But the information that comes out of like conservative circles is just like, we need to put troops on the fucking border and fire at anyone. A quick moving papers, please system? Do you... thank you for the, like, incredibly vague thing that Democrats also want.
And there is a sensitivity of moving too close to the election.
So what do we know about a possible timeline in terms of this?
Yeah, the release of the text could happen as early as this week. Technically, could happen as early as today. I would expect it to be mid or late week at the earliest. Once it's released, there are two thresholds the negotiators are going to have to surmount immediately. They're going to have to get the U.S. House to want to take this up. The House Speaker has already indicated what he's heard about this could be dead on arrival in the House. He may never put it on the floor, which means it would never become law. That's one hurdle. The other hurdle is more practical to a degree, getting at least half of the Republicans in the U.S. Senate to sign on, to create a critical mass, maybe to send a statement to the House to sign on, to create a critical
Immigration Parole Authority. So this would reduce the amount of people that are allowed into the United States that apply for asylum because they get parole while their cases are being adjudicated or heard or whatever. Raise asylum acceptance and shorten review. That's interesting.
Mass, maybe to send.
Wait, hold on. Easy. Have Customs and Border Patrol deport all people crossing the southern border who don't have visa to be here, and then allow some people to seek asylum from the U.S. Embassy in Mexico. Unfortunately, we signed a treaty that is international law. The convention relating to the status of refugees that we are obligated to enforce. And one of them is, let me find it. The contracting states shall not impose penalties on refugees who entered illegally in search of asylum if they present themselves without delay, which is common. Well, this part, I don't care about the commonly, right? Which is commonly interpreted to mean that their unlawful entry and presence ought not be prosecuted at all. I could fuck globalist international law, American first. Do you know what event preceded this treaty? Why this treaty was put in place? Drasdy? This was in... The original was 1951. We signed on to the 1967. This was because of the Holocaust. Because Jews tried to run away from Nazi Germany and everyone turned them away. And then they all got holocausted. In an unelected international body, they are elected. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I think one thing rumored was they have to show they tried to seek asylum in other places on the way here. Well, that's already the case. with the exception of if you are seeking asylum at the southern border by using some app, which in the app is like dog shit. Fuck, it's so fucking complex. Fuck, where'd I put my tab?
Statement to the House that this is worthy of putting on the floor because more than half of the Senate Republicans get behind it. These are Herculean tasks that await negotiators if they can get this thing on paper this week.
So in the meantime, House GOP members are attempting to impeach the Homeland Security Secretary.
I care about my own people more than I do the UN. Sorry if that makes you uncomfortable. It doesn't make me uncomfortable. It makes you stupid. I'm sorry, but like you simultaneously, like you're like, America first, America first, America first, America first, America first, America first. I care about my people. But then you also want America to be like the biggest fucking, Giga Chad, fucking fat cock fucking nation in the entire world. But we can't have that former thing without working with other people in other countries and making agreements and shit. And also, I don't know what the fuck is going on with the border that is keeping us from helping our own citizens. It seems like the biggest barrier to helping people in our own country is political divisions saying like, oh, well, I'm not entirely sure if everyone deserves to go to the doctor, right? Like, if you want to talk about, like, taking care of our own people, look very critically at the Republican Party, who seems to not want to do fucking anything for people in our own fucking country, who routinely try to slash benefits at the VA, who routinely try to raise a stink about getting rid of Social Security. Like, you want to talk about caring about your own people? Why the fuck are you a Republican? Are you actually retarded? True, multiculturalism can only exist subservient to white Christian America. I don't even know where the fuck that come from.
Mayorkas. They released these articles of impeachment. Tell us on what grounds are they moving forward?
They're going to make the argument that Secretary Mayorkas has failed to follow or enforce immigration law and that he has breached the public's trust. This is, according to all sources, a political exercise and a political statement that is not going to end at the end of the rainbow with the impeachment of the U.S. Homeland Security Secretary. It's not even clear to my sources the Republicans have their own votes in the House just to get it past the U.S. House at any point this year, much less the Democratic-controlled U.S. Senate. Well, it does two things, Anne-Marie. It raises the issue of border security, puts it back in the news cycle. Republicans tend to like that this year. It also assigns...
Hold on. How can you have successful multiculturalism without having shared culture and stock to agree on it? The shared stock. That's a little sussy there, Drasdy. That one right there is a little sus. Having shared culture, I'm pretty sure that immigrants are pretty good about assimilating into our culture. I'm pretty sure, like, in terms of the entire world, we have the best rate of people like assimilating into our country and, becoming Americans and identifying as Americans and shit like that. I think that you would have a much stronger case if we were living in Europe and you said that same fucking thing, minus the stock thing, right? Are Mexicans white Christian working taxpayers who speak English? Oh, shit. Are you like a groiper? Because this is not a Christian nation. Fuck. Yeah, I swear to God, like the more conservative chat becomes, the more libcucky I become. Like I can sit here all day and, make concessions and shit like that. But then when I have fucking crazy groiper type fucking talking points in chat, talk about are Mexicans white Christian working taxpayers who speak English? No, they're not white. They are Christian. They're actually probably more conservative than I am on average. And the gayness? Okay, fair. But they are probably significantly more conservative than I am on like fucking tons of different things. They're hella Christian. The amount of people that are coming over the border are like hardcore religious. Yeah. So they're not white. They are Christian. They are working and they are not taxpayers. The only reason they're not taxpayers is because A, we don't have a path to fucking citizenship for them. That wouldn't take fucking 15 years, right? We should bring them in as taxpayers, but that would require making them citizens, right? And a lot of them do speak English. I don't know where you live, but I live in Houston, Texas, and I know a lot of people who are undocumented immigrants who do speak English. There are very few people who I have been around in my life. I say very few. I've met a bunch of people that only speak Spanish, but it's like, it's number one, not the overwhelming majority, and that only speak Spanish. Like, there's a good number of them, but also most of them make a decent effort to learn it. Look at how unstable Iran is with their different ethnicities and religions and no shared culture. They're not a functional democracy. Iran isn't a democracy. They're a theocratic state. And I'm pretty sure the theocratic, repressive state is probably the bigger reason why they're... Also, is Iran even that unstable? They're probably a little bit more unstable now than they were 10 years ago. But like, comparative to the countries that are around them, they're probably a lot more stable. They've had the same government for what, 70 years? No, not 70. Since the 70s. So what, 50 years? Like, I don't know a lot about Iran. Don't get me wrong. The women's revolution is supported by a lot of Jewish and Christian and Kurdish men. Okay. Yeah, no, it's the subversive Jews that are making women, not want to wear the fucking hijab.
Criticism to the Biden administration for the crisis at the border at a time when these negotiations are trying to give the Biden administration more power. Real mixed messages, real muddy waters here, but they're still talking about border security, which House Republicans clearly want.
All right, Scott McFarland, thank you.
Okay. Which one? Okay. What is this? If it's super quick, CDN. New year, new me.
When you take the risk, sure you may fail, but what if you fly? What if you succeed? What if you do greater than you could have ever imagined? What if you impact and...
Okay, that's good.
Take the chance to go after your dreams. When you take the risk, sure you may fail, but what if you fly? What if you succeed? What if you do greater than you could have ever imagined? What if you
Okay, it's good. It's funny. Oh, yeah, I don't care about this. I'm never going to watch this. I'm sorry. Number one, I'm pretty sure YouTube will take me down. I'm pretty sure there have been other streamers who have listened to Tom McDonald's music on their stream and just like straight up got a copyright strike. Like, they don't even try to monetize it themselves. They just do a copyright strike on you. But just to be like super clear, I don't care about Tom McDonald. I don't know what the I don't know why the current like rapper meta is to look as fucking gross as fucking possible. Why they have like the cringiest hair and like the black eye contacts and like yeah, I like some rap, but the trap shit and the aesthetic is super off nowadays. Fuck. Okay, we'll watch this really quick.
Hi, I'm Julie Kirshner. I'm the Executive Director of FAIR. Today I'm joined by FAIR's President Dan Stein.
Hi, yes, and first of all, we'd like to wish you a very happy new year and hope you've had a wonderful holiday season full of love with family and friends.
We're also here today to update you on the progress we've been making on our fight for border security. As you know, FAIR stands on the front lines of border security.
Oh, Jews and Christians and Kurds and Arabs and Persians all in one country with no shared civic culture has led to instability. I would think that the massive economic shit that Iran is going through right now, in addition to all of the social shit that they're going through right now with the repressive regime, is probably a lot more to blame. Now, they might not have a shared civic culture because of the repressive regime, right? But the United States does have a civic culture that is very, very strong, right? It's being weakened by Republicans, but I'm pretty sure we're way more stable than Iran on the civic culture part. So read what I said earlier about symmetrical loss. One sec. One second. Every law we make should be symmetrical. Like if the Republicans want these laws, then they should expect our people to choke and suffer like a wildfire is forcing them into Canada. Wait. Like if the Republicans want these laws, they should expect our people to choke and suffer while a wildfire is forcing them into Canada because they didn't go to the Canadian embassy. Oh, I understand what you mean. It makes me so angry because I look close to the Canadian border and I can imagine 100 different natural disasters that would force me to seek refuge in Canada. So I would want how we treat Mexicans to be how I would want to be treated at Canada. True. Like, again, on one hand, the lib cucky part of me is like, yo, we should have an empathetic or, a humanitarian goal, or, at least aim when we're making our immigration laws and when we're dealing with these people that are fleeing from shittier countries coming into our fucking based ass country. We should have, not treat them like fucking animals. The like data analytical side of me looks at all the talking points and it's like, we have this many people crossing, they're crossing for these reasons. This is the reasons why they're not showing up to their immigration court hearings. This is the reasons that they're doing this, is the reason they're doing that. I'm like, oh, okay. So we could just like increase the amount of pencil pushers and dudes sitting behind desks going through all of these cases so that we can actually deal with the volume and kick out people that don't need to be here and grant asylum to people that do need to be here. But then I hear a conservative talk and I'm like, bro, open the border, let them flood in. We need more farm workers. Sorry, I can't do a good Trump impersonation. Multiculturalism is fine, but white people and Christians and Americans ought to have some cultural hegemony with multiculturalism of minority subcultures to complement, not compete against that. Where the fuck do you live? Where the fuck do you live? There's illegal immigrants for fucking days. I can walk out my fucking front door right now and find a fucking illegal immigrant, okay, who's been living here for 10 years. Where is the competition for our culture? Where is, they're not beating us out, okay? They're becoming more like us. We're not becoming more like them. We have the cultural hegemony. I don't know what you're talking about. Minority subcultures to complement but not compete against. I can go to a fucking taco truck and they might be listening to fucking, fucking mariachi music on one, for one song, and the next song is playing fucking Nicki Minaj. Who's winning in the cultural hegemony?
And immigration. We walk the halls of Congress every single day, but we can't do this fight without you. We need your help to make sure that anything that moves through Congress is actually real immigration policy changes that will end this border crisis. We can't have half policy measures that sound great and are used on the campaign trail, but don't get the job done. So,
you know what we should do?
real quick.
As part of like the notepad that we're making here, because we have the immigration notepad. We should have another one. Immigration Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Immigration policies by support. conservative policies, liberal policies, bipartisan policies. Because one of the... Nicki Minaj isn't exactly mainstream Western Christian America, is she? Oh, I'm sorry. Are we talking about, when you say mainstream Western Christian America, are you talking about like the fucking pop songs that they play in church? My God is an awesome God, Ray. Like, is that what Christian America is, like, mainstream to you? I'm pretty sure Nicki Minaj is in the, like, has like 8 or 9 songs in the top 20 right now. Taylor Swift, when she was still country. Taylor Swift is Western Christian America, okay? That is Christian America right there. And she is the most popular fucking pop singer in the world right now, so. But yeah, like, I'm so curious. Like, first off, conservative policies are so nebulous because most of what they say is just like, we need to stop illegal immigration. Like, I guess I can put the wall. The wall. Oh. Drassi, give me an example then. Like, I give an example, then you say that's not Western Christian America. But I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Give me an example, because every time I say something, you just say no. So give me a reason, or give me like an example, so I don't have to just like keep spitballing and hoping that you'll give me something. Taylor Swift is an example? Okay. And you think that Taylor Swift is losing out to the fucking, to the brownos coming over the fucking southern border? Have you ever like been around illegal immigrants, or have you ever been around Mexicans and like at a party or something and listened to the music that they listen to? They're not listening to Taylor Swift, you're right, but they're listening to basically all the rest of the shit. No, actually, hold on. Wait a second. I just said a lie. A lot of Mexicans love fucking Taylor Swift down here. I don't know why I fucking said that. That's absolutely true too. Just generally the vibes of white Christian middle-class people in America and such. Then Nicki Minaj is an example of that, yeah. Basically, if you look at the top 40, that's what that is. Like, fucking Jay-Z and Tupac and Biggie in the 90s, their biggest fans and the people they got the most amount of money off of were white Christian middle-class kids.
Where we left our friends on Capitol Hill. So before Christmas, for weeks, Senate negotiators were behind closed doors talking and debating what they should do, how they should change immigration policy to end this crisis at the border. And the reason they were doing that, the reason they were in negotiations, is that House and Senate Republicans have both said that they want real immigration policy changes in return for moving President Biden's foreign aid package forward. So that package includes about $110 billion, maybe a little more, for funding for Israel, for Ukraine, for Taiwan, and it has funding for border security. But unfortunately, that money is all going to process and release more illegal aliens. It does nothing to stop the crisis. It's just status quo. So House and Senate Republicans, fortunately, have said this won't cut it, and they're at the negotiating table. And
No, the Senate Republicans have been all on board with it, minus like the extreme Trump dick suckers. The Senate Republicans were pissed that people were talking about jettisoning the bill.
We need your help to make sure that whatever comes out of these negotiations is the strongest possible language we can get. Again, we cannot support half measures. We need something that really gets the job done.
Affairs' mission is to fight for you, the American people, your community, your family, your friends.
Is this an
We're your
ad?
voice here in Washington and all around the country to try to make sure that when there are opportunities presenting themselves in Congress, we present the strongest and best possible case at the right time to the right people. And that brings us to this critical moment in time. The Secure the Border Act, H.R. 2. These are the provisions that were passed by the House of Representatives. They represent some of the very...
Oh, we had this one open on that other window. One sec. This tab. Okay, so there were things in here that people could get behind, but also things that were probably just even things that Republicans didn't want, right? So H.R. 2 purges the U.S. workforce of undocumented workers. Like the last paragraph in this, yeah. Let's see here. According to USDA, that number is highest in California, and a reason Representative John Duarte was just one of 2 Republicans to vote against H.R. 2 in May. The program would have been devastating for food producers or would have been devastated for farm worker families, he said. So they not even all Republicans agree on that, but slashes asylum, build a wall while slashing immigrant services, ends protections for migrant children. This right here is a non-starter for me. I think that's pretty fucking disgusting. For all of the fucking hubbub that conservatives raise about, oh, like, think of the children, think of the children. Unless they're fucking brown. They have no one to fucking, advocate for them. Doesn't address legal immigration. Well, yeah, any path for citizenship, bolstering of pathways to legal immigration or alternative means of supporting a U.S. workforce. GOP makers, including Chip Roy, have pushed to cut DHS's funds. Oh, well, if you don't give us everything that we want, then we're just going to make it even worse down there by cutting the funds for the people that are down there enforcing laws. Okay? Back to the political correlation I see. I'm always on the political correlation. I don't know what you mean, but yeah, I'm back on it. I'm back on it all day long. Yeah, you know what? We should have this tab open while this guy goes through some of the provisions. Let's close out that. Let's find the tab that we had open here. And let's just give her a listen.
Strongest immigration provisions that have passed any of House and Congress. This is a critical moment in time during these negotiations. The Biden administration does not want to put in anything that might actually make a difference. So your support is going to be critical. We've had about 8 million.
Well, what about the 3 weeks ago? Okay, so this was before like the current thing. The Democrats have been, and the Biden administration specifically has been like, hey, we had a deal that was about to like give me the ability to shut down the border if it starts getting overwhelmed, and now you guys are trying to walk back on it. Like, but seems like Biden does want to do something, but
illegal aliens come across this border during the Biden administration. They do not seem to want to change those policies. We've seen untold numbers of unvetted criminals, people from terrorist countries, sponsoring countries, improper vetting procedures, and we're facing a situation now where taxpayers are paying, we estimate, at least $151 billion in costs in communities. Places like New York City are paying more to house and feed with food apparently they throw out. Illegal aliens paying more than they are for policing, for firefighters, and for community safety at large. And yet there's no end in sight unless we can get in some changes in the law during this critical moment. So the people who are coming into the border are being paroled in by the administration. Most of them will never be able to make asylum claims. They're not successful. 90% are not successful. Frankly, 40% don't even bother to make a claim. This is an outrage.
Wait, that goes against what I've heard from conservatives in the past. What percent of asylum claims are granted? 76% of all cases that were referred to immigration court were granted asylum. And this guy said that 90% don't?
So The people who are coming into the border are being paroled in by the administration. Most of them will never be able to make asylum claims. They're not successful. 90% are not successful. Frankly, 40% don't even bother to make.
This was near the end of last year, in August of 2023. What did that change? Like in somewhere between September and January of 2024, did we stop granting any asylum? Up to 90% were denied, or
make a claim. This is an outrage against the credulity of the average American to see this coming across our border. But unless we take advantage of this critical moment, it will continue all the way through 2024. So Julie will tell us what we have to do.
So that's right. We need you to call your members of Congress, and you have to demand that they support real immigration policy changes
like
in President Biden's foreign policy package. You've got to reach out to your members of Congress, and you got to tell them that they should not move forward with that foreign aid package unless H.R. 2 is included in it. H.R. 2 has been vetted at length. We have to make sure that the language is strong. It can't, like I said before, it can't be half measures. It can't be sound bites. It can't be bullet points. It can't be a handshake deal. It has to be something that really.
Okay, so they're just saying they're not even giving what the provisions are. Okay, so we'll just do this. Copy. Paste. They want that. That. Put into the present tense. Oh, we already have that. Oh, no. Damn it. Again, if there's a conservative in chat, that wants to give me like a better read of this, like I'm just trying to figure out, right? Again, I'm gonna reiterate this like a fucking million times. I'm not like super fucking bought in to like any particular policy, right? I'm totally fine with finding things that we can come together on this. I just want to know what the fuck the policies are. Slash immigrant services and protections for migrant children's. Let's see. It doesn't address legal immigration. Okay. So like these are like the main things in HR 2, I guess.
It gets the job done.
Right. So these provisions, which would end catch and release, would curtail asylum abuse, would diminish radically the parole authority that's now being rampantly abused. The stars are aligned. This is a very important opportunity, and we need Republicans to stand firm and stand united at this critical moment. We see some fracturing on the Democrat side. Your support is so important to hold not only moderate Republicans, but even some of the conservative Democrats, but certainly the Republicans have to hold firm.
And Dan's absolutely right. There are some Democrats who are talking about supporting these policy changes. So, you've got to reach out to every single member of Congress. Don't give up on anyone just because of the letter that comes after their name. You really need to call and turn up the heat. So let me recount what we'd like you to do, how you can make a difference. You need to call your member of Congress now. So you have a representative in the House, you have 2 senators. Call them all. Tell them you want real policy changes like the ones in H.R. 2 to be included in any foreign aid package. Better yet, if you can, find out what your member of Congress is doing, your senators, your representative. Find out if they have meetings in your district. Go, take a couple friends, take a couple members of your family, and go ask questions. Go turn up the heat a little bit and tell them that you're serious. You mean business. The more they hear from you, the better. So you want to tell them again that you want real policy changes, not more funding just to maintain the status quo, no window dressing, no sound bites, real policy changes. And these policy changes, like Dan talked about, they need to stop releasing people at the border. Detention beds are going unused. They're releasing people en masse. They could remove them expeditiously under the current law, but this administration is not doing that. So they need to stop the releases. And as Dan said, they need to stop the abuse of parole and asylum. We know that this is a huge draw. It's a huge magnet for illegal immigration. So that's the roadmap we want you to follow. Thank you for being a member of FAIR. Thank you for supporting us. We value you. We couldn't do this fight without you.
Hey, I wish there was like a little bit more. Oh, fuck. I want information. I crave knowledge, but I cannot find any of the things that they actually seem to actually want. Okay, those are all. Oh, isn't this a guy that was at January 6th or something?
Listen into the judge here in South Carolina.
And two, prejudice
Oh,
suffered
no.
by the defendant, specifically that the Hill improper comments in.
Oops. Fuck. See their perspective? I guess so. Like, this is, they don't literally think this is what's going on, but this is very similar.
I'm running out of time. I need specific.
Coming over the top!
Okay, before I get copyright striked. Oh my god. Okay. This is what they see? Yeah, it feels like it. Oh, bro, this man, like, not to, I'm not gonna transition to doing a drama segment.
No, she literally sent me
This call was fucking crazy. I'm usually one sec. Like, I am usually not like much of a Darius defender. All right, Darius is a little bit schizophrenic. He's a little bit fucking chaotic. I don't think he's a bad person, right? But he's just like a little bit too chaotic and all that shit for me. Bro, I turned into a Darius defender after listening to this conversation, dude. Holy shit.
picture of the miscarriage.
Why would you come back, you dumb? Why the? You dumbass mother.
Stop. Steven, kick him. Steven, kick him. Steven, kick him.
Get him the out of here, man. Why the? Come back.
What do you
Read
think
the
is the
rest
goal?
of the
I mean, I
Read the
can. They
rest of the
just
messages.
sure. They just make you look worse. So she says, unfollowed queen.
Let me see if there's a
I didn't know he was evil.
timestamp to the screaming.
Why? Oh, also, hold on. Apparently, Darius said on that stream that I gave him permission to make that tweet for the honor person. I don't think I ever did that, did I? I didn't say that on.
Wait.
I think you deserve everything that's happening to you and way worse. And stop saying the N-word. You're brown. You're Indian. Stop.
One sec. I'm gonna see if I can find this in like 30 seconds or not.
Yes, she had a miscarriage. That happened. That did happen. It did not happen with me. And her sending you her nasty doo-doo draws.
Yeah, we watched it a couple of minutes ago. It was good, CDN. I actually did like it.
With her nasty fucking period blood in it doesn't prove that. Also, was that weird? How do you not think how that's weird? I'm sorry. Like, do you not think that's weird? Why did she send you a picture of her nasty doo-doo draws? Why did you have that? What is that? So how does that help you prove anything?
She was just talking on her story about.
You saw that?
This poor fucker. This poor fucking dude. Oh my fucking god. I feel so bad for him. Like, I'm on Team Darius on this one. He's a little bit of a fucking unhinged dude. It's a little bit, oh, this is the consequences of your own actions. But at the same time, bro, holy shit. I feel like people would absolutely fucking, like, if the roles were reversed, like woman and man were reversed there, people would absolutely be saying, like, we need to lynch this man for his crimes against humanity and his crimes against young women. Like, god damn, that poor fucking dude. Okay, okay, there's something that I was thinking about going over, but I'm not sure. Since I'm mostly chill with Big Papa Fascist, but I also might watch it anyways. I'm not sure though. You know what? I got an idea. We'll watch whatever the fuck is going on here. God's Army.
As tensions escalate between
And I'll
the
message
federal
him.
government and Texas over how to handle the influx of migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border. This week, a group of self-proclaimed patriots is planning a peaceful rally in what organizers are calling the Take Our Border Back convoy. According to its website, the convoy have called themselves God's Army and are calling on active and retired law enforcement, military, veterans, elected officials, and other law-abiding, freedom-loving Americans to join the cause.
These people are committed to a peaceful demonstration that we've had enough. The American people have had enough.
Last week on Fox Business, Republican Congressman Keith Self of Texas said he supports the group, which plans to leave Monday from Virginia Beach and head south to Jacksonville, Florida, before making several stops along the border. On February 3rd, the group plans to split up for 3 separate rallies in Eagle Pass, Texas, Yuma, Arizona, and San Ysidro, California. Convoy leaders telling Vice News they want to, quote, shed light on the obvious dangers posed by wide-open southern borders. It comes amid a feud between Texas Governor Greg Abbott and the Biden White House over border enforcement measures.
It's unfortunate that there is a governor in Texas, Governor Abbott, who has politicized this issue of what's happening on the border. And it's not making people's lives safer. It's actually making it harder for law enforcement at the border to do their job.
Over the weekend, Governor Abbott vowing the fight is not over after the Supreme Court voted 5-4 last week in favor of the federal government's power to remove razor wire installed at Abbott's direction along stretches of the border in Texas. Former President Donald Trump over the weekend in Las Vegas commenting on the situation.
When I'm president, instead of trying to send Texas a restraining order, I will send them reinforcements.
Texas now receiving support from Republican governors of 25 states. Trump calling for those governors to take it one step further and send their National Guard troops to Texas in support of Governor Abbott's efforts to secure the border. Mara Sirianni, Scripps News.
Well, Thaddeus Cleveland is the sheriff in Terrell County, Texas, also a former Border Patrol agent, and is joining us now for more perspective on what is happening there at the border as D.C.
Oh, damn.
Perhaps is poised.
What's with this fucking hat, dude? Sorry, as a Texan, I don't see people with their fucking brim folded up that hard.
To take some fairly dramatic action here. Appreciate your time, sir. Thanks for being with us here on Morning Rush. I'm curious, in broad strokes, for folks who don't live in Texas or Arizona or California or parts of Florida, talk to us about why you think the border issue is worthy of national attention and is more than just a border state issue.
Hey, good morning, and thank you for having me. And I'll tell you what, you know, now I've been sheriff for almost 2 years now, and before that, just over 26 years as a Border Patrol agent, and before that, raised on the border. I've spent all my time, all my life on the border, except my time in the military and my time in Washington, D.C. headquarters. This border issue's been going on that long and much longer before. And I've spoke on many times and in many circumstances to groups of people and told them, you know, before this administration, we had 4 administrations going from President Clinton to President Bush to President Obama to President Trump. All 4 of those administrations contributed to a safer, more secure border. It got to the point where President Trump, you know, what he did by holding Mexico's feet to the fire, as well as instituting the MPP, Migrant Protection Protocols, which is what we need back right now to stop what's going on, would solve a lot of stuff. But I guess to get back to your question, you know, this affects us all. This just doesn't affect our border communities because they're here, they cross the border for a short time, and they're going to places where you're at now, all across the United States.
As you said, this has been an issue and has been a topic of conversation for decades, and no one has really seemed to get it all the way right. Right now, how are you feeling when it comes to talks about the border and what's going to happen next? What do you think are the next actionable steps to give some real tangible results and to move forward?
Okay, this is all I care about.
You know, first and foremost, what I've seen in the Senate, what they're proposing, it isn't going to work. What we have to focus on first is securing our border. Once we secure the border, then you can start looking at some sort of immigration reform, because if you start talking about immigration reform before you secure the border, you're going to continue to have that draw of people. And we start putting limits. You know, we see the term that they're going to use 5,000 people as a measuring stick. I'll tell you what, when I was a Border Patrol agent in Arizona and we'd make seizures of marijuana, it got to where the assistant U.S. attorney wouldn't prosecute anything under 500 pounds of marijuana or anything under 25 people in a smuggling load. So what you started seeing is 499 pounds, 24 people. The cartels are smart enough to work it just under the laws and continue to flood our border with people.
And when you say, obviously folks cross over here, we all know that they're leaving pretty hellish conditions back in their home country. And by and large, they're coming to America for a better life. How do you then strike a balance between what we need to do to be secure as a country, but also at the same time being humane to these people who are coming here for a better life, and not only for a better life, coming to a country that was built by immigrants to begin with? So how do you walk that line in a way that's fair and humane?
You know, couldn't agree with you more. And again, first we have to secure our border from those that are coming to do us harm, those that are smuggling narcotics. Then you look at that.
Not the reefer, you know how many potato chips are going to get eaten? I'm really, really sympathetic to the argument that, like, we should legalize weed federally because it would take so much money away from cartels smuggling shit over the border. It would reduce the amount of crime that we have because we are arresting so many fucking people on drug possession. Like, and when did Colorado legalize weed? 2012. Colorado crime rate since legalization of weed. Look at that. Violent crime increased 18.6% and property crime increased 65% of local. Okay, that seems completely. Oh, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Okay, hold on. This seems like a possible biased source. Let's just do the Colorado crime rate over time. I may or may not be currently smoking weed. I wish I could, bro. Right now, though, if I did that, I would like actually cough up a fucking lung. Okay, so it doesn't seem like, as according to this graph, maybe if I make it bigger, I can actually see. But now you guys can't see. Hold on, I'm going to turn off my camera for like 2 seconds so we can all see the graph. So 2012 is when they legalized weed. Okay, it seems like we're following the general trend of the US. Let's go and see if we can find one that goes a little bit further in time to 2019. Colorado 2019 relative to, I don't know what that means. Well, maybe it has been steadily increasing. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. But I'm not going to devote enough time right here to fucking argue for or against it because I don't care that much.
Reform, as I mentioned earlier, and having an orderly process to bring people into our country. There's no doubt we need a workforce here. There's no doubt that the people that are doing construction in our cities, cleaning our hotel rooms, processing poultry, processing beef, picking our fruits and vegetables, they're illegal laborers. They cross right through my county where I'm a Border Patrol agent, or where I was a Border Patrol agent and where I'm sheriff. We need that workforce, but we have to secure our border first and then start re-looking at those programs. But with that being said, you know, what's happening right now, the U.S. Border Patrol, they're being pitted against the state of Texas. I tell you, both of those agents, and including my agency and local law enforcement along the border, are working together. In my county alone, historically, we would have one death a year. One death.
Really quick, this shit right here, I'm not sure what I feel about this. I feel like if you want to stop people from crossing, that's fine. but like in the middle of the Rio Grande, like when we know people are drowning trying to cross the Rio Grande, we're going to make it to where more people drown in the Rio Grande, possibly. Can we not do that?
That immigration reform, as I mentioned earlier, and having an orderly process to bring people into our country. There's no doubt we need a workforce here. There's no doubt that the people that are doing construction in our cities, cleaning our hotel rooms, processing poultry, processing beef, picking our fruits and vegetables, they're illegal laborers. They cross right through my county where I'm a border patrol agent, or where I was a border patrol agent and where I'm sheriff. We need that workforce, but we have to secure our border first and then start re-looking at those programs. But with that being said, you know what's happening right now, the U.S. Border Patrol, they're being pitted against the state of Texas. I tell you, both of those agents, and including my agency and local law enforcement along the border, are working together. In my county alone, historically, we'd have one death a year. One death. This last 3 years since this administration took over, we've had 37. So I can tell you what's happening in Eagle Pass, El Paso, Lukeville, San Isidro, and even right here in my county, it's not humane. People are dying because of the lack of policy by this administration.
The upcoming Take Back Our Border event could draw thousands to the border to protest current conditions right now. As a sheriff near the border, how concerned are you that something could happen there?
You know, not concerned at all. I think you're going to get people that want to come down and show the support, and we get it all the time, man. We get people that come out of Houston. One guy I've made friends with, Mr. Alexander, they come out and they cook for our Border Patrol agents, cook for our state personnel. They wave the American flag. We've seen this all along the border before. You know, once it gets down the border, I think it'll be safe, secure, because they want to get down here and just be able to support and show their support for those that are protecting our borders.
But, sir, I mean, listen, you're well aware of the climate we're living in right now. We all certainly hope it is peaceful. But there is a certain cowboy mentality that some people have in a country with a gun problem, whether any more immigrants come or not. And you hear rhetoric like they're poisoning the blood of our country. It's an invasion. It's a caravan. You mix the guns with the rhetoric and the political climate of the country. Certainly there is.
I was about to say it's only a matter of time until someone goes on a mass shooting spree because of illegal immigration, but then I remembered how many fucking mass shootings have there been from white nationalists talking about like the fucking white, like great replacement theory. I was about to say like, damn, it's only a matter of time. Oh, wait a second. It's been a matter of time. Yeah, the Dallas shooter, fucking like there's been quite a few. If I Google it, I'm sure I could find more, but like, fuck me, dude. That's a rough one to realize.
The possibility here of things not going well. I don't want to gloss.
Also, the protest convoy. I want to know what they're planning to do.
Over that, and I want your reaction, a realistic reaction to what you think is potentially stewing here.
Look, the U.S. Border Patrol, we've been handling stuff like this for years. And what I mean by handling stuff like this, again, back in the late 90s and early 2000s when I was in Arizona, I spent about 10 years in Arizona. When Arizona, Nogales, and Douglas were the hot spots. We had vigilante groups coming to the border. We had faith-based organizations coming to the border. And we were there to balance both of those sides. So we've got a lot of experience in that from the Border Patrol side of the house. And then you look at the partnership with the state of Texas. Look, back in 2008, I spent 6 months as Border Patrol's representative to the state of Texas. The state of Texas has been doing border security for many, many, many years. As a matter of fact, if you go to their headquarters and you look at the wall, there's black and white photos of Border Patrol agents and DPS troopers. Point being is that we're trained professionals. We're trained to handle situations like this and to be able to de-escalate anything. Yes, you're right. We've always got to be prepared, especially in this day and age. But again, I'm confident that it's going to be okay, and guys are going to be all right.
And that's the point, though. You guys are the professionals and trained. Others are not. So
right.
Just highlighting that.
Terrell County, Texas Sheriff Thaddeus Cleveland, thank you so much for your time.
Hey, thank you all. God bless.
Okay. Okay, we're going to do a short drama segment. We're going to... Oh, Republican low-key calling out. Oh, I already clicked on this link. Let me...
Can you get this passed without Donald Trump's approval?
Well, I'm looking forward to President Trump having the opportunity to be able to read it like everybody else is. There's a lot of misinformation out there right now that I hear this comment that it waves in 5,000 people, it hands out work permits. All those things are not true.
What? Okay, hold on. What is this 5,000 number we keep on hearing? Let's add that to the question. Oh. Waving in. Come on. Quote, waving in 5,000. Why is it not typing? Hello? Is my keyboard broken? Okay. I guess I'm not allowed to ask this question on my notes pad. 5,000 immigrants waived in, like, what is... Oh, is that what they're saying? Waived? I don't even know what they're talking about. Fuck.
Right now that I hear this comment that it waves in 5,000 people, it hands out work permits. All those things are not true. There's just a lot of internet rumors that are running around on this right now. We're looking forward to getting the information out. Now, I can say there is no question, no matter what your political persuasion is, we would not have had the immigration crisis we're experiencing right now if President Trump would have been president the last 3 years. There's no way we would have had 8 million people illegally cross our border because he would enforce
those are encounters.
Different authorities and would have made sure that we actually secure our border. But even while he was president, he was specifically asking Congress to change the standard on asylum, to be able to tighten up, to be able to give him additional funds for deportation. All of those things are in this bill. So if he were to be president, this would be new authorities that he had actually asked for when he was president before.
Right. And I just want you just said that he has not read this bill. He doesn't essentially know what he's talking about. So this deal...
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's just a lot of rumors that are out there about the bill, and I want to make sure that everyone has a chance to be able to read it before they make a final judgment.
And he's talking about which bill again? Sorry.
Can you get this passed without Donald Trump's approval?
Well, I'm looking forward to President Trump having the opportunity to be able to read it like everybody else is. There's a lot of misinformation out there right now that I hear this comment that it waves in 5,000 people, it hands out work permits. All those things are not true. There's
Okay, my internet cut for a second. Are we back? Marco, let's see here. Significantly restrict illegal migrant crossings at the southern border. Okay, I think I actually know what like my real questions here are. No, fuck off. I think I know what my like real question is. It still won't let me type here. 1 second. Will you let me type now? Okay, cool. What provisions are people proposing that could stop people crossing illegally? Because it feels like people want there to be fewer border crossings. It feels like what I've read so far is everyone's agreeing that all of these different policies that we have are incentivizing people to not go through the normal process, because the normal process is long, it is clunky, it is, you know, all of these different, you know, different things. But I haven't seen any provisions that would actually stop people from crossing. What is What is that? What are the actual what are the actual policies that could stop people from crossing without disincentivizing it by making the process more streamlined and more accessible, I guess. But I don't know, like, unless you want to have, like, just a firing line on the border with American troops along our entire, 1,000-mile long border, what would stop them from crossing? I don't understand. Speed up asylum process to consider cases within 6 months, compared with the current system under which it could take up to 10 years for asylum seekers. Okay. The DHS would be granted new emergency authority to shut down the border if daily average migrant encounters reached 4,000 over a 1-week span. If migrant crossings increase above 5,000 average per day on a given week, DHS would be required to close the border to migrants crossing illegal, not entering at ports of entry. Certain migrants would be allowed to stay if they proved to be fleeing torture or persecution in their countries. Okay. But how is that enforced? Moreover, if crossings exceeded 8,500 in a single day, DHS would be required to close the border to migrants illegally crossing the border. Under the proposal, any migrant who tries to cross the border twice while it is closed would be banned from entering the U.S. for 1 year. Is to prevent surges that overwhelm federal authorities. I don't think that's a bad deal. One second. Okay. That actually sounds kind of agreeable, I guess. Maybe I'm fucking wrong, but that seems agreeable. Okay. Drop my segment. Let me find it real quick. All right, we have a video on Big Papa Fascist and Rachel Wilson. I've messaged him about it. He says that he has a response video, so we'll also stop.
Meanwhile, the House Republicans are unveiling
The
two
Crucible.
articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro.
And the title of her video is The Fakest Christians on YouTube. The title of his video is Venti Attacks Me and My Wife Through Death of 10-Year-Old.
The only reason...
Which one should we watch first? Let's watch BPF's first.
that I'm making this response is because one of these creators, Brittany Venti, has decided in her infinite wisdom that she wanted to go after my children and went after them in about the most horrible ways possible, making absolutely insane allegations. I don't care about the rest of the controversy. It doesn't matter to me. I don't give a shit what people say about me on the internet or whatever insane timelines they come up with or insane allegations or whatever. I don't fucking care about any of that. It doesn't mean anything to me. But I do care when insane people target my children. My kids have never been on my stream. I've never shown them to the public. I don't show any pictures of them. I don't involve them in any way, shape, or form in anything that I do. The type of lunatic who would try to come after me by going after my children, that's a super dangerous person and a lunatic, literally a lunatic. So I'm just going to quickly address a couple of things just in regards to them. Again, I don't care if these people go ham about me and Rachel all day. It doesn't mean anything to me. But let's start with my wife not only attempted to sell my daughter's virginity to groypers, that she succeeded, and my daughter was deflowered by a groyper or some shit. Okay? And further, that there's blackmail on yours truly, your very fine host, and that this blackmail is revenge pornography, which one of them has and is waiting to drop at any time.
The daughter's ex-fiance is part of this group that Nick Fuentes runs, and after assumingly taking her virginity, which Sloppy loved to brag about.
Actually, what we should do is this. We should watch her video and then we should watch his video. Because if we watch his video first, then we're going to be like completely lost as to what she was saying. So we'll watch her video first.
Would you rewrite the First Amendment? I have my opinions, but I don't even believe women should vote or be in government because we can't enforce any of those things anyway.
Welcome to the fake Christian side of the manosphere. I'm not a Christian, but I join you today with my cross necklace since anybody can be called a Christian nowadays. Also, it's a cute necklace, so. But yeah, welcome to the fake Christian side of the manosphere, where they believe things like 16-year-old minors are, quote, hotter than 26-year-olds. And they also believe that women, despite having to pay taxes and having the same IQ as men on average, should not vote. And that we are men's property, so we should be traded and sold off like cattle.
Women are currency to be bartered and traded. You know, we see in the Bible, it's not biblically unfounded.
I saw
it's
this
not
clip.
like I'm making stuff up. You could trade a nice virgin bride for a half a dozen yoke of oxen. And I think if we went back to that and got rid of all this feminism crap, forget about your master's degree, forget about your career, and just go mommy mode. That's what I believe in.
So let me get this straight. We need to give up.
Bro, that fucking clip was fucking crazy. The groypers are not okay. Like they talk about mommy way too fucking much, in my opinion.
Our right to vote so that we can be sold like cattle to some creep who needs to bleach his roots?
Step aside, Mercury. It's not you I'm after.
Don't bleach your roots, creep. How are you going to buy women like cattle when you can't even afford to buy yourself some furniture? Yeah, let's become second-class citizens to some dork who has an infinity love sticker on his IKEA dresser. This is what people like Rachel Wilson are proposing when they say that women should become second-class citizens and give up their right to vote, and essentially giving up their right to freedom so that guys like that can buy us like cattle. It might catch you off guard to find out that sloppy Rachel here is in her 40s saying that women shouldn't vote, but it's actually not that surprising when you consider the fact that she pimped out her virginal daughter, that she bragged about having a 0 body count to a bunch of creepy men on the internet, on Twitter of all places. I covered some of this on my last video on Sloppy Seconds, 3 baby daddies Rachel Wilson, and her 12 cigarettes an hour husband, addict Andrew Wilson. But new details have come out about the situation that makes it even more creepy than we had initially thought, including the daughter herself speaking out on the situation. And I also want to speak on Reed Street Soap's Valentine's Day collection of candles that I helped design. The Chocolate Kiss candle is my favorite one, not
Skip.
men on so don't forget to use code CUPCAKE when you check out. It's so good. So Sloppy pimped out her virginal daughter to a bunch of creepy men on Twitter, and it resulted in her getting engaged to a Nick Fuentes fan that later on blackmailed her and
his shades
creep who
Career and just go mommy mode. That's
for some reason the America First dudes wanted to, they like co-opted, what are they called? They're like cobras or something. Oh fuck, what are they called? Cobra sunglasses. No, that's not it. Oh fuck, I don't remember what they're called, but like for some reason the groypers just fucking love those.
Happy Aquarius season. So don't forget to use code CUPCAKE when you check out. So Sloppy pimped out her virginal daughter to a bunch of creepy men on Twitter. And it resulted in her getting engaged to a Nick Fuentes fan that later on blackmailed her and her family with what is implied to be her nudes and sex life, considering that she was a virgin.
I got a call from my daughter's ex-boyfriend, and he basically threatened me. He said, it's because Fuentes is my king. If you show up to that debate, I'm going to do horrible
Looks
things
like
to you.
some 90s techno future
And I asked
man
the guy,
shit.
what do you want?
Based.
He's like, you don't show up to that debate. And you shut your mouth about AF, period. But he's like, if you show up to this debate, if you show up, I'm going to ruin her entire life.
After doing some research, I found out that Sloppy posted her daughter's TikTok with her name in it on her Twitter. So I looked into it, and it turns out that her daughter spoke on this relationship on her TikTok a while back. So this is from Rachel's daughter's TikTok, and it says, "Me, when I remember, I really almost married a 27-year-old man from New York that I only met 3 times because my parents wanted me to." So now we know that Sloppy not only pimped out her daughter to a bunch of creepy cultist men on Twitter, but also this man was 27 years old, almost 10 years her senior, and it's captioned at the bottom, "I was freshly 18. She didn't even have a chance to be an adult. I know that you can't see her face because I censored it, but let me tell you, she does not look happy about this. Her mother Sloppy and her stepdad addict Andy put her into this dangerous situation. I feel like he let this happen because it's his wife's daughter and not his biological daughter. And it gets worse. Sloppy's daughter claims that she was abused and assaulted for 2 years. After doing the math and looking at the dates, I don't believe it's the same groiper because she says that she met the groiper at 18 years old, and doing the math here, she would be around 15 or 16 years old when this other guy presumably abused and assaulted her for 2 years. So what this means is that Sloppy has a history of letting her daughter get treated horribly by the men she dates, and even set her up with one. And who's to say that she didn't set her up with this guy too, since, you know, she was ready to hook her up the moment she turned 18. It was probably happening before then too, if I had to take a guess. You not only let your daughter get abused and assaulted for 2 years, but then you put her back in another bad situation where she gets blackmailed and the guy threatens to ruin her life. So just to be clear, her fiance was a groiper, part of the America First movement ran by Nick Fuentes. So this group would include guys like the one I showed earlier with the America First flags in his background. It's really not shocking that his fans like to talk about how women should be treated like animal stock, considering some of the predatory things that Nick has said.
When the Holy Spirit selected Mary, did the Holy Spirit go, let's look for a mature woman that I have something in common with? How old was the Virgin Mary? I think she was like, well, she wasn't 18, I'll say that much. You know what I expect? A fertile womb. A fertile womb and a sort of innocent, childlike spirit. All these people in the chat, dude, just stop. Shut up. I'm out here free thinking, okay? And if I've got weird sexual interests, and if I'm dropping these red pills on you, you're gonna shut up.
Nick also covered for a guy who was caught soliciting nudes from a minor, and Nick has also spoken on why he thinks it's actually okay to violate women against their will.
I think the age of consent should be lower. I don't even really believe in the concept. You want to know why? Because marriage is consent. Being married means you consent to sex all the time. There's no such thing as marital rape.
It literally doesn't even make any sense why you would rape somebody in a way that doesn't even, it's not even about your dick, right? I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? If you're just finger somebody, like, I don't know if you were just trying to be mean or just downright malicious. It's like it's doing it.
It's like he doesn't know what it's like to be attracted to a woman, isn't it? It's like he doesn't know what it's like to be attracted to a woman. Fuck. I hate the fucking AF guys so goddamn much. They're just not good human beings. They're simply just like the scum of the earth.
Anything for you. And like I said, it's just so not a big deal.
Clearly this is a projection on Nick's end because he clearly can't imagine what it is to be a straight man and derive pleasure from touching a woman, so he thinks therefore it's not violating a human right, even if it's against her will. But anyway, my point is that the daughter's ex-fiance is part of this group that Nick Fuentes runs, and after assumingly taking her virginity, which Sloppy loved to brag about before, he proceeded to blackmail her and her family with what is implied to be her nudes and sex life. So essentially, Sloppy put her own daughter in that situation with a man that was almost 10 years her senior. And
that's okay. So allegation, they pimped out their daughter to a dude from America First. That's a hell of an allegation. That is a hell of an allegation. We're gonna have to see what Andrew's response is when we watch his video on this.
This is right after her daughter was harmed by another guy when she was a minor under Sloppy's care. How I even found out this information was because of a Twitter user named Froggy pointing out this post that Rachel made with a video of her daughter baking a cake. Sloppy also publicly posted this daughter's name on Twitter, along with her other children, on several occasions. So I just want to make it clear that the only reason that I know about this and am able to talk about this is because of Sloppy publicizing this information herself. It's really unfortunate that her daughter is a victim of her mother's own lack of maternal instinct and poor judgment, so please do not harass the daughter. The daughter has been through enough being engaged to a groyper, so just leave her alone. And by the way, should they try to accuse me of doxing, I would like to remind you guys that Addict Andy tried to dox one of my friends and failed. He literally tried to put what he thought was private information out there of Tree. But I do think that this is very important to talk about because this cult has become very dangerous over the years. You know how I said earlier, Sloppy advocating for women to become second-class citizens, losing their right to vote would result in them being sold like cattle? Sloppy treated her daughter like cattle to a groyper the moment that she turned 18, and what happened? Her daughter almost got her entire life ruined. But based mommy knows best. Really just incredible judgment, her as a traditional Christian conservative, fraternizing with Ethan Ralph, a convicted sex offender. She goes on his show, compliments his work, kisses his ass, has a long history of doing so. This man that she is kissing the ass of pleaded no contest and was ruled guilty for distributing revenge porn of his baby mama. That's his thanks to her for her bearing him a child. Do these people do anything that's Christian or traditional? We know that certainly her cooking isn't. Speaking of which, she made Addict Andy his very own sloppy cake where she didn't bother finishing frosting the damn thing.
Jeez,
She's out
this
here
is
bragging
so
about
brutal.
being a trad
Holy
wife,
fuck.
and yet in those 26 years of homemaking, you couldn't figure out how to make a cake look good? It literally looks like it's unfinished, like it's melting plastic on the cake. I can think of a cake that looked a lot better, just saying. You know, looking at these food photos, it reminds me of when I went on her daughter's TikTok and I saw that she had posted about having an eating disorder. It's sad that she had to go through that in such a hard time in her life, and it's a really serious issue because it implies that there's probably something going on in the household. You don't just randomly develop an ED, and I really hope that she's healed and recovered from that. But you know Sloppy's cooking must be bad if her daughter literally rather starve herself than to eat her food. Like, you can't blame her. You saw how many calories are in the meals that she makes in the last video. You know, how is her daughter supposed to have a healthy relationship with food when the smallest meal I've seen Sloppy make was like 1,000 calories? But anyway, I would like to talk more about their
fucking
traditional
Christ,
Christian
bro.
marriage. Sloppy and her husband Addict Andy lie about their marriage and how long they've been married, as we covered in the last video. They both said a bunch of different numbers for how long they were married, and it turns out that they were married for a lot less long than what they had said. This is going to get complicated with Sloppy and her 5 children from 3 different baby daddies. It's honestly messier than an episode of The Maury Show, so I'll give extra detail and receipts on the screen for anybody who wants to see the full proof of what I'm talking about. So based on what we know, in approximately 2002, Rachel got abandoned by baby daddy number 1, and that's where presumably her first 2 kids come from because they both share the same last name, and I know that from Rachel tweeting her kids' names. And they follow each other on social media, which you can find from Sloppy leaking the TikTok name of one of these daughters. The story gets more interesting when she marries her first husband, baby daddy number 2, who she has a child with that ends up passing away in a very tragic accident that in turn makes Sloppy look like an extremely irresponsible parent. There's a couple of news articles on this if you guys would like to read it for yourselves. So this baby daddy ends up divorcing her, and Sloppy actually claims that both of her first baby daddies abandoned her, which I don't know if I believe, but we do have this divorce document that shows that baby daddy number 2 did in fact divorce Sloppy. And pay attention to the date. The case was closed in October of 2011. Now for the most important part. Based on what I've worked out here, Addict Andy has 2 children with Sloppy. Doing some research, I found out which child was Addict Andy's first kid with Sloppy. And how I know this child is Addict Andy Wilson's child, or most likely is because she shares the same last name. What I believe happened here is that he had a child with Sloppy, left her, and married someone else, and then had a second child with Sloppy. And it's in a way that really makes it look like he cheated on his ex-wife with Sloppy while they were still married. And that would explain why Addict Andy was so forceful about making Sloppy have her child take the paternity test.
I have what I would consider 100% faith and trust in my wife. But I told her,
Well,
I
also-
told her these words
Wife.
exactly. You're going to get the fucking test, and if not, I'm out the door. Period.
So based on this information and how close the timelines are,
You know, I feel like, okay, so Andrew is a scumbag. Andrew will admit that he's a scumbag. I'm not sure what I feel about like attacking on the 10-year-old thing, on the dead child. I don't think that has any relevance to anything that she said so far. When it comes to the like remarriages and stuff, if the title of the video, which is the fakest Christians on YouTube, that's relevant, I guess, at least insofar as like the video's title is. But like, man, why are you attacking the fucking death of a 10-year-old child? Like, what was the? I guess when we watch BPF's video, we'll see what that was about. Like, did he starve to death? Because that would be negligent parenting. But like, did he get hit by a car on his way home from school? That's different.
It would seem like he left his ex-wife to marry Sloppy. So basically, to sum this up and simplify it, Addict Andy and Sloppy had a child, and then a little bit time later, Addict Andy married a different woman. We know that the legal marriage between Addict Andy and Sloppy has not happened yet because we know that Sloppy tweeted that they got married in December of 2012. This first child between Sloppy and Addict Andy was born around 2009 and shares the same last name as Addict Andy Wilson. And Addict Andy even goes as far as to say that the ceremony happened way before the legalities did. So 2012 December would be about the earliest that they could have legally been married, especially based on the tweets. So then after they have this first child out of wedlock, sometime later, Addict Andy gets married to a different woman that is not Sloppy. And according to Addict Andy's marriage application with said other woman that was applied for in 2010, it was only 1 year later after this marriage certificate application that Sloppy and Addict Andy conceived their next child, who she also mentioned the name of on Twitter and mentioned the exact birthday. So you can do the math and go back 9 or 10 months and figure out when she was conceived.
Bro, you should never ever post about any of your fucking kids on any fucking social media, especially ones that are like more public. Like, I feel like Facebook is way different than Twitter. Instagram is probably on the same tier as Twitter unless you have a private Instagram. There are things you can do to mitigate people looking into your shit, but you should probably like never post about your fucking children on social media. I think it's just such a bad fucking idea, like all around. I don't know what benefit you get out of it unless only the people that it says 2012. I don't know. If you're going to be a public figure, fucking completely make a new Twitter or just purge all of your fucking tweets. I don't know. That seems like such a bad fucking idea.
And this child is born in February of 2012, and then some months later, in December of 2012, Addict Andy and his sloppy wife get married. So that's why they keep fudging the numbers. It's because it helps hide what happened, and it was very messy, which Sloppy denies, but the dates are adding up.
No, see, this person says, Tree says you got knocked up by your current husband while he was married. He divorced his wife to marry you. No. This is what I'm saying. They're just inventing crazy shit. Andrew was not married. No, he was not married when we met at all. He hadn't been married. He wasn't married when we met. He didn't knock me up. That's all lies. I don't know where they got.
Doesn't seem like lies to me. The dates aren't lying. Versus Sloppy, who has lied about how long she was married, among other things. So let's go through one by one all of these things that Sloppy claims are lies. We're going to do all the ones that are relevant to this video. Andrew was married to someone else and got me pregnant on the side. Well, we saw with the dates for the marriage certificate application that that's not true. And that baby S. Wilson has Addict Andy's last name, most likely has it because he is the father. That is a fair assumption to make, especially when her other kids don't share his last name, which we know based on her sharing their names and her sharing her daughter's TikTok. Next we have We Are Being Blackmailed. There is literally a videotape of your husband saying that you guys were.
I got a call from my daughter's ex-boyfriend, and he basically threatened me. Right? He said that he was going to do horrible things. If you show up to that debate, I'm going to do horrible things to you. Horrible things to your daughter.
By the groiper that you set her up with when she was freshly 18 and he was almost 10 years her senior. That she said.
That's something I want to see. I want to see what Andrew has to say about that. Again, Andrew's a scumbag. He will admit that he's a scumbag. But I have, even though people in the streaming world will fucking hate me for it, I can't help but like the guy. In private, I like talking to him, even though we don't really talk as much anymore. I like talking to him on stream. I fucking despise a lot of the way that he talks about a lot of different fucking things. A lot of, God, yeah, he could be a real fucking piece of shit, but I don't think that this is, if he was like fucking shipping his daughter off with someone and like promising his daughter off to someone, I don't know. It's not because he's a fake Christian or whatever, or it's because I wouldn't be okay with anyone fucking doing that. I don't think that cultures that do arranged marriages are good. I think it's a fucking bad thing principally. So I would love to see what he has to say about that. Also, bro, you live in America. You don't live in India. Why do you need to do that? Assuming it's true.
As you pushed her to do. So wrong, that's a lie. Andrew forced me to agree to paternity testing. We saw the clip only 100 times.
I told her these words exactly. You're going to get the fucking test, and if not, I'm out the door.
If saying that you are going to, quote, fucking take that test or I'm leaving isn't essentially forcing someone, then I don't know what is. Like, how else would you force someone to take a paternity test? I was promiscuous. If that weren't true, I wouldn't have had to spend the last 10 minutes explaining her messy past. I had to draw several timelines just to keep track of her
Islam.
messy past and incorporate math just to figure out how many marriages, baby daddies, and situations you were in. This is so messy, I don't even think Maury could follow it. I had to sit here and write out a timeline just to explain it to you guys. And I'm pretty sure that's why they're hiding it, because they know it's not traditional or conservative.
Yeah, we're going to watch his next.
So they opt to lie about it instead and inflate the number of years they've been married to cover it up. So yeah, this has been a pretty deep rabbit hole in
Like, I feel like I've heard rumors about, like, in the background of people talking about that, but it felt just like too scummy to look into someone's fucking dead kid, you know? So I never did. He looks like he reeks of cigarettes and alcohol. Oh yeah, he almost certainly does. But I don't know if that makes him a fake Christian or not, which is the title of the video. So
into the fake Christian manosphere. And I know that Addict Andy and his sloppy wife are going to say that they're not part of the manosphere, but that's BS. Addict Andy's friends are pretty much all in the manosphere. He makes the type of content that appeals to the manosphere audience. They make the same arguments. They have the same talking points, like how women shouldn't vote. Literally refers to himself as an MRA. He puts the most provocative photos that he can find permitted by YouTube of OF girls, just like the manosphere
Andrew,
podcast.
what
like
are you
Russian Fit do.
doing?
They do a lot of collaborative content with the manosphere. Sloppy is besties with Pearl, plus they rub
wait, hold on. Where is it? Wait, Andrew, what are you doing? You got fucking huge titties on your thumbnail, bro. Come on. You got you have so much more that you could do there. Why are you fucking doing the big titty fucking thumbnail meta? Come on, you're
provocative photos that he can find permitted by YouTube of OF girls, just like the Manosphere podcast, like Russian Fit do. They do a lot of collaborative content with the Manosphere. Sloppy is besties with Pearl.
Do you guys remember the meta back in, like, I want to say it was like 2012 to 2015, somewhere in that time frame, where people were just putting like huge titty girls in their thumbnails because it got more clicks, until YouTube was like, hey guys, we're not going to be boosting these in the algorithm anymore. There aren't even any like big titty girls in your videos. This is just pulling in views because they think they're going to see titties, and titties are not allowed on YouTube. Do y'all remember that shit, dude?
Plus, they rub arms with Grandma Tomasi. Sloppy was all over him during the Lauren Southern thing, where we made up the fake rumors and sent a troll email, and then Grandma Tomasi believed it. Sloppy was backing him up on that and actually believed it, by the way. So, great judgment. Thank you guys for watching the video, and shout out to Froggy on Twitter for posting so much evidence that helped in my research, and shout out to Tree from Just Tree 411 for.
Okay, so the central claims are forced, or not forcing someone into marriage, but basically forcing their kid into marriage, attacking them based off of their like dead kid, which I think is a little shitty. Wait, hold on. This building is supposed to have doors. Places doorways on walls. Okay, maybe I did. Do I have doors that go into this? Fuck. Okay. You got your Texas secedes bug out bag ready? Listen, I don't think Texas is going to secede. It's major cope from people. Okay. Now we're watching the Andrew response. They couldn't stop me from putting myself in my thumbnails. Oh, I don't think that that's against the rules. Very shitty, but the question then becomes, was it justified? Like Andrew went after a relative of theirs? Well, my understanding is she made this video on them because she's friends with Tree, and Tree has been feuding with them because I guess Tree used to be a dominatrix, which is fucking news to me. I didn't know that shit. That shit's funny as fuck. But okay. Border convoy news. I thought that we were doing. We knew about this. There's no new news here, except for they think that 40,000 truckers would show up, which is huge, but stupid. Tree owned him. I didn't really look at much of it, but it seemed funny. Like the whole situation seemed funny with like Tree. I don't know. I used to no, I don't think I've ever hated Tree, but my first YouTube video that I ever posted, like I had been streaming for months, and I still hadn't posted a video to YouTube. But then I accidentally found myself in a debate 1v1 with did I say Shoe? Tree. And even in that conversation, I couldn't fucking hate her. She's a very difficult to hate person, I think. At least from the very little I know about her and the very little I've seen about her. Tree of Logic is a very entertaining and endearing person. And even though that conversation was very heated, it kind of sucks that I haven't been able to interact with her again. She seems super fucking fun.
Before he perceived.
Okay.
My daughter was deep about me and Rachel all day. It doesn't mean anything to me, but let's start with my wife not only attempted to sell my daughter's virginity to groypers, that she succeeded, and my daughter was deflowered by a groyper or some shit. Okay, and further, that there's blackmail on yours truly, your very fine host, and that this blackmail is revenge pornography, which one of them has and is waiting to drop at any time.
The daughter's ex-fiance is part of this group that Nick Fuentes runs, and after assumingly taking her virginity, which Sloppy loved to brag about before, he proceeded to blackmail her and her family with what is implied to be her nudes and sex life.
Let's go over what their evidence is. Their evidence is that Rachel made a bunch of tweets joking around with some guys from the AF community on Twitter publicly.
She pimped out her virginal daughter, that she bragged about having a 0 body count to a bunch of creepy men on the internet, on Twitter of all places.
Now, my daughter did date a man who she was interested in, and she was introduced via my wife. I see absolutely no problem with that at all. I don't see how anybody else could. That's completely up to my daughter who she wants to date or not date. They saw each other for a time socially. They had contact with each other socially. And the relationship ended up ending. My daughter ended it. They have not shown a single shred of proof, Brittany Venti or Tree of Logic or any of these lunatics, that there was any kind of physical relationship between these two individuals at all. None. And yet they string together this insane allegation, right, which led to people harassing my daughter on her Instagram page. What's interesting about this is that I think the reason that they went with this particular narrative is because neither of these women could ever in a million years envision dating a guy without sleeping with him. I just think that they couldn't envision doing that.
Wait, hold on. But the caption of the TikTok did say, yeah, the proof would be like sex tapes or something. Yeah, like, but the caption of the TikTok said what again? 1 second. Where'd the let's see here. Where is the screen cap? Me, when I remember, I really almost married a 27-year-old man from New York that I only met 3 times because my parents wanted me to. Okay. She doesn't say that she had any kind of sexual relations with him. Okay, that's fair. Address the part where she only met him 3 times and you guys wanted her to marry him. That would be something to address
She
here.
can date whoever she wants. Nobody forced her to date anybody. That's ridiculous. And it's okay for people to meet each other online. That's how most people meet who date in a social setting. But they've shown no proof at all to this allegation that her virginity was offered up online and then she was deflowered by somebody. Prove it, motherfucker. Prove it.
So Sloppy pimped out her virginal daughter to a bunch of creepy men on Twitter. And it resulted in her getting engaged to a Nick Fuentes fan that later on blackmailed her and her family with what is implied to be her nudes and sex life, considering that she was a virgin.
He didn't say anything about porn. They just assumed it. They literally just assumed that for no reason at all. And by the way, what a horrible and sick thing to assume. They just instantly assumed she must have slept with him and he must have revenge porn. No proof at all. I never said anything of the sort. They just made the whole fucking thing up off the top of their head. No evidence whatsoever. Again, none. Haven't shown a single shred because there isn't any. It's all bullshit. What happened when he called me, right, and he was threatening me is that I could tell that he was, because they had been in this relationship, that his heart was hurt because she broke it off with him. I get it. I understand. I wasn't even angry with him. Okay? I did neglect the debate. I didn't do the debate because I don't know what people like this are going to do. I don't know. Next day I was able to talk with him and we were able to kind of work through it. And I felt bad for the guy. I understood he was heartsick. The Wilson girls, the daughters, they're heartbreakers. What can I say? What can I say?
Andrew,
they break hearts.
Come on, Andrew. Stop.
But like all joking aside, he didn't ever call me and say that he had revenge pornography. And I never said he did. Show a single clip of me ever saying that there was revenge porn.
Fuck, where's the clip of him that she provided of him? Oh, there we go.
All from my daughter's ex-boyfriend.
Implied to be her nudes and sex life, considering that she was a virgin.
I got a call from my daughter's ex-boyfriend, and he basically threatened me. He said, it's because Fuentes is my king. If you show up to that debate, I'm going to do horrible things to you, horrible things to your daughter. And I asked the guy, so what do you want? And he's like, you don't show up to that debate. And you shut your mouth about AF, period. But he's like, if you show up to this debate, if you show up, I'm going to ruin her entire life.
After doing some research, I found out that Sloppy posted her daughter's TikTok with her name in it on.
Okay. I'm going to call that one 50-50. I don't know how he could ruin her life without... Well, I guess he could like tell everyone that her parents are fucking crazy Christian nationalists. I guess that could also ruin her life. But I don't know what specifically he could be using. So I guess that is technically up in the air.
Or that he threatened me with revenge porn. I never said anything like that. He never called me with threats of revenge pornography. Ever. They just assumed it.
Blackmailed her and her family with what is implied to be her nudes and sex life.
That's ridiculous. But when you are making a narrative up, you definitely need it to sound like it's plausible and good. So what they did was when they have gaps in whatever it is, the story they're trying to tell, it doesn't sound nearly as interesting to say that one of my daughters dated a guy that she met on the internet and it didn't work out and they broke up. It's not a very interesting story.
This is so messy. I don't even think Maury could follow it.
And that's fucking sick to do to a person who didn't do anything to you just because they happen to be related to me. That's it. Just because my daughter's related to me and whatever it is that I did apparently caused such an affront that they're going to go through and dig up everything about my family, anything they can find to try to hurt them in order to hurt me. Which, by the way, I would never do in a million years back the other direction. I've never gone after people's families. And I've never dug into their past to try to figure out who their family members were so that I could harass them or send my community to harass them. That shit's always been off the table. Well, there's rules, right? Anyway, the last thing I'll say on my daughter is Brittany Venti showed on her stream when you're 21 or sorry, when you're you date a guy from New York and you almost marry him, blah, 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 blah. Just so that everybody understands, the troll fell for the troll. What a fucking idiot.
This is from Rachel's daughter's TikTok, and it says, "Me, when I remember, I really almost married a 27-year-old man from New York that I only met 3 times because my parents wanted me to."
My daughter has a channel on Instagram, and I'm not going to tell you what it is. I have no interest in doing that. But she does mostly satire, okay? And when she saw that this was going on, she put this out, I don't know, 2023 or something like that, when they were trying to come after me with these things at the first of the year, or around that time, you know what I mean? Got to be really careful, because if you don't nail the time down exactly, fucking people go fucking ape shit, right? But anyway, she put that out to make fun of them. That's it. Just put that shit out, and she was making fun of them. Now, the interesting thing here is, if that's not true, and I'm telling you a story, or I'm giving you some kind of aggrandized lie, as these people would claim, then A, show proof that she had a physical relationship of any kind with this gentleman that was in any way sexual at all. They can't. They made it up. Show that there was any sort of revenge pornography, which is held over her head by anybody. You can't, because you made it the fuck up. They made all of that up. Now, if I'm not telling the truth, my daughter, who does not live with me, lives hundreds of miles away, can just simply make an Instagram saying, no, it's true. He's an abusive, evil fucking guy, or whatever, right? But unfortunately, my daughters kind of adore me, all of them. I know that's hard to believe, because I'm cuddly like a cactus, but they fucking adore me. They think I'm great. They've always thought I was great. I can't really blame them, but they do. So the thing is like, where's my accusers? They say that my daughter was neglected. Venti claims that she was neglected. Show me the proof of the neglect. Any. Show a police report. You don't have one. Show anything, any proof at all, other than just your speculative gossip. But you can't, because there isn't any.
When I went on her daughter's TikTok and I saw that she had posted about having an eating disorder. It's sad that she had to go through that in such a hard time in her life. And it's a really serious issue because it implies that there's probably something going on in the household. You don't just randomly develop an ED. It's really unfortunate that her daughter is a victim of her mother's own lack of maternal instinct.
The reason that she had an eating disorder is because she went for years with an undiagnosed condition called POTS. And if these people had done any of their due diligence, the same thing they accused Rollo Tomasi of not doing, and had gone through her Instagram like they claim they did, if they weren't just looking for dirt, but they were actually looking at what she had to say with her satirical videos, you would know that she often makes videos referencing the fact that she had POTS. And then been diagnosed for years, because every time we would take her to the doctor, and we went often, all the time, to try to get this figured out. Her mom would stay up with her, just night after night after night, in ER after ER after ER when she'd have these attacks.
POTS? What is POTS? I've heard of POTS. What is POTS? Postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. Oh, is that the shit that like fucking some like crazy shit goes on with your heart if you're sitting, or if you're like in the wrong if you have the wrong posture? Okay, yeah, I have heard of this.
And they couldn't figure it out. They finally figured it out after they got a neurospecialist in after a couple of years. It took years of references to even get this figured out. And anyway, she had POTS. And it was pretty awful for her. It was pretty awful. But anyway, that was all diagnosed, and luckily she was able to live a normal life after that. Eating disorder gone, all that stuff gone. Eating disorder wasn't because of some kind of mental illness, but because she was suffering from a physical illness. Now, I've never brought any of this up because it's not anybody's business. What would my daughter's medical conditions have to do with anything? They don't have anything to do with anything. They're just brought up as an attack to try to spin this kind of narrative, to try to defame her and hurt her in order to hurt me and my wife. That's it. And that's fucking sick. Now, did Venti tell you any of this? No. Well, how would she know? Well, she would have to do her due diligence, wouldn't she? She would have had to, I don't know, actually watched some of those videos, actually taken a look, but she didn't do any of that.
How I even found out this information was because of a Twitter user named Froggy.
People DM me, Andrew, look at what she's saying. I'm like, yeah, so what? It's all lies. Who gives a shit? That's why I don't care. Never cared. It's all bullshit. If what I'm saying isn't true, daughter can come out and say whatever she wants. She's not under my yoke. She doesn't live here in my house. She's been a self-sufficient adult for a couple of years. Does her own thing. It's nothing, you know what I mean? Talk to her every day because I love her. We have a great relationship. My wife has a great relationship with her. She can say whatever the hell she wanted. The reason she doesn't is because there's nothing to say. She dated a guy for a little while. It didn't work out. No revenge pornography of any kind. Made up. I don't even think there was a physical relationship of any kind. But if there was, the burden's on you to show the proof of that, not on me. You show the evidence. You show the proof. I don't have to show shit. I don't have to justify any of this to you. Show that there's revenge porn.
Okay.
You think that shit's real because you want to believe it's real. And there's nothing I can do about that. I can't do anything about you wanting to believe it's real. Now, moving over to my son, right? This is not the first time that people have used the death of my son to go after me with it in order to hurt me, right? Say horrible things, things like this. I have a thick skin. But in this case, Venti brought him up to show that Rachel was somehow negligent.
The story gets more interesting when she marries her first husband, baby daddy number 2, who she has a child with that ends up passing away in a very tragic accident that in turn makes Sloppy look like an extremely irresponsible parent.
Here's what actually happened. And because this case was so fully public, you can look into all of these details yourself. What actually happened was as follows. My son went over to a neighbor's house. We lived out in the countryside. He lived down a dirt road. My son went over there to watch a movie. While they were there, one of the boys he was watching the movie with, who was a few years older than him, I think he was 13 or 14 at the time, okay, stole his parents' keys to a Bronco, put my son in the Bronco with him, okay, drove down the street, wrapped the Bronco up against a tree, and crushed my son to death.
Jesus. Fucking Christ.
The police showed up that night after we had called them because we could not find him. He did not come home, and nobody at the house knew where he was at. So we called the police. The police found the wreck, and they came, and they let us know that he had died on the scene. I will never forget, ever, the horrific shriek that my wife let out. I've never heard anything like it before that, and I hope I never hear anything like it again as long as I live.
Okay, so the attack on their dead child, as fun as it is to shit on people that we disagree with, yeah, that's fucked up. That there was no like lack of parental whatever there, from what I understand. If what he's saying is true, and he was like at a fucking sleepover, or he was hanging out with a friend, and the friend decided to do something, and they just like went out. Damn, dude.
Anyway, from there, what happened was, this kid had gone through the windshield and broken his leg. And they treated him medically. And then they arrested him. Obviously. And they were going to throw the book at him. And his parents were set up on civil charges. They were going to throw the book at them, too. During his sentencing, this other boy's sentencing, we were inside the courtroom. And everybody came up and made statements, including his grandfather, my son's grandfather, and this is my wife's father and grandmother and several other people. And all of them kind of got a piece of this kid. And everybody in that room was fucking enraged. Until my wife spoke. And what she did was she went and spoke to the judge and spoke to the prosecutor. There was no jury there. He was guilty. Right? And she made a plea for mercy. What she said was, please, don't turn one tragedy into two. Please don't destroy this kid's life as well. He made a horrible mistake, and we can all acknowledge he made a horrible mistake. But please don't destroy his life too. And she went on from there. And that whole room, the whole room was in tears, including the prosecutor and the judge. They were all crying because it was just a god-awful situation. And the judge showed him leniency. And the judge said he showed him leniency because of the things my wife had said. When it came time for mercy, what Brittany Venti considers to be the fakest Christian on the internet, when she had the power to hold a person's life in her hand that had done an unimaginable wrong to her, whether he meant to or not, she chose mercy. This is exactly in the character that I'm used to from my wife, who I love and adore. And I'll never say anything other than that because it's true. I love her and I adore her to pieces, and I always will, because that's the way that she is. Her convictions mean something to her. After this happens, the civil case comes up, and the day of the civil trial, the other family declared bankruptcy so that they didn't have to go to civil court. So we withdrew the civil suit to bring it up again after the bankruptcy was settled. And after the bankruptcy was finally settled, and it was time for me to bring the civil case back, I told my lawyer not to. And my wife told my lawyer not to as well. Because what would have been the point? At that point, there was nothing just about the situation. There was no justice in the situation. If I had taken everything these people had in restitution, it wouldn't have meant anything. It would have just been petty revenge. And so I didn't do it. Again, when the time comes to show mercy, I showed it. I didn't have to, but I did anyway. And she did anyway. This is all, the entire case, public knowledge. It was a very public case because it happened in such a small town. Very public. You can find all the information you want about it, including the court case number, to confirm that everything that I'm saying is true. I don't know how you would do it, but you could talk to the players of the case even now.
Probably shouldn't.
So the last time this kid ever contacted us with a letter saying thank you for having mercy when he didn't have to have mercy. That's what he said. Where's my accusers? Nowhere. Just some fucking idiot on the internet who wants to hurt parents through horrific means of attacking their children.
The daughter stuff is still a little bit weird. I'm still 50-50 on that, but I think that the attack on the kid was fucking unjustified. Holy shit, dude. That was pretty rough to listen to. Okay, 1 second. There is a debate that I was invited to participate in that I was not able to participate in because I'm banned forever from Twitch. And it's about stuff that we keep on talking about. So we're going to watch it.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so my thoughts are, I'm not a lawyer. And
probably by the end of the week, I will be testing a bolter to see if it will work.
Have you tried just real quick, are you going to stream that? Can we all watch to see if it works or not?
So my actual game plan, unironically, is I am going to record it, obviously, some of the testing footage, etc. Then I'm having somebody who does cosplay 3D printing. I'm having them 3D print a Tempestus Scion helmet that I'm going to fit to my head. I am going to get 3D printed armor and the Tempestus Scion helmet.
Connor
I'm
is
going to
such
do
a fucking
gelatin
Chad, dude.
torso, or I'm
It's
just
about
gonna
immigration.
Get a pig carcass and spray paint it green. My wife doesn't like that idea, but it is what it is. And then we're going to have a range day with the bolter. I'm going to turn that into a 20-minute video, release that, and then I'm going to try to use that to get funding to do additional projects, like a bolt pistol or a handheld
Or a laser
electric
gun. That's coming
chainsaw.
next, right?
Actually, so if you look at the las rifle for the Death Corps of Krieg, it looks suspiciously like the M1A or M14 or M1A Sport, the smaller one, the Mini 14. It looks
How are you
suspiciously
married?
like that.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
So I'm
You got
6'4". I'm 6'4" and 200
There you
pounds,
go.
and I have broad shoulders and large feet.
Wait, the Death Corps of Krieg's what?
He also has the uniform, so we're all here, right? And as entertaining and as interesting.
Wait, hold on.
As that was, and I'm very excited.
We'll talk about it later. Like the M1A. Actually, so if you look at the las rifle for the Death Corps of Krieg, it looks suspiciously like the M1A or M14 or M1A Sport, the smaller one, the Mini 14. It looks
How are you
suspiciously
married?
like that.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
So I'm 6'4". I'm 6'4" and 200
There you
pounds,
go.
and I have
Yeah.
broad shoulders and large feet.
Okay, and with that,
he also has the uniform, so
we're all here, right? And as entertaining and as interesting as that was.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm a Warhammer nerd. I got to see this. It looks like a
video, release that, and then I'm going to try to
That's coming next, right?
Actually, so if you look at the las rifle for the Death Corps of Krieg, it looks suspiciously like the M1A or M14 or M1A Sport.
M1A or M14? I guess I can see it. It's a bit clunkier. Okay. Moving on.
Or the smaller one, the Mini 14. It looks
How are you
suspiciously
married?
like that.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Well, backs and forth there, but the Supreme Court basically released an injunction that allowed Biden to go in and remove the razor wire that they've been putting up at the border. Greg Abbott said no. He refused that. A bunch of other governors signed in and sent troops to the border as well, and it escalated. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the legality of what Greg Abbott is doing. We're also going to be talking about the border itself. Is there actually a crisis at the border? How has Biden been handling it? Has it been well, poor? What are we talking about here? A whole host of things to discuss. This can spiral in many different ways, but I want to give each and every one of my guests here a chance to tell you, my dear viewers, who they are and what they think. And we're going to start with the man himself. Pisco, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Oh, you want me to start with introducing myself?
Tell us about what the situation is and what your thoughts are, and then also who you are. So.
Sure. I'm Pisco. I'm a lawyer. I speak on legal stuff sometimes and politics. And this is an issue I think that's super duper important for two reasons. One is because the underlying issue, immigration, is something that really matters to this country, and where people have a lot of strong feelings about. But
again, I was supposed to be on this debate, but because I'm banned from Twitch, they don't really have anything for me to debate because they can't have me because I'll get them banned and then I'll be perpetually banned harder. So I'm so curious to see if there's a single fucking actual solution that's brought up here. I think that with Connor and Jebtan, I think Lactoid is usually pretty good faith. I think that these three guys would probably be the closest we could get to a conservative giving us the strongest case for something that's not literally just the wall and then like mow down any like immigrant that tries to cross. I'd love to. I want to see what their solution is.
I think that the more fundamental issue here is
how can I come back? I can't come back. I've already appealed. They denied my appeal.
The Republican Party and what it portends potentially for the future. What has occurred is essentially there's a unclear conflict right now between Department of Homeland Security and federal immigration policy with respect to certain fencing and barriers near Shelby Park in Texas, and the position of the state of Texas, which is that this fencing should be maintained and that it should not be disturbed by the United States government. My view on this whole issue is, regardless of your views on the underlying propriety of having the fencing there, the razor wire, you could have good arguments, bad arguments on that. The fundamental question is who gets to decide. Does the state of Texas get to contravene federal immigration policy or regulations made pursuant to federal law? Or is it, as has been established over the course of over a century of case law, that the federal government gets to deal with issues of the border and immigration with one voice as one country, as is its inherent right as a sovereign country? We all understand that there can be passionate views about the underlying immigration policies, but I think ultimately if you don't agree that the federal government should be in charge of immigration or border enforcement, then I think you're inviting chaos and problems in the future, not just with immigration, with other potential preemption or federal disputes with state law. And so I welcome the discussion, and I think it's important, but I would prefer us to focus on the federal state conflict as opposed to the underlying immigration issues, at least for the start of it.
Certainly. Speaking of underlying conflicts and chaos, Lactoid, what are your thoughts? Let's go.
Hi, I'm Lactoid. I'm also a lawyer. You can find me on Lactoid TV everywhere. Essentially, you're going to find some points of agreement here that I have with Pisco, but also I think the whole framing is a little bit off. It's true that the rhetoric that Abbott's using is a little bit concerning. Essentially, here's what it comes down to. The Supreme Court has spoken. The feds can go take down the wire. That's it. To the extent that Texas were to stop federal agents from going and taking down the wire, that would be a problem. That would be a big problem because the Supreme Court said no, and that means you don't do it. Just to be clear, the Supreme Court didn't issue an injunction. They just removed an injunction that was imposed by the Fifth Circuit, basically saying the feds can't take down the wire. And the Supreme Court said no, that injunction's removed. That being said, I think that Texas is not necessarily acting illegally if they just put down wire. And I think you're going to potentially see some Tom and Jerry shit where they're coming back immediately after the feds remove the wire and put down more wire. And I don't think that's illegal, and it's definitely not clear whether or not it's illegal. So right now, I think Texas is justified in doing so.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure we'll have a great discussion about that in the back and forth, but let's get through everyone else. Jebtan, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so my thoughts are, I'm not a lawyer. And like most non-lawyers, I can confidently say on this subject, who have talked about it, the legality is not the question on almost anybody's mind about the border. It's what Biden should be doing as the leader of the country right now. It's the same thing as we talk about when police officers we think might have done wrong. In so few of the cases are we worried about what is legal for the officer to do and like the extent of the legal will of his power. Only when that's in question do we care? Most of the time, we hold cops to a higher standard because we trust them with a certain level of executive discretion. And we say, just because you can do something does not mean you should. So when we see Greg Abbott having the barbed wire up at the border, and Biden's, one of his first instincts is to say, you have 24 hours to take it down, or essentially we're going to threaten to send federal agents in and cause a bit of a ruckus. I don't necessarily disagree that he can do that. But I certainly disagree with the idea that he's not just going to negotiate with Greg Abbott and just say, hey, let's get in a closed door meeting or a Zoom meeting since Abbott's in India. Let's talk about a barrier in the Rio Grande, since that seems to be the solution you're pressing. That's not razor wire, because obviously optically the Biden administration doesn't like razor wire, because immigration is now taken over inflation as the number one issue for voters in the United States. You are using your executive action. You're using your executive power here. I don't want to conflict with you. I don't want to butt heads and just do this Tom and Jerry shit where I take it, you put it, I take it, you put it. Let's just meet together as the leader of the free world. I'm going to meet with one of my own United States executive leaders and see what we can do with our shared executive power to talk about a barrier in the Rio Grande. I think everybody, if Biden did that and we just saw that there was going to be some sort of solid barrier in the Rio that wasn't razor wire, I think Biden's poll numbers would go up. Greg Abbott would have a lot less leg to stand on if some of the people who think he's only doing this for show.
Would go up if he did what now?
We just saw that there was going to be some sort of solid barrier in the Rio that wasn't razor wire. I think Biden's poll numbers would go up. Greg Abbott would have a lot less leg to stand on if some of the people who think he's only doing this for show. If that's true, he'd have a lot less leg to stand on, and the people would get what they want, which is executive action at the border.
Okay, Jeb Tan, always a pleasure to have you on. Thank you for being here. Next up, someone who is replacing one of my guests who had a family emergency, unfortunately.
I don't think that anything. I'm so blackpilled. I don't think that there's a single fucking thing that the Democrats could ever do to placate the Republicans or to get Republicans to agree with them. I mean, the bill that they're trying to pass in the Senate right now seems to be. Now, I might be wrong, but it really seems like the biggest issue is that Donald Trump told them to not pass it. Like, actually. That seems to be what the issue is. Because it seems so full from the very little that we can see from it, so skewed towards the Republican side. Like, how the fuck? Like, it's like a lose-lose situation for the Democrats every time. Auxiliaries. What does this do? Oh, fuck. Okay, let's see how that works for us.
So I appreciate him coming in last minute to fill those shoes. Cypher, what are your thoughts here? Go ahead.
Yes, I think this really boils down to we're not a confederacy, we're still a federal government. So if the states want to enter into some kind of compact in order to force the federal government to do something, then the federal government not only has the right, but it has the authority and the necessity to put them in their place and do what is necessary in order to bring order back into what we are seeing. Now, we can talk about whether or not there should be barriers or what have you, but the buoy system that Abbott put in, 7-8 months ago, that the Supreme Court, or not Supreme Court, but courts found to be heinous. The reason it was found to be heinous is because they were floating buoys that had razor wire and people were getting stuck in them. And not only that, it was being used to prevent federal agents from going in and saving those people because of the danger that those buoys represented. So we have a number of different things, a number of things here that are causing issues not only with federal government but also human rights, and that is where I'm at. So Abbott can get fucked.
Okay, strong statement. I'm sure we'll get into it. Brianna, please.
So I just want to back up Pisco and say I really hope tonight we can focus on the legal issues. And to kind of get us there, I want to kind of head off and kind of put the progressive argument of why I think this issue matters, why I think Biden is failing at it, and why we really need a resolution for it, if y'all will let me. So first of all, I strongly believe in legal immigration. I live in Boston. We have two industries here. We have biotech and we have technology. My husband is in biotech, and if you go and look at people that work for any biotech company in Boston that kind of pays our taxes for our wonderful, wonderful, awesome city, you're going to note that there are a ton of legal immigrants that work there. Because we do not have the kind of scientific expertise in this country, we're not creating enough of those high-quality PhD candidates to do that kind of hyper-specialized work. So, if you enjoyed the COVID vaccine, I can tell you have a lot of legal immigrants to thank for that. Exact same thing is true of Microsoft and Google here in Boston. So, I'm married to someone who is, he's American-born Chinese. His parents moved here in the 60s. I have no issue whatsoever with legal immigration. I do have a really big problem with illegal immigration. And what's going on at the border is something we really need to focus on. Jeb, can you remind me, you showed me before the show, how many people is it they're coming across the border every single month? It's like 30,000 down in Texas. It's some insane number, right?
I don't know in Texas specifically. I just know the daily numbers are starting to average in like the 6,000 to 7,000 again. So.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. The number of people our border patrol is having to process. It's not tenable. And it's touching every single state in America. Here in Massachusetts, I think liberals don't know this because I didn't really get into it in detail because I read the Times and the Globe and Washington Post. And they just have not covered the story very much. They haven't. Go do a Google search. So you start looking really in depth into this. Do you understand we have like migrants going and living right now at Terminal E at Logan, even as I'm saying this, because we don't have enough housing for the, I believe, 3,500 people that have come to Massachusetts and just no place to put them. We have a housing crisis here in Massachusetts for the people that live here. And now like we've got a crisis where we've got to build like somewhere for people to get started that don't live here. Because of federal law, states are held with the bill on all of this, right? Because the federal government is legally prohibited from spending money on this. So, when we have an illegal immigrant crisis, it means your school doesn't get funded. It means your community doesn't get a park. It means your hospital goes into deficit. All of this has a financial impact on your community. And that's before you even get into stuff like sex trafficking and drug smuggling and frankly, terrorism. So, this is a really big issue. I agree with my conservative friends on this. And the more I looked into this, it's clear Biden has not done enough, probably because he was scared of running into looking like he was doing the same stuff that Trump was doing when he was president, right? Which is, it's a political convenience, but it's not an excuse. So I think we do need to take this really serious as Democrats and not reach this conclusion just because the Republicans are bringing it up. It doesn't matter. It does matter. That said,
well, hold on. Brianna hasn't said anything really that bad yet, except for like, I don't, and maybe this is just like, this is my soyness. Okay. I guess I just don't see the issues with having, I don't see, well, I know what the issues of illegal immigration are. I don't know what the issues of, I don't think that the reasons that people list are usually the ones that I would say, oh yeah, obviously that's bad because of the illegal immigration, right? Like, I just don't see the problems that other people bring up as being huge deals in my everyday life. Even though I live in a border state, I live in a border state in an area where those things would be, generally, probably more noticeable, right? Like, I feel like it would be more noticeable if I'm in a border state in a big city where they're more incentivized to go, where they probably have family here that would incentivize them to come. Like, I don't personally see these things, right? And when I look at the reasons why they all say it's bad, I also don't see those like played out in data. Like people talk about crime. I don't see it played out in data that illegal immigrants are committing more crime, right? I've seen her recent Twitter engagement. Oh, link me something.
I really want to return to what Pisco was talking about at the beginning, because the important issue here is the federal issue with jurisprudence. The Republicans have been playing a really dangerous game for a long time with all of this Civil War talk. And I'm just tremendously disturbed by the glee by which you see Republicans flaunting the authority of both SCOTUS and Biden. It's not the way that adults should run this country.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And I'm sure we'll get into it as we go. And last, but certainly not least, the man with the plan to make bolters in real life. Counterpoints, go ahead.
And chainsaw swords. So, yeah, my name's Connor. I run a Warhammer 40k channel, but I also like to shitpost in politics. That's why I'm here tonight. I identify as center right. But I think that in the three Republicans here, who are all actually Republicans who care about a republic, have already basically conceded the legal argument, including me. So, when you're talking about like federal supremacy and you're talking about like the Supreme Court has already ruled and all that kind of stuff, if you want to spend the next 2 hours talking about that, we can. But that's not the point of this entire conversation.
Debate AJW on immigrant crime? No. That's not one that I'm ready to take on yet.
The point is that the feds are responsible for immigration, but they are failing in their duty to enforce existing immigration law. That's what Republicans are pointing out through the barriers, through the protests, through the busing, through all the crap that you're talking about. Then I would frankly love a Texan shitpost. I think Pisco posted like a law today saying that like 25 miles away from the border is like federal jurisdiction, so 25 miles in. I would love for the Texans to set up a fucking razor wire 25.1 miles into the state of Texas and say, fuck you, you can't do shit about this, you fucking assholes. Now do something about the goddamn border. I would
Wait, hold on. Go back.
Through through the barriers, through the protests, through the busing, through all the crap that you're talking about, then I would frankly love a Texan shitpost. I think Pisco posted like a law today saying that like 25 miles away from the border is like federal jurisdiction, so 25 miles in. I would love for the Texans to set up a fucking razor wire 25.1 miles into the state of Texas and say, fuck you can't do shit about this, you fucking assholes. Now do something about the goddamn border. I would think that would be fucking hilarious. I hope Governor Abbott listens to Wick TV. That would be great. So if you want to talk about legalism, that's totally fine. I'll follow you down the rabbit hole, but we all know what we're really here to talk about, which is benign and maligned neglect of our immigration system. So if you want to make the arguments that 1% of our country, because I think the average immigration is between 2 and 3 million people through the southern border every single year, if you want to make the argument that we need these people for demographics, we need these people for economics, we need these people because they do the shit jobs, we need these people for construction, et cetera, you need to enshrine that into law, not make it so we have an underbelly slave class that we just exploit for shitposts and American economic benefit. You need to say that we need these people, and this needs to be signed off by legislators and the American public. And then where it becomes malign neglect is the fact that from a Republican standpoint, it's not being enforced on purpose. It's not being enforced so we can have a slave class. It's not being enforced so we can have drugs. It's not being enforced so we can have sex trafficking. So as a result, it's like, fuck you, enforce the law. Finally, before we let this go, I thought Democrats love fiery but mostly peaceful protests. I thought that this was your whole thing. So as a result, this is a fiery but mostly peaceful protest.
This is so gay. I thought that comment was going to be better than this.
So, you know, if Republicans are doing shitposts like busing migrants to blue cities and blue states, y'all should be like, wow,
it's not a shitpost.
What an interesting and
it's
peaceful
using
way
people as
in order to communicate your
political
frustrations
tools.
with the immigration
It's
process.
disgusting.
But instead we get fucking bitching about it. So I'm looking forward to getting into that more than I am to legalism, but let's go.
Let's go.
Here we are.
I'm ready to fight the whole panel. Let's do it.
If you have trouble getting in, raise your hand and I'll try to get you in. But otherwise, floor's open. Go ahead, gang.
Also, I'm happy to move on from the legal stuff. If you guys are willing to concede and say, listen, what Texas is doing to the
I
extent
think Lactoid has a bone to pick. That's what his face is telling me.
Well, I mean,
I have one bone to pick.
Okay.
I'm a libertarian, Connor. Not a
Pick your
Republican.
bone.
Okay, I want to make
that
clear.
was
Absolutely,
that was
that's
it.
the main bone I want to pick here.
Like, if you guys are willing to say here that to the extent, and maybe Lactoid will say, well, they didn't break the law, or they're not currently breaking the law, or something like that, and we can have a discussion about that. Not currently, you know, I maybe can quibble with you, and maybe there's some ambiguity there. But if you're willing to say that the federal government reigns supreme on issues of immigration and the border, and that Texas cannot do anything inconsistent with that, I'm happy to move on to talk about immigration more broad and about who's responsible and what should be done. Yeah, I mean, that's up to you guys.
The reason why, maybe I'm conceding for other people, but for me, it's like supremacy clause. Like, when has that been enshrined? Since like after the Civil War? Like, so what are we going to do? Are we going
to before that? Since the start of the Union. It's
also since after. Well, I'm not going to deny that. Like, yeah, the law here is like somewhat clear, and that the feds have a role to play in border enforcement, and arguably, I think, actually, probably not even arguably, they're more important than the states, right? When it comes to what supersedes what. The Supreme Court said the feds can remove the wire. That's enough for me, right? Now, did they specifically say? It would be the most bad faith interpretation to say, well, technically, all they said was that Texas can't stop them from. No, like the feds can go remove the wire.
Principle. It's based on a principle, and that principle has been consistent and for a long time. And so when we have these people like Governor Abbott doing this invasion clause bullshit, I mean, I think you guys should be pissed off at that kind of like bullshit, like interpretation of words. But you guys don't seem angry about that, or
no. Well, wait, Pisco, you would agree though that there's nothing necessarily illegal with Texas putting up more wire and putting up wire after the feds cut it down, as long as they don't stop the feds from cutting it down.
I'm not so sure about that. Actually.
I would disagree with that.
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, like, suppose for example that California was like bulldozing through parts of wall, and then the feds had to come up and build it back up. Would you say like
I think I need a restart.
That wasn't illegal in the first instance? So I'm not willing to concede that active efforts to obstruct federal action on the border isn't illegal. And it seems like at least it's been somewhat established that prior to the ruling, the stopping of federal access to areas of Shelby Park, that was at least illegal from the Supreme Court's perspective, or at least it's very likely to be ruled illegal.
Yeah, but isn't the counter argument from the states being like, well, we're helping the feds by giving them barriers and by doing this and by doing that and patrolling the areas and all that kind of stuff? Well, can we pretend to be retarded for prolonged periods? Can we pretend that we didn't get the emails or the updates or the memos or whatever? Because I mean, like, honestly, like, I'm down for the Looney Tunes ass shit that fucking that everybody was suggesting. Like who's going to run out of energy first, Texas or the federal government?
Okay, put aside for a second the fact that on the who decides question, we also need to be agreeing the federal government decides, and just imagine that like the state officials get to be like, I'm helping. Let's take the argument from the feds at face value. That is, when these people have crossed the river, they're in America. They're already in America when they've crossed like halfway through at that point, right? The river, right? So when they're on those banks, there's no authority for the Department of Homeland Security to just like throw these people back or put them in a U-Haul and take them across the border. There are procedures that they're required to follow, either expedited removal procedures or full-on removal procedures. They don't just get to summarily throw them across the border. And so
sure, but Texas, we already know because of California, Texas doesn't have to abide by any of those. They can completely reject interaction with almost all of those.
What do you hang on a second?
That's not.
He's inverting the sanctuary city argument.
Yeah, and we're not even talking about that right now.
State actors, like the sanctuary cities, it's preventing and keeping state sovereignty and having control over their officials. What we're talking about here is the state of like DHS wants to go and apprehend these people, or at least funnel them into places where they can get processed for removal and expedited removal, or to assess asylum claims. That's the law, right? They have to do that by law. One of the reasons why Biden is pushing for additional authority is to summarily push them, which he doesn't have the authority to do right now. And so at that point, like, it makes total sense all the sense in the world that in order to effectuate the removal proceedings, they have to have access to these people. They have to have access.
Almost like we need a $21 billion physical barrier between us and the state of Mexico.
No,
Almost like we need a $21 billion physical barrier.
The vast majority of people come. The vast majority of people coming through the border are not coming through in illegal points of entry. They're coming through legal points of entry. So that's one. Two, if you want to talk about forcing the laws on the books, then whatever your guys are complaining about the fact that we have to give them asylum proceedings, we have to give them refugee hearings, we have to give them expedited hearings, all that stuff right now is the law. International law that the treaties that the United States had.
Can I ask a question about your first point? Are you saying the vast majority of illegal immigrants are coming through legal points of entry illegitimately?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
The vast majority of people that are illegally within the United States have overstayed a visa.
So would you agree that So would you agree that by instead of securing the border?
Oh man, I think I see what's going on here. I think that this guy is, now I might be wrong, and this could be still current information. I think that this guy used a debate from like 2018 or 2017, Destiny versus Nick Fuentes. I think. No, it wasn't Fuentes. It was a Destiny debate. The overstaying visas thing, I think that was more accurate in the past, but I'm not sure about it now. I think that's what we're seeing here. I hope not, because I've never seen this guy, I don't think.
New number of legal ports of entry. Biden has actively contributed to the border crisis.
No.
When it comes to the asylum-seeking process under international law that the United States is a party to, as soon as the person steps foot on the United States soil, regardless of where that is, they become a legal asylee. They have to go through the proceedings of what that gets adjudicated. So every single person.
Border encounters fell dramatically after they instituted those policies, and before you're like, well, they're just letting them in. At the very least, if you're doing it through the method that the Biden administration is doing it from, you are capturing a significant more amount of quantity than you would.
No,
if border.
Hold on, it's a myth that these legal ports of entry actually reduce immigration, because those numbers have gone right back up.
We didn't say that.
In terms of encounters,
the encounters have risen back up. They're back.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's going through the cyclical issue, and the reason it's going through a cyclical issue is because the majority of this situation is not being pull processed from the United States. It's not the United States pulling these people in with welfare or jobs or any of that nonsense. It's push factors. I know. I'm just saying this is where we're going to end up going now. It's push factors. It's the fact that their countries are shit. It's the fact that they are going through a massive turmoil from either gangs or coups or a number of other different issues. These are situations that the United States can help with, but those require funding from Congress, and that is what Congress has refused to do since 2006. Republicans have blocked every single comprehensive immigration policy from 2006 onward. This is why
Lindsey Graham actually proposed comprehensive immigration policy, and the Democrats unanimously shot it down because it included border wall funding. So that's just not true.
Can I be conspiracy brain on this?
Go ahead, be conspiracy brain.
Yeah, conspiracy brain on this is that neither one of the fucking people want to actually solve this fucking issue. I'm going to use my conspiracy brain, globalist, globo homo, uniparty, like conspiracy theory rhetoric here, okay? Listen, illegal immigrants are cheap labor in agriculture, in construction. Their children are citizens who become taxpayers down the line. We have a demographic economic issue within the United States where people are having less than 2 kids per family. So as a result, we're having an issue there with our tax revenue. So it seems like we're all suffering from benign neglect. When a Republican tells me that he actually wants to solve the border issue, if they've been elected more than one term, I don't fucking believe them. And if a Democrat says that, I laugh. What's that?
Look at what's happening now. Republicans are balking at the fact that Biden is asking for authority in order to expedite removal.
Yeah,
and they're saying fuck off.
They want Well, hold on. They want limitations on the authority. If you're watching these negotiations right now, they're expected to present a plan later this week.
Yeah, I don't believe them.
What the Republicans wanted was limitations on the number of times the president could use that power by year, and they're getting that because this is a legitimate form of protest that has added leverage to the Republican side and gotten voters what they want, which is immigration policy. To your question,
I disagree that
Lindsey Graham pushed a version of this bill during the Trump era, but as recently as February 14th, 2023, he introduced a bill that would create asylum programs in Central and South America, modify U.S. law to allow families to be held together safely longer, appoint 500 new immigration judges and requisite support staff, and treat unaccompanied minors from Central America the same as minors from Canada and Mexico, allowing them to return them all to their country of origin. And it got slammed unanimously.
And that bill got slammed because they put the border wall first. So that came first before anything else. Show me who you are, and I will show me who your friends are, and I'll show you who you are.
So I barely talked.
Let's give it to Wu for a minute.
So, I don't want us to get into a right versus left screaming match on this. Can we just really get real on this? Connor is dead on. Both parties have really, really good incentives to look the other way on this. My Republican friends, I love you guys, but your language on this stuff is so deranged sometimes, it makes it really hard to get buy-in because you do talk about this stuff in the most racist, dehumanizing ways imaginable. That it makes it really hard to come together, even when it's really important on a bill like this with you. And from my own side, look, our numbers with Latinos suck. They are understandably really angry at us because we have failed to pass the Dreamer Act time and time again. We've been holding in front of them like it's this shiny object. We're finally going to have a pathway to citizenship, and we just keep failing to deliver. And obviously Biden is afraid of the same images coming forward if he gets really, really tough on the border that we did we saw over and over with Trump. There is a constituency in the Democratic Party that has been yelling every time Biden has taken these small actions on the border. So as far as I'm concerned, there's plenty of blame to go all the way around. Pisco, I have a question I want to ask you really directly. Help me understand this. So Michelle Wu in Boston got in a lot of trouble nationwide for having a clip about talking about like how everyone has a right to come here and claim asylum. Everyone can do this. And as I understand it, that is international law. That's really hard for me to reconcile when I read stories in the New York Times about people crossing a river 3 times in the same day, getting medical treatment, going back and doing it again, and coming here and just going asylum, 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 asylum. I mean, is that really the situation? Am I understanding that correctly?
Damn, Brianna Wu really is going on the anti-immigrant, anti-illegal immigration thing.
To give access to protections and procedures in place, not just asylum, by the way, also protections against removal. There are other temporary protected status, other kinds of protection offered pursuant to American law or to treaties. That is mandatory. And you can say, well, some people abuse it. That's the cost of
sure.
Any law is going to be abused, and hopefully we have the resources necessary to process and funnel out people who are abusing our asylum procedures from people who are or have access to them. But we have taken a decision as a country to sign on to these international treaties and to process asylum applications. You can say, okay, we should change the law. I don't agree with you. I think
I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm not saying that.
America already has one of the most broken immigration systems, one of the most hardest places in terms of in legal immigration. It's extremely difficult and burdensome. It takes years to process, and for years, America, Congress has made it hard, extremely difficult for people to immigrate legally. The problem is America is a very prosperous country. It's a good country with a good economy. It's a big ass fucking border. So there are a lot of fundamentals here that are, of course, leading to these patterns of immigration. I don't think it's an existential crisis, but it's a crisis, and so it's one that we should address with money and with changes to the law. And but what I find is that we don't get to those conversations because we're worried about, like, in my opinion, policies that are marginal, like remain in Mexico. That's what, like 60,000 people go under that policy, even at its height. That's not going to, you guys are talking about 30,000 a month, right? That's not going to be the majority of individuals. And also, we're talking about the rhetoric of the right, which isn't helping things either. And we can't take a win when we see one, like you just mentioned, the Dreamer Act that has wide bipartisan support. We can't pass it because, in my opinion, there's one party that's committed to obstructionism and to not solving this crisis and keeping it as a political lever.
Can I just say something super? This will be 2 sentences. I got the numbers right here in front of me. It is 1.5 million people come into this country and apply for asylum every single year, and about 250,000 are actually granted it. So non-trivial numbers if we have to process 1.5 million people a year.
It's like 70% plus are able to, who are encountered at the border, have a credible fear, or they're able to get to regular procedures.
Sure.
And so it's not the case that this is like 1%, 2%. There are a lot of people who have valid asylum claims, and they're good people too, who are in absolute fear for their life or persecution. So I don't want to throw a baby out with the bathwater. Do we need to do something? Yeah, but fund it. If you want to have better border security, fund it. And we can have disagreements on whether the quote unquote medieval border wall that Hakeem Jeffries alludes to is the best version of that. But Biden is trying to make a bipartisan effort to fund border enforcement, to fund our immigration judges, and to give him greater authorities to close the border. Okay. And Republicans have already said no at the gate.
I am going to toss it to Counter, but before I do that, I do want to pose a question, right, to the group. Counter can be first to answer, and then can go off whatever he has to say. For those of you who think that Biden and the Democrats at large have been failing, right, in their duties to solve the border crisis, what would you have him do? What would be your suggestion? How can he not, or how can the Democrats improve, right? What because they're doing a lot, right? They're funding ICE to a higher degree than Trump ever was. They're requesting additional congressional funding to hire significantly more Border Patrol agents. They're taking steps,
a shit ton of people.
Right? What would you have them do? So Counter, you get it first, and you can go off on your little rant too, and yeah, we'll go with that.
Actually,
let's see what they want.
Let everybody else answer the question, and then come back to my thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what would I want Biden / the Democrats to do? What do I think would be a humane policy? Okay, I am not buying this concept that physical barriers don't do anything. Okay, military bases. I don't enter military bases because you have barbed wire and guys with machine guns. If you have barbed wire and guys with machine guns, less people are going to show up. So we either need
the wall. Do you want us to have the entire American military on the border with guns trained on the fucking Rio Grande? We don't have the resources for that. What happened to fiscal responsibility? What do you want? You can't have it both ways. Choose one.
need to decide whether or not we want a physical barrier at the United States-Mexico border. And if we do, we need to create physical barriers and dudes with machine guns to enforce that thing. Now, when we're talking about the humanitarian care for people who are applying, blah, 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 sure, process all these fucking people, designate ports of entry, have them come, fund the fucking justices or whatever, just rubber stamp all these motherfuckers, throw them back, fucking keep them, whatever. I don't give a flying fuck about that. The other thing that I think, we are talking about push-pull factors. You said that the pull is, I think Cypher said pull is not the factor, push is. I don't know why we let the Central American countries remain narco cartel collapsed fucking drug states that where, you know, people are as likely to get get murdered as they are to arrive at fucking school on time. I think that we should fucking absolutely be involved in their security, absolutely be training their law enforcement, absolutely be training their military, absolutely be funding them fighting their corruption. Well, what the fuck has been going on, Cypher? Because last I checked in the 1980s, we were fucking helping the narco cartels do their fucking jobs. So in the past 30 fucking years, so we did both. So clearly we need a clear line.
In the 80s,
that
it was
cocaine's bad. Cocaine's bad north of the border. It's also bad south of the border. So we need a solution.
So, but there's some issues with that, right? So the reason why I say it's both is because prior to like 91, we'll say, I don't know when the exact cutoff is, but it sounds good as any. We were super concerned about communism. So what do we do for the communists? We funded everybody that would fuck them up. And then what did that mean? That meant funding the FARC, that meant funding any single group, and using drugs to do so, right?
Well, to finish my answer, hold on, let me finish my answer because you ripped apart my answer, and I want to let other people answer the same question. Okay. We largely won against communism, despite what Hassan Piker and his fucking army of imps fucking think. So now it's time to shift targets. Now we need to move on to narco cartels. I'll stop there. I want to let other people
preaching
answer.
to the converted. I mean, but look at how much difficulty we're having, like funding Israel or funding, Israel, one of our long-standing allies. Whether or not you agree with that or not, but just like as a practical, realpolitik look at like all the forces. Look at how difficult it is to push Republicans in the America First movement to fund Israel or to fund.
Well, they are kicking Palestinian dicks in right now.
Oh, I understand that, but like what I'm trying to say is this is not an electorate in the Republican Party. Sorry to say, and that is open to more foreign aid. They are outraged that American dollars.
Sure. I have a mean solution, but I don't want to derail the conversation this early on.
Yeah,
just what you're talking about is opposition from the Republican MAGA Party.
No, it's both. It's opposition to both. So no, it's
50% of the party. Deal with the 45% that you can actually deal with.
I do want to let Lactoid and I want to let Jebtan get in here too, because again, the question was for the Republicans on the side, and the Canadian /conservative /libertarian, whatever the fuck you are, Lactoid. So we're gonna get past the ball to Lactoid, then we're gonna pass the ball to Jebtan. Go ahead.
Yeah, my very Republican answer in order to end the immigration crisis is to legalize all drugs. That's how you stop it dead in its tracks, because then you completely disempower the cartels. Once the cartels are out of power, Mexico stops being a shithole, and then people want to actually stay there and live there. That's how you solve the immigration crisis. Just a couple responses to some of the things that were said. So,
real quick, Pondering Politics for $20 is forcing me to do this. Pisco, Cypher, or Bay, Connor, Lacwood, or Picks, Hi Bree, Hi Jab. Okay, there we go. Sorry.
Okay. The asylum process is absolutely abused. It's true the treaties and the laws are mostly post-Holocaust agreements that are directed to protect people who are persecuted based on protected characteristics such as race, religion, et cetera, et cetera. It was never intended to protect people who are fleeing gang violence even, or seeking economic prosperity, which is most, if not all, of the illegal immigrants from Mexico. It's quite literally just a loophole, and the fact that they're claiming asylum whenever illegal immigrants get onto U.S. soil is exactly why Texas is arguing to put up the fencing in the first place, because they want to prevent people from getting onto U.S. soil in bad faith, claiming asylum, and then staying here. And of course, Biden removed the stay in Mexico policy, so they stay in America.
That's marginal. That's 60,000.
AMLO didn't want it anymore either, so we can't just say it was just Biden.
Yeah, Mexico didn't want it.
Why didn't Mexico want it anymore?
Probably because Trump lost, and Trump made them some promise.
Is it because 60,000 people showing up on your fucking doorstep without food or provisions or employment or education is a pain in the fucking ass? Yeah, almost like we need a physical barrier to prevent people and deter people from coming to the fucking thing. Okay. Almost like we need to prevent or deter people from doing this fucking process. Yeah, weird.
One more thing I just want to emphasize here. The U.S. got no injunction against Texas to stop them from putting up more wire. And there's no law that I'm aware of that indicates that Texas is prohibited from putting up razor wire on their own property, right? It would be a ridiculous rule to set.
Yeah, sorry, Jeb, go, but I have a rant in my balls.
Yeah, so you're asking what I want Biden to do. Obviously, I want legislation that does the things Lindsey Graham has been trying to do since Trump was president, where we get 500 more immigration judges, we get a barrier at the border, we get asylum programs that with facilities that we put down in other countries so that we help maintain so that people can stay outside the borders of the United States but still be put through the asylum process. But I think the idea that a really efficient legal immigration pathway does not deter illegal immigrants, because this is and I love you libertarians, Lactoid, this is a Cato theory that Biden tested and it failed. The groups of people that illegally cross the border and the groups of people that legally cross the border have far less overlap than we originally thought. Likely, many of the people, a majority, probably even a vast majority who are illegally crossing the border are doing so because they want to gain certain benefits of being across the border and not be hampered with certain responsibilities of legally crossing that border. So what I want to do to improve border security has to do with border security. It doesn't have to do with better immigration program. It doesn't have to do with deportations, because that is dealing with the consequences of bad border security. I want a barrier. It doesn't need to be a big medieval wall like Trump. I'm actually partial to the best parts of our original barrier.
With, like alligators and stuff.
That's basically what our original barrier was. It was a double fence made of aircraft grade steel that Jeeps could drive through the middle of. People were posted up on the best parts of our border. We have had for a long time tremendous barrier. I want that barrier, and I want it across the whole country, because every single piece of data that says that Trump's wall program didn't work was actually citing data that they will even admit was the cause of the roads that we built in order to build the wall, and the fact that the wall wasn't finished. So they just went around the fence, and then they were able to use the roads we used to build the wall to gain easier access into the United States.
The roads will do that all as well, even with
not as easily if they can't get through the wall.
This is so fundamentally
fucking
stupid.
The issue was the fact that they could get around the
wall.
I know.
I know.
No. This is so fucking stupid, okay? If you have
You're not going to have too many people
if you have 10 feet.
Man, even the conservatives can't agree on what kind of fucking barrier they want, dude. Like, People want to say like, oh, we're just too divided of a country. We're too divided of a country. Republicans and Democrats can't get along. They can't agree on anything. It's like, brother, my brother in Christ, the Republicans can't even agree on what they want. The Republicans can't even agree on what they fucking want, dude. No, I do want that. Storage. Auxiliaries. Adds efficiency to the room. Okay, let's see how that works.
Of chain link, double concertina on one side, triple concertina in the middle, another 10 feet of chain link, double concertina on fucking top, and you have routine patrols. And if you have outposts,
You're not
going to
have 2 million people manning the border.
You can't say it's going to be
AI.
the same as if you
Yeah,
just
okay.
leave sand there. That's fucking crazy. Nobody believes that
and in
shit.
terms of this, is when states are being proactive about their border security, and he needs them to adjust a certain aspect of it in order for it to work with his federal enforcement of the border. Instead of saying you have 24 hours where I'm bringing federal agents in, then we're all ignoring, backing down because that was obviously the fucking wrong thing to do. Border Patrol currently has no plans of going in and removing that razor wire because they know it's dumb. He should have just, if Greg Abbott wants to take proactive control over his security in the border, Biden needs to negotiate with him on how he can do that and abide by U.S. federal
Biden
law.
doesn't negotiate with Greg Abbott.
He doesn't need to. He
Joe
should.
Biden is the president of the United States, and he speaks for us on issues of immigration border.
Sure, and
as
if a
official matter.
cop orders me out of my car and tells me to get on my knees and crawl backwards to him because I was speeding too fast, he can do that. He shouldn't.
Okay, so what I want to understand is what's the problem with the rationale the Department of Homeland Security provided, which is that this particular areas in which this razor wire was placed was hampering their ability to apprehend and to process illegal immigrants.
I say Joe Biden reverse incentive, and you know it's a reverse incentive.
Stop. Give it to Pisco, then we'll give it to Lacto because Lacto has some counter.
There are misleading videos of them of people saying, well, because they're letting them through the barrier, therefore they're releasing them into the world. They're directing them towards processing centers where they're processing their claims. If you you disagree with that, Lactoid?
I do disagree. So the courts that heard the evidence, right now, I don't disagree with you. The Supreme Court ruled the injunction is gone. Not fighting with you there. But if you look at like what the evaluation of the evidence, it's pretty telling. Like it's consistently the federal government's referred to as acting in bad faith. When the videos show them literally like just lifting up the wire, waving people in, and then not accompanying them to immigration processing centers, they're literally like walking in unattended.
There's
and
evidence
the courts
on the record.
found that.
There's evidence on the record. There's evidence on. First of all, the district courts in this country, in the Fifth Circuit as well, especially as you know, they are rubber stamps for conservatives, giving incredibly.
Oh, but the Colorado District Court. Okay.
Hang on a second. Just be clear. Just be 1,000% clear. The immigration rulings coming out of the Fifth Circuit are ridiculous, and the findings there are also ridiculous. If you look in the record, there, it wasn't just Border Patrol being like, "Hey, come into the country." They had different agents stationed at various points to direct people to processing centers. You can disagree with that. You can
Where did we learn legislative progressive interpretation?
We know.
Where did we learn that?
We know that these people are in America. What do you want them to do?
So not only so you can disagree with the district court, that's fine. You can even disagree with the fifth, right? Sure, all good.
A shit ton on,
sure.
Especially immigration stuff.
Sure, I know the Colorado district was right, and they're fine on their evaluation of the facts. But for some reason, Texas district is terrible.
California. I'm just telling you a fact. The Fifth Circuit has reversed a shit ton specific on immigration stuff.
Sure. I'm just saying that like the evaluation of the facts appears to be accurate to reality, accurate to the facts that were presented in front of them, accurate to the facts that I've seen, and also accurate to just common fucking sense. Like if you keep wire that prevents people from coming in, like the argument is, well, we have to lift up the wire and wave them in so we can accurately patrol the area.
There's a fundamental misunderstanding. On the other side of the wire, are they in America or not?
I don't know in every single case.
We decide.
Wait. You should know.
We decide.
We do know they're in America.
You want to give Mexico?
The fucking razor wire is not being put up directly on the border. The border is the fucking Rio Grande River. So they're inside the United States already. Now they have to be processed. They're already in the United States. They have to be processed, right?
More land?
Sure, give them 10 extra fucking feet if it means we don't have to process 10 million goddamn people a fucking year. Sure.
Then why couldn't hold
on. Okay, fellas,
This is Cuban dry policy by another name.
Let's.
Border Patrol does not have the.
I thought it was gonna be easy tonight, but I guess not. Let's give it to Pisco. Let Pisco finish his sentence.
Let me find this point. I'm not even going to bother going back and forth. Here's the point: the Border Patrol does not have the authority to change the international borders of the United States. They also don't have the authority to just throw these people back across the border. There are specific expedited removal procedures and removal procedures that they have to follow. So when these people are in America, when you're saying they just open the gates and let them, or they open the wire and let them in, they're already here. They're in America.
I have to respond to this shit.
Yeah, but he asked me what my response was to it originally.
Sure,
That's how the conversation started. Was he said, he asked me, he said, what do you think about the fact that they're already in America? What do you think about the fact that it was stopping Homeland Security from getting in? What I'm saying is I expect a leader of the free world to be able to get into a room and say, what I need you to do is move the barbed wire forward 10 feet so it's actually on the international border. And I, as the executive with power to grant you access to the federal border, I'm going to assist you in doing that instead of saying I'm going to call federal agents to come in and then also not
because
call
it's the
federal
fucking
agents.
water.
Okay, let me
hold on. No,
there's treaties in the waterways.
This shit is so
no,
fucking stupid.
I said something. I said something that I want to clarify real quick. So I don't know if in every single case, if there's land on the other side of the wire that's part of Mexico. I'm sure that in a lot of the border, especially along the Rio Grande, you're gonna have fucking land that's U.S. that the wire is not fully covering. I don't disagree with that. Right? That very well may be the case. What I don't agree with though is that this is the case for every single instance.
Never said it was, but in this
sure.
instance we're talking about.
This does not apply whatsoever to the buoys that were located within the river, right? That's obviously
the buoys were taken to international court by Mexico because of the international treaty we have for Rio Grande to not obstruct waterways. Now you can say that that's bullshit because it wasn't obstructing the water, but that's what happened.
Sure, whatever. It's bullshit because it obviously wasn't obstructing the water. But then, so I think the most important point here, though, is that when the courts found, and the evidence seemed to demonstrate, now maybe the district courts is absolutely bad faith, that they didn't bring people to immigration processing centers after they let them in. They lifted up the wire, basically waved in large groups of people, and then they wandered in and were left mostly unsupervised while they walked roughly a mile into the interior of the United States.
Okay.
Okay.
Give it to Wu, and we'll give it the counterpoints.
I think we're going down the entire wrong tech track on this, just to be really honest. I don't know if y'all have seen the videos of parents like trying to get their children under this razor wire. It will break your heart. I mean, I want for you to imagine a mother like putting her literal infant down on the ground and then jumping on top of the child and then like having her back shredded as she like crawls under the razor wire to try to get her baby to the other side. It is heartbreaking. And I think that like this is 2024. We have better technology here. There are a lot of people, they're very serious about working on remote drone technology to actually patrol large areas of land. I think like I'm sure we've seen all the stories about drone attacks lately. This is obviously an area that we're going to need to invest in for a wide variety of military applications. Instead of like building a concrete wall from sea to shining sea, what does make sense to me are two things. The first thing is like we developed this technology, we developed the infrastructure to have drones going up over the sky with infrared sensors and looking for migrant crossings. And secondly, we get over this cultural aversion to like funding the border security the way that it needs to be funded. We professionalize them. We get these incidents that are really hard to read about. We get those under control. We professionalize them and we let them go out and do it. Like it just seems like if you're talking about like razor wire, it's an idea that is never going to fundamentally solve the problem. It's going to take processing facilities for people, and it's going to take like some sort of virtual system to get law enforcement to respond to it.
As well, but razor wire is also going to help because it tears up people's backs when they try to crawl through the border and
almost like it's there to deter you from crawling through the razor wire.
I'm going to toss it to counter, and then I'm going to toss it to Sessions.
Yeah, I have like a fucking rant stored in me from fucking 10 minutes ago. All right, so putting kids through fucking razor wire, okay? Emotional incidents are no way to rule a fucking country. If we were ruling just off of emotion and people getting killed, then we would never go to war ever. We would never police ever. We would never arrest anybody ever. This is not the way to fucking govern a society. What we do is we set up incentives and we set up consequences, and we expect most people to respond to those incentives and consequences. So physical barriers don't give a shit. You can tell me that fucking Mexicans are like cats. They can crawl through any crawl space. They can dig under any wall. They can pole vault any concertina wire. I don't believe you, and I don't think you believe yourself. I think you're fucking crazy if you're saying that shit to my face, unironically. Also, when I was a child, I was raised with this concept called a nation. I know it's like old-fashioned, but what I was told was that there was this geographic entity, an area in which the government had control, and that we as a democratic population or Republican population passed laws in which there was rule of law within this area, and that there were other countries that existed that also had rule of law and also had their own little rules and idiosyncrasies. But America was the fucking best because god damn it, we just are, okay? That's what I was told. And within that conception was the line of like geographic boundaries, okay? And what I've been told is like Loki's fucking wager in reference to the border, which is you can't put a physical barrier in the water because it's physically difficult, but that's where the international border is. So therefore, if somebody gets onto the 50% of the Rio Grande, then they're in the United States. Therefore, they mandatorily have paperwork. Then we also have effectively the Cuban wet foot, dry foot fucking policy. Okay, it's a gay law and you know it. So
it's not Biden's fault. And first of
It's
all,
a
I
gay
resent
law.
you using that word.
You're gay.
Gay, G-H-E-Y. Use it as a synonym for lame or retarded, which I know you also probably don't like. So anyways, the fucking point being that we have Loki's wager with the buoys, we have Loki's wager with the water, we have Loki's wager with the sand, we have Loki's wager with the beach. So now Texas has to build they have to build the concertina wire 25 miles inland from the actual physical fucking border in order to deal with this problem. Do you know how obscene and retarded that sounds compared to the actual logic of defending the physical barrier of a nation state?
First of all, for someone who's really against emotional appeals, I mean, like, I don't know what to make of that, 80% of what you just said. Are you suggesting that America wasn't a nation before the 1870s when the first immigration laws were on the books? Obviously it was.
No, yeah. Do you know how we enforce that? With violence and guns. That's how we enforced it.
Yeah, but is that what we
just
should
to be clear,
do?
America was a nation before the first immigration laws were passed. We didn't even have a fully functioning immigration system. It was run by the Treasury back in the good old days, and by state officials who were hired and used as part of the
Do you think that was a good system?
No, I don't. I think that there are reasons to have an immigration system, but I'm trying to counter your emotional appeal that we're not a nation. If we don't, come on, we were a nation before we had a fully functioning immigration system. It's
No.
immigration is an important
here's the thing.
issue. Is an important issue for 100%, but your appeals to existential destruction are absolutely unwarranted and catastrophizing.
I don't have any appeals for existential destruction. As a matter of fact, my meme solution is annexing all the way down to Panama. Bring all the fucking Browns in. Make them all American citizens. See if I give a shit. I fucking love Mexicans. I love Mexican food.
Why don't we sell Texas back to Mexico? I'm curious.
So if you're okay with giving everyone American citizenship and expanding the American empire and including these people, I'm assuming giving them voting rights and expanding the number of states, then I don't know.
Yeah, and then we also go to war with the cartels, and we also incorporate their economies into our economies, and we get access to their natural resources. We start trading. They can move up. We can move down. All that kind of shit. Yeah, sure.
I don't care about the meme.
Old, prairie home companion.
Because I think I'm the only person.
You're in an expansionist state that, I don't know, it swallows up everything near it.
Yes,
yeah.
I am literally in favor of the greater United States of the Americas. However, I'm one asshole. And most people do not agree with me. So I have to deal with the United States of America as it presently exists. And I have to deal with the concept of a nation state and a sovereign border.
So part of the concept of a nation state are demarcated international borders that the Department of Homeland Security doesn't get to control. These are made pursuant to the treaties of the United States that are long beyond our ability to negotiate.
So where can the border be enforced?
It can be enforced.
It can be enforced 100%.
By physically taking in the world's poor and processing them through an administrative system every single fucking time.
What we're talking about is the absolute mischaracterization of Biden administration policy, where you see those images of people opening the fence and like, they're letting people into America. They were in America, and Department of Homeland Security does not have the legal authority to just like, I don't know, screw with the law or like screw with the international
So
border.
you're telling me this is basically what you're telling me. This is my takeaway, which is why I'm so frustrated by it. Let's say that the banks of the Rio.
I understand what the argument is here and what the misunderstanding is. On one hand, Pisco is right. We once they enter the United States of America, we have to process them. Legally bound by both our laws and international laws. We are legally bound. We have to. We have no choice. Unless we don't care about legality all of a sudden, right? Which is ironic because the entire argument from conservatives is that it's illegal immigration. It's illegal immigration, right? So like, we have to do that, and they're already in the United States. So we have to process them, and we have to find a way to process them. They're not making an argument that addresses that. They're saying, well, make them not come in. But they're already in. That's the entire fucking point. The entire point is they are already in. They're in. And now we have to deal with it. Whether we like that or not, that's just the case.
Grande are silt. They're sand. They're waterlogged, right?
Not
so
all
they're
of this
not
can be
good
Australia. All right, bud?
construction centers, right?
Yeah.
So instead, we build a physical barrier, be it metal, be it whatever. We have to pour some kind of foundation. We go back 10 feet. Okay. We go back 10 feet. We build a physical barrier that's 10 feet tall. We somehow solve the Mexican cat problem where they're just insanely adept at squeezing into small places. And then we say, fuck you. You cannot cross here. We are not going to process you here. You can go to the designated points of entry. Or you're saying that we would have to have an entryway in which we go through the wall in order to grab these people, in order to bring them into the system.
You would need to pass a law. You would need to pass a law, because right now all those people are applicants for admission. And whether they're here illegally, whether they're at a port of entry,
dumb.
they are applicants. Oh, the law
Yes, that's a
them to be
dumb law.
applicants.
That's a wildly dumb law.
So
That's
what I'm trying to say
dumb.
is it's not Biden's fault.
That's
Biden
dumb.
didn't pass
It's
the
bad
immigration
Can we
law
talk
about
or
actually-
IRA.
Can I get in there?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Wait, can I ask a question, Pisco? If it's all the U.S. territory and the banks, couldn't they just you can make them walk along the fence until they get to like a port of entry?
Sure, but there are reasons. It's slippery there. It's it's miles.
So what is slippery?
It doesn't matter.
We have an
All this is
obligation to have the path not be slippery, legally speaking.
No, it's not about guys. It's not about
Dude,
whether or not it's physically possible for you to walk along the banks to get to another access point. The point is, if DHS feels that this is the most expeditious way to get people to process,
They don't
That's what
feel-
they think. Okay, then
You-
okay,
no,
It doesn't
you're
matter.
steal- You're
Hold on.
you're
It
stealing
doesn't matter.
in a position
We're
that
circling.
doesn't
We're
exist.
cycling. Gang. Let's give it to Cypher. Cypher says he has a realistic solution. Let's see if Cypher can
Well, it's-
solve the border crisis.
Alligator.
Go ahead,
No, no one
solve
can
it.
solve the border crisis because nobody wants to.
I'll be
But
right
that's not the point. The point is that we're talking about solutions that I don't think are realistic. So Connor wants to do, 200,000 miles of fucking border. I don't know what the border size is. I don't give a shit. Point is
21
that he wants to do. Yeah, sure. So he wants to do that, right? So how are we manning that? How many people would it require to man that? Even with the concertina wire.
That's where you can leverage the technology.
We're not
Even
looking
with
for
the technology,
perfect-
how many people
Cypher,
are needed
Cypher,
to man that?
You know, and I know that every Republican and fucking libertarian here is not looking for a perfect solution.
I
We're
know.
looking
I want
for
to
a
know. I
deterrent.
want to know how much of a deterrent is worth the cost.
Okay, so how many miles is it? Let's find out. How
No,
long
I
is
just
the
want to know.
US-Mexican border?
Assume that we can build the fucking wall, and it's not an
Sure.
ecological disaster. And we know. I know you don't give a shit about
How
that, anyways.
long is the U.S. Mexico?
3,155 kilometers.
3,000 what kilometers? Talk to me in
1,954 miles.
1,000 miles.
God damn, that's fucking big as fuck.
Yes, we have a huge border, and half of that border is bisected by mountains. And
1 second. Is there a reason you have long hair? Sorry. Is there a reason you have long hair? Are you trying to become a lady? Wow, holy shit. I don't think I've been actually just like completely like that reset my fucking brain. I don't think I've seen something that fucking stupid in chat in a very long time. Am I trying to become a lady? You got rid of your long hair? Sam, no. Like, I'm sorry, really quick. Like, do you think that these people are trying to be ladies? Long hair on men has been a trend for a while. Like, like I listen to look. I like the way I look with long hair. Okay, I listen to a lot of metal music. I like headbanging. I like jumping into fucking mosh pits. That's just something I like to do personally. I don't know why. I don't know. I wouldn't say that's always the case, but since streamer is a liberal, it might be, since they support the transgender types. Man, I wish that not everything had to, like, I wish that the culture war just didn't exist, dude. Name all the metals then? Well, I know cobalt is one of them.
And rivers and all sorts of other stuff that are under international law. So you're not going to get
great.
the full,
So we only have, so we have 800 miles to build.
You're not, it's not 800. It's like 12 or something. It's something ridiculous. Point is that, okay, we build those borders where they can be built, right? That's what the United States has been doing since 96.
Yep.
How many people are you going to hire to man the border in order to make it deterrent enough to stop those push factors from actually pushing people to just take stuff with them, go through legal points of entry, come by plane, come by boat, have stuff with them to cut through the concertina wire? 3,600 people. That's it? You think that's the only amount of people we need?
That's all I need to. That's all I need to patrol the physical border. It's one person for every mile, and it's 3 shifts.
So you're going to have a 3,600 manned military response.
Sure, let's say it's 36,000. We just got
We
more than that into the
employ more
IRS.
people at Busey's in the United States.
And how
What the
much
fuck
is
are
that?
you acting like
How much does
3,600
that
is a big
cost?
deal?
Busey's?
How much
Does he
is
mean
currently
Buc-ee's?
processing them the way that we do?
Does he mean Buc-ee's? Does he call it Busey's?
Cost
3,600. We keep a 500,000 person army.
Yeah, do you
One
think
second. Shitting me?
Do you think it costs more to pay those wages or to literally house and feed
How many is
all of the
CBP
people
right
who
now?
cross
How many were they gonna hire for CBP? How much were they gonna increase them by?
That
1,200?
The largest law enforcement organization, I believe, in the world. DHS has an incredible amount of employees. Listen, if you want to expand the number of
Half of them
agents-
are
Border
admin?
Patrol. Border Patrol itself is not though. Border Patrol itself is 21,370.
So say that those
Oh, so I'm
3,600 people.
talking about a
Yeah, you're talking about
5%
maybe
increase?
like 15%. But yeah,
I'm talking about a
15% increase.
15% increase.
Okay.
You have to pay for
And
it.
I'll never financially
Oh
recover from
no! I
that.
have to pay for border
I'm
security.
hopeful-
The one
yeah,
thing a state is supposed to do.
I know that Joe Biden can count on your support for giving additional procedures and powers for the president to close the border and actually push people back out without giving them asylum procedures, because that's what he's asking for, by the way. He's asking
hold
for
on,
that.
hold on. No. I have to illustrate how dumb. How dumb. I caught myself. I caught the R slur. Thank you, Pisco. I have to point out how dumb the fucking ACLU fucking thinks Americans are, where they're talking about like processing border shit, and they're like, soldiers don't belong on borders. That was like a fucking tweet that they put out.
It doesn't
It's like,
matter.
Borders are the one place that soldiers
No,
belong.
I'm
Are
saying
you
that
fucking shitting me?
I'm saying the ACLU saying that stuff doesn't matter. We're talking amongst us.
telling
And
me
I'm
the
asking
same
you
thing.
for a
You're saying
realistic
that we can't
solution.
afford 3,600.
Don't have
You
it.
can't
Don't
say
have
it.
it.
I
It's
don't-
too expensive.
Let me finish my point.
Think
Let
of
me
the
finish my point.
money, Connor.
I
Think of it.
think
It is too
that
expensive.
I think the amount of deterrence versus the amount of the cost isn't going to actually get us to the point where you want it. I think that
Okay,
it is
hold
a
on.
losing gambit because
Listen.
of how crappy Central and South America are and how prosperous the United States
It
is.
will almost certainly
I'm gonna
reduce the
take-
cost enough to be worth it. We're going to spend $451 billion to care for migrants that enter the U.S. illegally this year.
400.
I'm
The
gonna
reason
take-
that we're paying, hold on, the reason that we are
Mhm.
paying that much money right now is because of U.S. law that can easily be changed to make it where the states don't have to shoulder that burden. That
That's
is
what
the
we're
actual
saying.
solution.
Just run it on the national deficit. That's your
No, we
solution.
don't need it right on the national deficit. We just need to give them the ability to get
We
jobs,
can't
and then
afford-
they can do that.
What do you mean?
Then
Give
they
them
won't
the
have to be
We
ability-
can't afford the
supported.
3,600
Hey, hold on, hold on.
we can
I
afford
got a great job
I
idea.
disagree with
I got a great job idea that we can give them. Why don't,
Uh-huh.
right? We
Create
solve both of
400
these things by giving
They
them
can
the
be the
job to
agents.
patrol the border.
I'm listening.
That's what I was thinking that too.
Oh my God! It's
Second
solved it.
generation Hispanics
The
patrolling
reason-
the border.
I hate the
Yes.
meme
Get
stuff.
The
it
reason
all
why
together.
New York,
They speak
we need
Spanish.
to talk about all this. The
They
reason
speak
why New
Spanish.
York, the reason why New York, Chicago, and other liberal states are having the issues that they're having with the amount of immigrants that are being busted in there, and good on Republicans. You made a masterful fucking move. Good on you.
Yeah,
The
thank you.
reason that they're having all these issues is because one, they have a pretty generous welfare state. Two, they are not legally allowed to let them work. The process to get a work permit for an asylum seeker or a person that is admitted to the United States otherwise is anywhere between 6 months and 14 months.
You're
right.
Anyone
So
who
if
passes
it's
an
only a
immigration knows
month-
how long it takes for us
So
to get.
your solution is to give them another pull factor.
My
That's an interesting-
solution,
that's
my
an interesting
solution
tactic,
is to
Cotton. Let's see
speed
how it
up the
plays out.
process in
Yeah, man,
general.
welcome
I
home.
don't care if they get. I don't care if they get jobs. I don't care if
You
they
know
get.
what? I'm going to come to
denied.
your side.
I don't care about any of that.
I'm going to
stuff.
come to your guys' side. The Rio Grande banks are slippery. We need to build cement patios across the Rio Grande so people can walk in. We need to expedite them being able to get jobs. We need
That's
to
not what I
not
said,
have
though.
physical barriers
Can I
because
give
physical barriers don't prevent anybody from doing anything. Armed men don't prevent anybody from doing anything. As a matter of fact, we just need to
Connor,
make
you
this
want
whole
these people to
process
be citizens
easier.
anyway.
Nobody's saying that they wouldn't prevent anything. It's that it wouldn't solve the problem, right? Like that's the entire point.
Way, Connor, you want these people to be
What?
citizens anyway. You've said that you
No
want them-
one agrees with me.
Okay,
I'm
but, like,
dealing with
okay,
the world
don't
as
start
it
crying.
is.
Don't start crying and be like, "Oh my God, we have to take."
I didn't-
In your ideal world, you want all these people to be citizens. So I don't understand why you're
In
mapping
a
onto the
militarist
what's wrong with them
Starship
working
Troopers
while they're
Greater
here?
America.
And Connor,
Shut up,
please,
libertarian.
Connor, please
Wow,
address
instead of
the
us
points on-
paying for them to live, they can work and support
Yeah,
themselves.
hold
That's
on,
kind of
I
more
have-
of a good
We
idea,
have
actually.
more
I have
brown
an
slave
answer.
labor in the United States of America.
It
I'm
wouldn't
a
be slave labor
libertarian.
if it had an EAD.
No shit.
Why would it be if you have an employment authorization document? Why would that be slave labor? They'd be subject to all the same protections that American workers have.
Because
Which we can remove those
$7.25
protections
is
because
still
they
slave
shouldn't exist
labor.
anyway.
Okay, then what you're saying is that the minimum wage should be raised.
No.
I'm saying the minimum wage should be abolished and unions should come back.
Oh, wait, but you
Fine.
just said it's slave labor wages.
But can
don't
I
understand.
have
Yeah,
one? Can I
unions
have one
negotiate
more
wages
point,
and working
please?
conditions.
One more
Yeah,
point,
just
quick,
make
and then
listen.
we got to open it up to some of the other actors here. I know
Connor,
everyone's passionate about this.
I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, everyone's
I'm
passionate
happy
about
to
this. I
let him
love it,
go.
but yeah.
Happy to let him go.
Go ahead.
The only
Cypher.
thing that I'm gonna. The only thing
Sorry,
I'm
go
going to
ahead.
ask you, Connor, is to please address the points that I'm actually making. and
I'm
don't
like
shadow box the person
messaging
that
people
isn't
on the
here.
show. Like, could you
I did
please
not
say
say
this?
to
Could you
give them
please?
jobs. I said that is one possible solution. The others is to just expedite them to get them out of the country. Right now, we don't have the judges. We don't have the administrative staff. We haven't funded the quote unquote border any which way because of bullshit games run by Republicans and Democrats to a degree.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah, if you want to, so if you said expedite the administration in order to process asylee applications faster, did I repeat that back properly?
Yes.
Okay. And a barrier.
I think I
Would that-
personally
would you-
believe
would
that the
you-
barrier.
just real quick, Cypher, if that was on the table, right? You get all those things you just said, but also counterpoints gets his wall.
I
Do you take that
personally
deal?
believe that the barrier. I'll go ahead and answer. I personally believe that the barrier is going to be counterproductive, and I also believe that it won't work. as well as the right wing does think it will work. But I'm willing to take that deal if it happens at the same time and nobody can fuck with it. So it has to have like an 80% fucking threshold of senators to vote it out. There can't be any games with this. And that is the part of the problem with this whole situation, is that the reason nobody trusts anybody to not just come in over the top if they get the next, wave or whatever, to come in and say, okay, we're going to remove all the stuff that we don't like. So from Republican side, that's all the legal immigration stuff, that's all the processing stuff, etc., and just leave the wall. And the same thing from the Democrat side. Although it's been 96, it was passed in 96, we're still building barriers, so I don't see Democrats actually stopping that. But hey, that's a different discussion.
Well, yeah, no, the Democrats have caved and thought maybe it will work. That's why Biden has built about half as much new wall as Trump did.
Let's toss it
well, no,
to,
he's required under law to build a lot of those barriers that was passed in 96.
I get it. Let's toss it to Jebtan. Let's toss it to Woo, and then we'll see where we'll
toss
where
it to
we end
Woo.
up then. Go ahead.
Don't worry, I still got plenty of passion for you.
So I mean, there are solutions to these push and pull factor problems. Like the issue is with the immigration system isn't that we don't want a pull factor for immigrants. The immigration system, in a lot of ways, in a lot of periods of time, depending on the one you're talking about, was designed to create pull factors for legal immigrants that want to do things the legal way and don't want to overtax the United States immigration system, and push factors for those who try even one fucking time to illegally cross the border. That's some of the things that we're hearing out of these negotiations are changing about the Democrat proposal. A lot of the Republicans that are trying to make it more palatable to Republicans are adding in tremendous fucking things to this bill. Like the idea is being thrown around again about the asylum centers being in other countries. So if you haven't touched one of those asylum centers before you've gotten here, you've illegally crossed the border and you're not automatically an asylum applicant because there was an asylum application you could have filled out in your country and you didn't do it. So now we get to say, fuck you. You now can't apply for asylum, which is what we should be doing to people who try to illegitimately claim asylum. And that's why we need legislation that says if you cross the border, you're not automatically an asylum applicant. Democrats would never put that in a fucking bill.
There are a lot of problems.
Wait, hold on. Let me hear that again, because there's a lot that I'm willing to concede. Fuck, I don't even know which tab this is open in. There it is.
One thing though.
Okay, go back.
And you didn't do it. So now we get to are adding in tremendous fucking things to this bill. Like,
by the way, I see 20 people watching on Kick. All right, listen, if you like the content, all right, if you like my commentary over the content, please consider following. All right, I like to stream. I've been doing it for 3 years. All right, I got booted off of Twitch unjustly for no reason. All right, so we need more followers on Kick. All right, we need more people to become subscribers on Kick. If you're watching on YouTube, like the stream, become a member, okay? When are you going to be unbanned on Twitch? Not at least for another 6 months. It could be a full year before I'm unbanned. I could be permabanned. Who fucking knows?
Like the idea is being thrown around again about the asylum centers being in other countries. So if you haven't touched one of those asylum centers before you've gotten here, you've illegally crossed the border and you're not automatically an asylum applicant because there was an asylum application you could have filled out in your country and you didn't do it. So now we get to say, fuck you. You now can't apply for asylum, which is what we should be doing to people who try to illegitimately claim asylum. And that's why we need legislation that says if you cross the border, you're not automatically an asylum applicant. Democrats would never put that in a fucking bill.
There are a lot of problems. There's a lot of problems with what you're saying.
Isn't that already
thing, though,
the policy
Biden
right
tried
now?
that with Venezuelans. It was blocked by the courts because of international law and United States law. So this is going to be an issue that you're going to have with that kind of law.
I'm saying if you pass United States law that allows for this,
even if you pass the United States law, it's going to come up against international law, which the United States is party to through treaties under various circumstances.
What international
That's
code
going to be the issue.
What part of this are you saying violates international law? And I want you
East Coast is going to have to answer the exact legal thing that I'm talking about. I've only read about this. I'm not a legal scholar.
Sure. What part? I'm guessing he's talking about asylum centers and other countries.
Let's let Pisco actually answer it.
I don't know.
Title 42 expulsions is what he's referencing.
Oh, but that was voluntarily done by the administration. Because
I'm not talking about Title 42.
You're not? Okay.
No, I am talking about Biden tried to have the Venezuelan thing specifically, where there was going to be 30 or 40,000 a year applications accepted at the U.S. consulate from for Venezuelans specifically. that was it was an injunction was done by the courts, and then I think there
I'm
was
not
something where
familiar.
the courts said,
There could be
Where-
a lot
Yeah, it
of
was-
reasons. There could be.
Or are you talking about expelling the Venezuelan migrants to Colombia without a chance to seek asylum? That was in January of 2022.
I'm talking specifically about the asylum claim process that Biden was trying to get.
Who cares?
for
These are small
most of it.
potatoes.
Doesn't
This
matter.
was title. This was Title
These
42.
are small potatoes, and this is my fundamental problem with Jeb 10 is proposing, right? So, like, for years, the Congress and the federal government has tried to increase costs on people who overstay things or who do bad things in the process of of immigration. The 3 and 10 year bars on admissibility for overstaying legal status here, those were enacted under Bill Clinton, and those were supposed to be really, really like punishing things, right? If you overstay for over a year, you're barred from the country for 10 years if you leave. It doesn't work, right? And this process.
It doesn't work when they're already in the
outside of
country.
countries.
We need to do it before they're in the country. We need to say that just by entering the country illegally, you get these pushbacks.
We already have that as a law.
Yeah, it's already the
carrot is
law.
too good. You want to process 60,000 here, 30,000
That's
there.
fine, but it reduces the cost of dealing with these people later on because we say, hey, you're not allowed to seek asylum. You're gone. There's no cost to the United States anymore.
For me, those are small potatoes, and what's more is
it's not. You said 1/4 of people who apply for asylum get in. That's 3/4 of them we could just be turning away at the door because we already know they're not going to enter the country.
You don't know ex ante which claims are meritorious and which are not. And the truth is, what you're proposing is that there be some kind of third country protocol. Usually, in current law, we have a requirement that for safe countries, if you have an agreement pursuant to a bilateral, multilateral treaty, and we only have one with Canada, that can become a requirement. But these places on the way to the United States, from Guatemala, from El Salvador, these places, hey, let me
I'm
finish,
a fucking
please.
loser.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Are not safe countries. They're not good
This is
places to
bullshit.
get asylum. They're not
Yo,
safe.
Mexico,
I was thinking this
Mexico
earlier.
is
Hold on,
largely
hold on,
safe.
hold on, hold on.
Okay.
Hold up.
Well, both of you hold on. $7
doesn't matter
from
if it's
Testicle
safe.
Johnson. Texas belongs to Mexico. We need open borders. As an American, it is the only empathetic choice. But I do want to throw something into the ring after counter goes. So I know you want to go to that. Then Woo,
so what's
and then I got
what's the
something to throw in
homicide
the ring.
rate?
Go ahead.
What's the fucking homicide rate in Baltimore?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's like 60 per 100,000. Yeah, what's the homicide rate? Yeah, what's the homicide rate in Central America? Yeah, what's the homicide rate?
I have no earthly idea, but we know.
Yeah,
we know
it's like 20 or 10, depending on the fucking country. So they have double the homicide rate, but we have American cities.
Over their entire country? But you're going to look at one city that's fucked up?
That are like quintuple.
What's the murder rate in the capital of Honduras?
The danger of Central America. And you're like, yeah, bring them fucking here. Yeah, whatever. Who gives a shit?
If I were just watching the pause screen, I'm worried I'm going to mess up my fucking run here.
Okay, I think America's a safe country. I don't know about
Relatively speaking, it is. Yeah.
Okay, so if what you're saying is America is a safe country, right? And Canada is a safe country, clearly, right? What you're saying is a rational person would see no difference in security as between America and Guatemala and the narco state of Mexico. That's what you're saying right now.
Of course
on
not.
live
No.
Twitch TV. Okay.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Stop about
wait,
this.
why does the
No, that's not what I'm saying.
matter?
We all know.
Okay, why does the
that
homicide rate
Central
matter? Because
America-
I'm using that as a heuristic to analyze whether or not a place is
heuristic?
secure.
You can't on the one hand be like, oh my God, we need
There-
American military. Let me finish this, please.
there-
Please, let me finish. You can't on one hand be like, we need military intervention in all these places because the drug cartels are running muck. It's fucking great. Like, they're cutting people's heads off. And on the other hand, be like, well, it's safe because you compare to Baltimore. So, like, who cares? As between Baltimore and
No.
the narco states,
Hold on. Let me
who can
expand.
be partial to
This
one?
line of
Allow
argument
me
doesn't
to
matter, and that's what
expand.
Lactoid's trying to say.
Yeah,
Allow
can
me
you
to
elaborate? Like,
expand.
what's the point of bringing up the homicide rate at all?
What's the point of me bringing up the homicide rate?
Well, either of you, right? Asylum
Okay,
doesn't.
I
It's
can
not
tell you.
the homicide
I can
rate.
tell you. So I can tell you. So there's a principle that Connor's referring to, which is if you're able to apply for asylum on the way to a place that's not persecuting you, then shouldn't we impose that as a substantive requirement for asylum? Do you understand what I'm saying, or no?
Well, I understand what you're saying, but like you understand that just because there's a high homicide rate in an area doesn't mean that you're being persecuted based on a protected class.
That is true, that you couldn't necessarily be persecuted, but in American law currently what we have now is that there's a carve out for third country type situations if it's a safe country, safe agreement with that, and the only one we have is with Canada. So under
And
current
Connor's
law,
saying to change those laws. That's
Well,
why
and
I
I'm-
said this
I'm-
line of
no, and
argument.
I'm
I
talking
don't
about
think that we should be forcing
what
people to
I
get,
am
like, asylum in Guatemala or in
Okay,
some-
I'm talking about is
But Mexico's
comparative
reasonable.
comparative safety. That's what I'm talking about. So we have just deemed all of Central and South America, and by the way, there's other motivations for military intervention in Central America or security, not even military intervention, just security and anti-corruption intervention in Central America besides the homicide rate. My point here,
man, most you know, I don't know what we can do over there. If there was like actually some sort of, if there was some sort of like game plan, or if they like explained exactly what it means to go in there and work on anti-corruption, right? But I don't know what we can do down there because we've already been doing that. What is different about what you're proposing versus what we've already been doing?
is that while it is fun to pretend that all of Central America is just fucking death squads and fucking murder and mayhem and all that kind of shit, large swaths of it are safe. But we're acting like through the magic of fucking transitive properties that you can leave fucking, I don't know, Belize, which probably does, or Panama, which does have a low homicide rate. But because like you're in Central America, you can't possibly be safe until you get to the United States border. And you can't possibly live anywhere else besides the United States, which is just bullshit. It's just, it's propagandistic bullshit.
I wanna pass the ball to Wu for a minute. Well, just real quick, actually, $5 from Artemis Fowl. El Salvador has less homicides than the U.S. does now. Why isn't El Salvador considered a safe country to Pisco? But I think we just
they're just getting their shit together, so.
El Salvador. I had an asylum case out of El Salvador. There are a lot of gang related stuff there, and unlike,
not anymore.
So just to be clear, I know that Lactoid said gang violence shouldn't be included as a ground for persecution because there's no nexus to state action, and typically, historically, you require state action. But I think here there is a clear link and nexus to state action.
Yeah,
most of these states are unable to control what's going on there, or they are complicit in that they are ingratiated with and integrated with the cartels in a way that Connor's pointed out. And so I don't think it's as clear as saying, well, cartel, therefore not asylum. And I think there even under the Trump administration, there were some claims of gang-related asylum, even though they were much less under a memo that
just
that
let me respond to that.
I'll let you go. Yeah.
Yeah, just to be clear, I didn't say state action. If I did, I'm sorry. I said based on a protected characteristic, and those protected characteristics are laid out by the treaties that we have, for claiming asylum, which is things like race, et cetera, et cetera.
No. So your membership in a particular social group, that is to say, of individuals who have made enemies with the state controlled and enmeshed cartel system, that would seem to me to be like
this is the biggest stretch.
I wouldn't consider it a stretch.
The reason it's a stretch is because they're fleeing.
We gotta go to Wu. Yeah.
Yes, like for most of it's economic, by the way, but they are fleeing. Like you could argue, they're fleeing gang violence, right? Because there's cartel wars, there's violence happening in the streets. I understand why you'd want to get away from that, but again, like the intent of all these asylum laws and treaties, and like even the wording, it like cannot be reasonably extrapolated to mean just fleeing gang violence.
So it's
not a Holocaust.
So young men who are being targeted by state enmeshed gangs who are targeting them for recruitment, you don't think that counts as persecution?
I do not think the cartels or the state are targeting young men because they're young men. No.
Yes. Hold on. Yes, they are.
They absolutely are.
Because they're young men. Like they have this sexist fucking crusade.
They are
we gotta get rid
watching
of the
so
young
many
men.
TikToks. We're going to talk about this later in the week. Okay, young men are
so if I change it just a little, if I change it just a little bit and be like, women who are targeted by this has happened, by the way, women targeted by cartel enmeshed with state apparatus, who are trying to use them for sex trafficking. Would you call that?
Yeah, that could get closer. That could get closer.
Yeah,
okay.
I still don't know if that's actually
I know everyone wants to go. Stop. We got to give it to Wu. We got to.
Trump did it already.
Wu, go ahead.
I can't live up to all that. Connor, I just love this because there's an alternate timeline where you're president of the United States. You have invaded Mexico. They've formed LATO down there, Latin America Treaty Organization, and Putin is sending AK-74s to all the rest of the countries to stop them from you annexing them. That's amazing. So something kind of getting back to why is there so much political quagmire here? You know, when I was running for Congress, I spent a lot of time, like, obviously talking to Latino communities, trying to understand their concerns.
Wait, what the fuck is happening in Kick Chat right now? We're having a civil conversation? Okay, I just not your average conversation in chat that's civil.
So you're trying to get their votes. And something I universally heard was, you know, a lot of fear, frustration, anger at the way ICE was treating them, and also a lot of stories about, you know, the United States Border Patrol. And there have been a lot of scandals down there. And just to, as a blanket statement for all of this, I'm not a defund the police, I hate all cops kind of, you know, gal. I'm just talking about real politics here and like what the friction is to getting better policy down here. So you had with the Border Patrol, I don't know if y'all remember, you had that huge sexual assault scandal. I think it happened in Arizona. You had a Border Patrol agent that's actually convicted of raping someone under his charge. You had embezzlement of union funds and a whole bunch of collusion with like drug cartels. And, you know, there is a real culture that has been reported on, and people sense that, you know, the Border Patrol, like having a lot of disdain for the people they're trying to keep out of the country, right? So, like, what is, if you're talking about like wanting Democrats to come to the table, right? There is a real political cost for us, you know, if we're trying to get the votes of the Latino community, of saying, hey, can you write like a huge you know, $500 million appropriations bill for this, when it's seen as so hostile to those communities? And we all agree here this is a crisis. So how can we kind of address that culture that is kind of stopping you from getting buy-in from the very politicians that you need here?
Say we love brown people and to annex down to Panama. It's the only solution.
Unironically, be very popular. Yeah.
Unironically, abolish ICE and start over.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Yeah.
No.
The
Why do you say that?
CBB and ICE need a cultural enema. They have too many people in there that are just rank racist, that are in there specifically because they want to keep out brown people from the United States. And this includes other Latinos, mind you. This is not just a white person problem. All right. And in order to do that, you have to start over.
No, there's just no way. This is fucking ridiculous. There's just no way to screen for racism if racists want to get onto this force. You're not going to abolish ICE and say we're making a new really nice border immigration force.
It's not about niceness.
Really nice people are going to come.
Instead of ICE, we can call it DEI.
No, this is
it's not about no.
Listen,
bro.
The Department of Immigration and Immigration.
Hold on. Let Cypher finish his point, and then I got some
actually.
stuff. So.
Cultural enema is not bullshit because you have leadership within ICE that has progressed within the organization that have been there from the beginning, specifically because of their want to stop brown people from entering the country. So you start over.
Who are going to want to work at the Border Patrol are the ones who they want to join the agency that keeps brown people out. You're going to get a disproportionate number of people.
Yes, you will.
No matter
you have
what
to.
You make.
Yes. You will, and I acknowledge that. But you have to start over because you have to get rid of the toxic leadership that's there. And the only way to do that, the only way to do that is to start over. It has worked for several police. It has worked for several police departments in the country. It has worked in the military with people getting fucking shit canned and starting over on that. It has worked. When
did we delete a whole branch and restart over instead of just getting rid of the people who were the problem?
You've gotten rid of entire units that have been toxic because of issues of like running drugs, running everything.
Get rid of this.
In order to do that, you have to start over. So what you do when I say start,
bro, it's been stuck paused forever. Has it really? Oh shit! But the video still playing?
Start over. When I say start over, everybody.
Oh shit! Yeah, no. It's not a game capture. It's just a display capture. There we go. Oh, never mind. It did freak out. Damn, I think I have to reset my game. I didn't realize, because this game is so fucking complex and the tutorial doesn't really help you with fucking anything. I think I can't progress until I get clay, but there's no clay nearby. Fuck. What game is this? It's called Legends of Six or something like that. Speaking of which, I think I gotta restart.
Everybody has to reapply. You go through the entire process of vetting them again. You scour their social media for
What are you doing in the
anything
meantime?
How much is this going to cost, Cypher?
Yeah. And what are you doing in the meantime?
How much is it going to cost? Because this sounds really expensive.
Yeah,
okay.
See,
Is this more expensive than 3,600 Border Patrol agents?
No, it's not.
Okay,
More
okay,
expensive than a Twitter wall,
stop.
too.
$10 from Artemis Fowl. Trying to figure out how an asylum seeker can claim asylum from El Salvador just because the state wants to lock up gang members, or am I missing something from Pisco's answer? And $2 from Testicle Johnson, give immigrants homes and healthcare. On that note, what I wanted to get in, right, a new kind of wrench into this whole thing, is recently California did pass a law giving illegal immigrants access to things like healthcare. For those who are pro-immigration here, who are on the side of that, so Pisco, Cypher, and Brianna Wu here, given the problems that we had during COVID with we had a huge run on our medical services and things where they were just overloaded to the point where we just could not handle it. There were too many people. Is there not a reasonable fear that laws such as the ones on the books in California, where it gives illegal immigrants access to the healthcare, is going to overload the system and create a strain that would prevent those who are here legally from getting access to the healthcare that they need?
My response to that is more or less that, the same reason why the arguments against the Affordable Care Act or public health care of any kind or public services of any kind are futile, or mandatory pension systems, because you're paying for it no matter what. If these people are here, they're going to use our services. They're going to need stuff. They're going to need
Just
help.
clog up
They're
the
gonna- They're
ERs.
going to need schools. Okay, so you can't get around that hard problem that is human beings require things. Okay, and so to Lactoid's point, I don't think it makes any sense for us to put so many barriers. 6, 7, 8 month waiting periods to get your EAD. What's the point of languishing and waiting for that? And I don't think that it meaningfully changes the incentive structure for people who are just going to work under the table anyway. And so, to be honest with you, I'm not convinced that there's going to be a huge, maybe there'll be some fiscal problems for individual states and for individual actors, but the government should step in and should help out there to deal with some of the load. And it should be
Okay, real quick. I want to see.
It's like they'd be like,
what's
"Oh,
going
what if
on
we
here
scale
for a
to this many
second?
users?"
Quick
I'm like,
departure.
don't worry, if we scale to that many users, we okay. That's how big we have to scale for it to become a problem. So shut the fuck up and just build it the stupid way, and we'll move on with our lives because we're never actually getting that rich.
Well,
Oh,
then
never mind. Okay, he's just doing this. Okay.
sort of combined, I agree, with some border security. Absolutely. But you have to fund it. You need to fund it. And I think that the Democrats are at the table right now, and they are proposing some of the most strict enforcement policies ever in the hands of the president, and some unheard of amounts of money to the border. And Republicans are not even there, except for like Langford and a few Senate Republicans. It looks like it's going to be dead on arrival. Who's making the effort here? Who's the one actually? Some months ago, Republicans wanted to
363 days before the election. Yeah.
What do I think of this patriotic Texan? I am the Texan by the grace of God. Texas won its independence against an empire alone. What empire? The Spanish Empire? Was Mexico part of Spain at that time? I don't think so.
I have a warning for Joe Biden and all the Nazis in Ukraine and in everywhere else. And it's some good advice. Don't mess with Texas. That means don't play around. Texans will fight. And if they do, they just might win, just like the people of Donbass did. People in Texas can take a lesson. And I have a warning for...
Who is this? Okay.
Yeah. Good
yeah,
timing.
but look at the cynicism that you just heard. Look at the cynicism you just heard. So one of the ways in which our democracy functions is being responsive to people and like what they think. And you're saying, well, because it's less than a year out to the election, therefore we shouldn't be passing any policies. That's
I don't give a fuck. Pass it. I'm just saying that it's obviously motivated.
Was the Democrats not coming to the table when they rejected Lindsey Graham's 6th attempt to get 500 immigration judges hired, or what? Or
hang on a second.
when they do it?
Hang on a second. So right now we are responding to a offer by Republicans where they wanted to tie Ukraine and foreign aid to these particular procedures. That's why the administration moved a little bit and said, all right, we'll do what you're asking. And now they're reneging and they're saying, we're not even going to consider it because Trump says he wants an election day win. He doesn't want one for Biden. So
I'm adding
in my opinion, the Democrats are the ones who are
handicaps on this one. This one's difficult to figure out.
By all accounts, bipartisan.
Hold on.
So you should be mad at Abbott.
A lot of Republicans are saying all they need is for stricter asylum requirements. That's not the entire Republican Party just saying, nope, we're not passing it dead on arrival. A lot of them are saying add stricter.
I don't agree with them being so strict. I don't agree with them being so strict that they are.
Hold on, I want to go back. This is something I want to hear about.
And like what they think. And you're saying, well, because it's less than a year out to the election, therefore we shouldn't.
There are too many people. Is there not a reasonable fear that laws such as the ones on the books in California, where it gives illegal immigrants access to the healthcare, is going to overload the system and create a strain that would prevent those who are here legally from getting access to the healthcare that they need?
My response to that is more or less that the same reason why the arguments against the Affordable Care Act or public health care of any kind or public services of any kind are futile or mandatory pension systems, because you're paying for it no matter what. If these people are here, they're going to use our services. They're going to they're going to need stuff. They're going to need help.
Clog up
the
ERs.
They're going to need schools. Okay, so you can't get around that hard problem that is human beings require things. Okay, and so to Lactoid's point, I don't think it makes any sense for us to put so many barriers, 6, 7, 8 month waiting periods to get your EAD. What's the point of languishing and waiting for that? And I don't think that it meaningfully changes the incentive structure for people who are just going to work under the table anyway. And so, to be honest with you, I'm not convinced that there's going to be a huge, maybe there'll be some fiscal problems for individual states and for individual actors, but the government should step in and should help out there to deal with some of the load. And it should be sort of combined, I agree, with some border security. Absolutely. But you have to fund it. You need to fund it. And I think that the Democrats are at the table right now, and they are proposing some of the most strict enforcement policies ever in the hands of the president, and some unheard of amounts of money to the border, and Republicans are not even there except for like Langford and a few Senate Republicans. It looks like it's going to be dead on arrival. Who's making the effort here? Who's the one actually? Some months ago, Republicans wanted to
363 days before the election. Good timing.
But look at the cynicism that you just heard. Look at the cynicism you just heard. So one of the ways in which our democracy functions is being responsive to people and like what they think. And you're saying, well, because it's less than a year out to the election, therefore we shouldn't be passing any policies. That's
I don't give a fuck. Pass it. I'm just saying that it's obviously motivated.
Was the Democrats not coming to the table when they rejected Lindsey Graham's 6th attempt to get 500 immigration judges hired, or what? Or when they do it?
Hang on a second. So right now we are responding to a offer by Republicans where they wanted to tie Ukraine and foreign aid to these particular procedures. That's why the administration moved a little bit and said, all right, we'll do what you're asking. And now they're reneging and they're saying, we're not even going to consider it because Trump says he wants an election day win. He doesn't want one for Biden. So in my opinion, the Democrats are the ones who have come to the table with a plan that is by all accounts bipartisan.
Hold on.
So you should be mad at Abbott.
A lot of Republicans are saying all they need is for stricter asylum requirements. That's not the entire Republican Party just saying, nope, we're not passing it dead on arrival. A lot of them are saying add stricter.
I don't agree with them being so strict. I don't agree with them being so strict that they are therefore not in keeping with our treaties. I agree with some amount of discretion for the president to close down the border and push people back in certain circumstances, like what's being proposed. But I don't necessarily agree that now the standard for asylum should be substantively higher. There's already a lot of barriers you need to get a successful asylum petition, and it's already discretionary relief. And so I don't really like.
So this is probably playing.
If that's what you want.
Yeah,
No,
this is probably playing really well to the audience, but the reason why you're just getting met with fucking deadpan stares from Lactoid, myself, and fucking Jebtan is because we've been having the same goddamn conversation for fucking 10 years. So I don't like look at the Democrats like being willing to pass more aggressive legislation within the past fucking like month as like some good-hearted, good-natured, like earnest attempt to pass legislation.
The last time,
that's bullshit.
I should be mad at Abbott. I should be mad at the motherfucker who's been ringing the fucking bell for the past fucking since he's been elected.
He did say Abbott. He did say Abbott.
Let's cut the crap. Let's cut the crap.
I should be mad at Republicans.
When was the last time there was a major punitive immigration reform in this country? And who was the president?
Reagan or some shit? I fucking can't even remember.
Bill Clinton passed one of the most.
Yeah, so it's off by 5 years.
No, but it was a Democratic president who passed that. Those.
Let's face it, he's a centrist and he's a neo-Nazi. He's a neo-Nazi by today's political standards. Let's be real here.
Shut the fuck
Bill
up.
Clinton is very different than the Democrats from today.
He
If you
is.
look at his policies, he's not anywhere close.
We're not here to debate Clinton.
Hang on a second. No, this is important. Obama was called the deporter in chief. Obama deported how many numbers of
progressives?
Deporting is dealing with the consequences of his lack of border security. It's not border security in itself.
Obama wanted comprehensive immigration reform. Where was the appetite to work with Obama? You guys are going to seriously sit here and argue?
Where was the appetite to work with Trump?
2000s. We need to be honest about. We need to be honest about this. 2006, 2006, and 2012.
Jeb just said something incredibly. I can't believe you just said that. You said, where was the appetite to work with Trump on immigration?
Or
Do you
Lindsey
forget
Graham.
do you forget the grand bargain that was proposed? Border wall for DACA and for Dreamers?
Yeah.
And Trump said no.
Okay, and then when it was immigration bridges for border wall, Democrats said no. We can accuse you of all the same shit.
Listen,
When it was what?
No. Trump said no.
Okay, and then when it was immigration bridges for border wall, Democrats said no. We can accuse you of all the same shit.
Immigration what?
When it was immigration bridges for border wall, Democrats said no. We can
I can't
accuse
hear
you
what
of
he's
all the
saying.
same shit.
Listen,
But you say when
we had the
Republicans do it,
biggest
they're
government
being
shutdown
baby.
in history in response to what happened there. And so
Yeah.
Democrats have always been willing to deal. They're willing to deal on this. It's the Republicans who are ideologically
They're willing to
captured.
deal the same exact way Republicans are. They
No.
want their shit in
This
it.
is BS. This is BS. Okay. So 96 is when, or 94 or 96, one of those 2 years is when Bill Clinton and everybody came together to kumbaya, let's fucking put up border walls. Okay. That was because of a surge of immigration between 1987 and whatever that was. So there's about 1 million people a year coming in through the border. That fell off a cliff through a number of different reasons, mostly pull reasons. Mostly
So they put up a
issues
wall
outside
and we
of the
have
United
less
States.
immigration? Interesting. Tell me
No,
more.
because the immigration didn't start to fall really until 98, 90, 99, and that was because Mexico was actually getting better and partly because of NAFTA stuff. It's complicated. This is fucking complicated, okay? Fast forward to 2006, Republicans, Democrats come together for a comprehensive immigration reform bill because there wasn't because of issues with border wall wanting to be done first and only before anything else was done. That got torpedoed by Republicans. 2012 or 2013, same thing. Rubio, and this is why I no longer respect Rubio. Rubio was a part of the Gang of 8 or Gang of 12 in the Senate that was working on immigration reform. Then when he went to his constituents, they're like, we don't want anything. We want a border and only a border wall. Fuck everything else because that's not what we want. So he came back and it's like, we have to get the border first. Everything can come after that. And then that was torpedoed down. Same thing happened under Trump twice, both times. Trump said no to DACA, like we just said. And because of the border only first, and then you get the rest of your stuff. That was why it was shut down.
Yeah,
so this
you're
is not
saying it's
Democrats.
not-
No, this is not
You're
Democrats.
saying
operating
Trump
in
is
bad
not
faith.
coming to the table when he says, I will not do it for DACA, but Democrats are when they say we will not do it for a border wall.
It wasn't because of a border wall. You're not listening.
It was
The border-
because of the border wall.
No, you're not listening. They were said that the border wall and its funding have to start first, and in 5 or 6 years, the rest of the stuff can come online.
And two of the bills, it
Yes.
was the same bill, and guaranteeing the border wall also guaranteed everything else.
After it was funded and constructed, it was an after thing.
Cool.
This is why. No, it's not
Who
cool.
cares?
Democrats.
That's still
I
saying the
care.
border wall is the reason we're not doing it.
I care
What
because
year
what
was
that
that?
means is
What
that
year was that?
because I don't trust Republicans to keep up their end of the bargain.
It doesn't
'cause too
matter.
many
It
of
would have been
them-
passed. It would have been
'Cause
passed. It would have been a bill that was there and done.
And then in 4 years, and then in 4 years, when Republicans take back over, they're like, we got our border wall, fuck the immigration stuff, and then write that out of the bill. That is why I said at the onset of this that the only way that I'm going to agree to this is if you have a threshold of like 80 fucking senators to where it says this happens at the same time, and in order to amend the law, you have to get this threshold. That is not going to happen because Republicans are not going to good faith.
The
Well, with
version
that amount
of
of support,
Democrats,
you could just
hold on. Let me
put an
clarify
amendment,
the
right?
argument.
Yeah, exactly.
The version of Democrats coming to the table is as long as they can guarantee 80 senators on this bill for, I guess, perpetuity for the next 4-6 years while a border wall gets built, then we're down to talk about immigration. That's totally reasonable
I'm
fucking terms to come to the table on immigration.
So the government, so Congress can pass laws that require super majorities in order to change. And if you pass that kind of law where you're saying you're getting the border wall, you're getting this simultaneously, effort's going to happen. It's going to happen at the same time.
Also, wait, the 2023
to
bill doesn't
change
even include the border wall, by the way. So I don't even know why we're saying that's the only reason they're not coming to the table.
I got some
but
super
it is
chats that I
definitely
need to
one
read
that
because
makes them
people are
reflect.
paying
What
me money.
2023
So-
bill? But
okay, here we
it's
go.
fine.
$10 from
I'm done.
Artemis Fowl. Cypher wants to enema the CBP. I thought
The
it was
enema.
bad to fire an entire agency and rebuild it in our preferred image. Or is it only bad when Trump wants to do it? $2.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Cut
He's talking about the FBI.
Yeah,
It's
cut the
always-
defense
Ah.
budget to fund immigrants. $2 from 2024, A Gay Odyssey, to say close the border, MAGA 2024, free January 6th, Patriots. And $5 from Pondering Politics to say 2013, Paul Ryan famously persuaded Boner, Boehner, my bad, Boehner to kill a Marco Rubio bipartisan
You did that on
immigration
purpose,
bill so
Wick.
Republicans would have a wedge issue next election. So thank you. Yeah. But
famous,
I none of you have like, and this is frustrating for me, right? So Pisco tried to answer the question I posed about.
I wanted
like,
to answer it. I didn't get a chance.
Let's give Wu a chance, right? But let me express my frustration first, so you don't repeat the same mistake, and then we'll give it to Wu. My frustration here is like, yes, they're here and they're going to use it, but would not the upstream solution, or maybe the upstream solution be to that was to limit the damage that causes in the future by keeping them out in the first place? Would that?
The wall isn't bad per se, but really, if it exists, it has to be watched over. But the main thing is getting millions of illegals here out, and then having future illegals blocked and go through a procession for visa. The issue is so much more complicated than that. And also, I don't think that starting off by saying like, oh, well, first we're going to find all of the illegals and deport them is going to help anything. I don't think that having a bunch of I don't think that I don't even care about the wall anymore. I just think it's fucking retarded. I don't think it will help anything. I don't think that it's going to do what you guys think it's going to do. But if you guys want to make some concessions based off of the wall, that's fine. But I just think it's a huge fucking waste of money that won't work. So I don't know why we want to do that, especially when conservatives are all about like fiscal conservatism and never spending money. Anything with DACA or with people, cutting funding to like immigrant children, that's a non-starter. But America can sustain herself without millions of illegals leeching off our infrastructure. Actually, no, we can't.
Not simply be an argument to just keep them out in the first place. But let's give it to Wu, and let's go to counter. Go ahead.
Well, I think it's really instructive, actually, Wick, that, you asked a really pointed question, which is, the reality of this is our healthcare system in America is barely functioning. It's just a fact that people that are not here legally have to use our healthcare services. And of course, we should give it to them because we're not monsters. And then we got into a long diatribe about who's more to blame, Republicans or Democrats on this. I mean, it's so emblematic of why we're here. So I think you're dead on. Like, what makes sense to me is if you're here in this country, of course we treat you decently. Of course we give you health care. But there's a cost to this. And I want to be really clear. So even right now in Boston, outside it is 28 degrees. So if you're outside in Boston right now, you could die. And because of that, we have emergency shelters here in Boston. We have about 7,500 people that can live in them. They're completely maxed out right now because we have migrants that are living there. We have an additional 2,000 that have applied. They're just out and have no shelter whatsoever. Looking for a place to live. They could potentially die in the Boston cold. All of this stuff is overwhelming our services. And, Connor, at the very beginning of this, you were talking about how you kind of appreciated the troll of, these governors shipping, migrants to states all around the country. I have to really admit, I was angry when that happened, but I also kind of think it's accurate that this was a wake-up call for many of us because I just wasn't thinking about this in Massachusetts, and it is increasingly a problem here. So we've got to get serious about this. It means appropriations to deal with this. It means infrastructure to deal with this. With climate change, the problem is only going to get worse. And I think I'm really tired about screaming at each other on this about who's more at fault, because it is a national security issue. No matter where you fall on this, the reality is it's not just all, poor people trying to get across the border to find a better life. There are people from countries on the terrorist watch list that cannot come into the United States legally, that there are articles about them. They go to Mexico and then they come across the border to come here and enter the country this way. So it is a national security crisis, and I think we need to get serious about it.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree that we.
Sorry, go ahead.
No,
No, I've yelled at you a lot.
Give it to Pisco. Let him have the back and forth.
I
and we'll go
totally
to
agree. We
Connor.
need to be solution oriented. There's no question about that. I thought that I was answering Wick's question when I said that we should provide those things and not provide them, and that the marginal effects of your initial decision to come to America is probably not informed by your encyclopedic knowledge of the welfare states of any place that you might end up. I'm sure it's more informed by the fundamentals, is your family in the United States? Is there better economic opportunity? Are you being attacked by gangs? Those are probably what's motivating it, instead of do I get the best healthcare plan in Massachusetts? So on that, I totally agree with you. The reason why it has to get into this he said, she said, and I don't like to do it, but we have to do it because what's being alleged here, the terms of what's being alleged here, is that Biden bears responsibility. And they're using this issue.
I'm setting up a conversation for tomorrow
these people find
with
people,
Jeb.
but others are using it to get their favorite fascist elected president in 2024 this year. And so I'm not going to sit here and let them mischaracterize the history of immigration reform.
I would choose
for the
Drasdy.
benefit of the fascist that the Republicans want to elect.
There we go.
Donald Trump, and mischaracterize Biden's role here. And Biden's role here has been as a moderate to try to, he's been implementing pretty strong border policies. He got rid of Remain in Mexico. That's marginal. These are small potatoes. And now he's proposing one of the more strictest set of procedures available for any president, and something that Trump actually asked for. And they're mischaracterizing him and painting him out to have open borders, or what Connor said at the start, that we're not enforcing the law. Of course we're enforcing the law. The fact that our immigration system is clogged should tell you that the law is being enforced. But what's being characterized here, this is a ploy. It's a ploy to get votes for Donald Trump so that he can implement the kind of regime that these people want to see. And not necessarily these good people, but the people who support him. So that's why I think it's important to hash this out and be like, hey, it's not on Democrats. This is a countrywide problem that's been lasting and festering for decades.
Okay, I want to address Wick. Yeah. So the question you asked is, do we care about the immigrants clogging up our social safety nets, our systems, et cetera, et cetera? Part of the reason why I want border security is because I think that, I might use this word incorrectly, but I think there's an actuarial analysis of funds and insurance policies and healthcare and all of that kind of stuff. And you can do that calculation if you have a predictable population. Meaning, and I think that services should service the populations that they're surrounding. So I don't want an illegal immigrant underclass that simultaneously can't get access to the goods and services that make a decent human life, but also choose to go to emergency rooms out of desperation and then cause inflated costs to the systems that are not actually representative of the services that they're consuming. So I want people who are within the physical United States to have access to healthcare. But what I don't want to happen is a pull factor where we just say, yeah, we can have a porous border. Yeah, we can let everybody fucking in, but also we're going to guarantee you the necessities of life. Fuck that.
Look at that
Secure
framing.
the goddamn.
No one's
what?
saying we want a porous border. No one's saying we should let everyone in. That's your fantasy that you've created.
When
based
you
on a few
say
videos and libs of TikTok
Pisco,
and
I don't.
Jack
Libs of
Posobiec, all that
TikTok
shit.
is a fucking retard. Okay,
DC
as much
Drano, Jack Posobiec,
DC
Pat
Drano
Kerr,
is more retarded than End of
okay.
Wokeness.
So you have this impression that the Biden administration does not want to enforce immigration law, and I'm assuming
They don't want to enforce immigration law. Like Jack Posobiec and like these people that he's referencing are kind of emblematic, I would say, of the Republican Party right now. Like Jack Posobiec is a fucking lunatic. Okay, like I've never felt more uncomfortable around a human being in my entire fucking life. All right, like I've met a couple of the political people that people follow on Twitter and watch on streams and shit. Jack Posobiec is the Antichrist. Roses wilted, dogs were barking when he walked by. Him and his crew. That was an uncomfortable person to be in the presence of. Holy shit! But like these people are emblematic of what a lot of the Republican Party want. What I wish is I wish that they talked more about like the policies that the Republican Party actually was trying to pursue. That would be really interesting. But
assuming that you're in favor of these.
Jack Posobiec is like actually a fucking terrifying person.
I have this impression that Cypher and Pisco don't want a porous border. That's my impression. Why? Because you don't believe in the power of barbed wire or walls. You think it's ephemeral. You think Central American
it was just
people
like
are cats.
literally it was just his vibe. Listen, why is he terrifying? Literally it was just his vibe. I didn't talk to him. I didn't do anything like that. It was just like, holy shit, this guy right here is someone I don't need to be around. Like him and his crew, like they seemed like androids. Very, very strange fucking people to be around. And even the conservatives seemed to like be steering clear of him, even though they were all like cheering for him when he was on the stage. Like nobody wanted to be around him afterwards, except for the people that he brought with him. I don't know how to explain it, but there were some serious like rancid vibes coming off of that crew, in a way that like even I'm trying to think of who else was there. That was a conservative. Who was there that was a conservative? There was one that I thought was really fun to talk to. I can see his face, but I don't remember his name. Like there were some conservatives there that were like fairly popular on YouTube and shit, and talked to them for a couple of minutes, and it was all fine. Oh, like the actual Justice Warrior, right? The Sean, whatever his last name is. I enjoyed talking to him. Ben Shapiro wasn't there, no. But like actual Justice Warrior was there. I enjoyed talking to him and meeting him, and like even though I disagree with him on a fuckload of things, and sometimes I think he's like a giga racist, not always, but sometimes, I think that it was fine to be around. John Doyle was there. He was kind of a piece of shit, but it's not like I wouldn't, sit in the same vicinity of him. But that Jack Posobiec guy, holy shit, there was just something super fucking off. Like they had like Nazi SS vibes to them. And I don't even know if that's what he believes. It's just like the jackbooted thug, piercing eyes, fucking like rancid vibes shit that he felt like he was like a Gestapo fucking officer, dude.
No,
I just
why
think
you
it's not
think
worth
that,
the cost.
But you fucking think that. That's okay. Cypher, you said you don't think it's worth the cost, but you want to eliminate the CBP.
No, I was.
Name
I
it.
didn't. No.
Shut your mouth, sir. I am not done yet.
What does he want to name it?
You want to eliminate the CBP. You want to rename it DEI, the Department of Immigration and Immigration. You want to staff it exclusively with Black and Hispanic women, and you want them to have a progressive agenda. And you somehow think that that is less expensive than a fucking border wall and 3,600 fucking Border Patrol agents.
But I didn't say that. What I said was
You
what
did
Brianna,
say that. Verbatim.
No,
Check the clip.
What Brianna asked was, how do we do this? And I said, unironically, start over. That wasn't saying that it was
That's
realistic.
more expensive than the fucking wall.
That wasn't saying it was unrealistic. That wasn't saying that that is the way to actually go about and like what we should do. That is how you fix it. Absent that, you're not going to get a huge fix.
Well, I'm not a racist, so I do not believe that through the magic of worshiping pagan Central American gods, Mexicans have the ability to fit through chain link fence.
It's not that they have the ability to just fit through chain link fence. It's how many people are
or pole vault.
How many people are we going to have man the border? Whether or not that's worth the cost, and given the fact that most of the issues that are causing immigration to happen in the United States are push factors that they're going to try to get around anyways. So unless you have a super manned border that's going to have like fucking patrols like you want 24/7, which is going to be super expensive and cause other problems. We're talking about civil rights violations here that already happening with what the 100-mile from the border fucking thing that CBP or Customs Border Patrol can do, like
cock and ball torture,
violating
CBT,
rights of US citizens, etc. Are we wanting to do that just to stop a few more people from coming in, or are we going to try other fixes?
Dude, it's not a few more people. It's
I just don't understand anyone thinks a wall that can't be more than like 8 feet tall could keep anyone besides a small child. Well, no, the wall that they were proposing was like 20 to 30 feet tall, but like still, like it's just like the cost benefit analysis on the wall is just so stupid. Imagine if we had a digital wall with lotion sensors. Did you mean motion sensor? Okay, thank you. Thank God. I didn't see the second message there. We had a digital wall with motion sensors and drones. Would be actively bad because that would prevent Border Patrol from seeing or coming, from seeing people coming or cameras seeing people coming. Maybe, but I just don't know. You saying this guy is scary?
End the prison industrial complex. We're going to end economic exploitation of black people.
You got
So we've got to keep the foot on the gas on those.
Trying to go on Bumble to cheat on your wife and then
Oh, Jack, you be a cheater too, bro?
No, he couldn't even fucking do it. He got kicked off the app.
Damn, Jack, you got kicked off of Bumble? How's that possible, bro? And a cheater.
You
can't kicked off of Bumble. You gotta be a real dickhead. You gotta be a real dickhead to get kicked off of Bumble.
Understand this. If you think a revolution is ever going to get
Tinder, I can understand. Nobody's gonna pay for you. You got kicked off of Bumble? How's that possible?
Jesus Christ. Okay.
1% of the United States population every fucking year.
I don't think you're going to stop 1% from trying to come in. I don't think you're going to get those numbers. I think there's too many push factors to the U.S. I think they're going to come with barbed wire cutting abilities, and by the time they can deploy a soldier to fucking interdict these people, they'll already have fucking cars at the border from the other coyotes and raise that cost up, and they're just going to go to the winds, going on the roads that were built to there, and everything
Now you're
else.
just making arguments for the fucking alligator shit or the annexing down to
No,
Panama Canal.
I'm not making those arguments. I'm saying it's not worth
Okay,
the cost.
alligators with drone bombs on it. Got it. Okay, fuck.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, listen.
Wait. Why is YouTube saying that I'm not connected over there? Test. Okay. For some reason, it was telling me that YouTube was not connected at all. Okay.
Listen, I agree. Our Border Patrol is so evil, and I want the biggest, grandest wall protecting all of these innocent asylum seekers from our U.S.
Okay, I'm going to skip forward a little bit, see what they're talking about right now.
So you asked, I'm going to answer. So I was raised with this concept of like nationalism, like I was born in a certain country, I'm responsible for a certain country, I'm a citizen of that country, its well-being, its community, all of that kind of stuff is my responsibility. Yeah. Well, when its laws are stupid, it's my job to say that its laws are stupid.
So it's okay to violate them?
That's not what I said. You should comply with the law as much as possible.
Why can't we just say that it would be wrong for Governor Abbott?
Because I'm making a moral legal distinction. If you understand that, you understand my point.
Okay, but like, would you ever say that Governor Abbott should violate the law with respect to immigration in the current realm of possible circumstances?
If he's willing to do it as a protest because he thinks it's immoral and that the federal government is negligent in their duties, so as a result, if he's willing to install the barricades as a protest against the federal government, but then he's not a pussy about it, and he's willing to be put in bracelets and put in prison as a protest, then yeah, he has my moral support to do that.
I'll give my reason in a closing statement for the. Yeah,
I will donate to his legal GoFundMe.
I don't sign up.
We'll go to the closing statement.
Libertarian.
It's been a great
that's a lawyer
discussion.
thing.
It's been a great discussion. We're gonna give all these individuals, lovely individuals, great individuals, wonderful, the best individuals, right? We're gonna give them a closing statement, let them close out, tell people where they can find them. Please go support all my guests today. They have been great to me, right? They've taken time out of their day to come and argue, right, and yell at each other on my show, and I appreciate every single one of them. So when they give you that link of where you can
We'll
find
watch
them, please go
closing
follow them,
statements.
right? Go click on their subscribe button, whatever it takes, okay? What we got coming up on my end, Tuesday, tomorrow, we're gonna be talking to Ruby Spacek about extremism. That's gonna be a fun discussion. Thursday, we're going to have Brittany Simon on. We're going to have a Femoid on. We're going to be having Fairy Queen on. We're going to be having more. We're going to be talking about the growing gap, the growing gender gap when it comes to liberalism and politics and things like that. A study was released recently showing that there's a huge upspike in most countries with women becoming more liberal and men much less so. And so more than any other time in the last 40, 50 years, there is a huge gender gap. We're going to talk about why. But let's go to the people that came here today. Lactoid, close us out. Give us a closing.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Wick. Thank you all for arguing with me. I loved it. Look, I think that Texas is justified. At the end of the day, Texas is justified for putting up the wire. From just a legal point of view, I do believe. But let me be very clear. I swore an oath to the Constitution. I know some people else here have. When the Supreme Court says something, you do it. I'm sorry. This is just how it has to be. And so the Supreme Court said the feds can do it, and so they can. I'm not going to back off. I'm not going to commit treason on because of fucking immigration. It's not going to happen. Sorry. To the extent that Abbott is to stop or arrest feds, this is a major issue, and I would not support Abbott. And to the extent that he's threatening such is terrible. But generally speaking, I don't think the Biden administration is being good faith in administering immigration laws. If you like what I had to say, you could find me at Lactoid TV. Thanks.
Go check him out, gang. He's great. Thank you for being here.
Actually, hold on. I'm not going to stream for too much longer. All right, but we have an opportunity to possibly shit on someone that I was fighting with earlier today. But before I reveal who that is, all right. Please, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the YouTube or follow on Kick. Right, if you're feeling generous and you want to help out a poor, sick, decrepit old man who's been having lung problems as a result of whatever the fuck cold or whatever the fuck I have right now, RSV, right? Please consider becoming a member or a subscriber on Kick. A member on YouTube. All right. There's also a donation link where I think that there is a TTS thing where it will read off your funny little messages to me. All right. I'm not very good at selling myself. I should get better at it. I just don't like selling myself. Feels cringe as fuck. But please, if you like the content, I got into a fight with Lav earlier today, and depending on what they're talking about, it would be really fun to jump in on that. Let me see what they're... Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to see what they were talking about.
Yeah.
I think so.
He was. That do happen. That's wrong. Sorry, I'm just setting stuff up. I'm trying to set Wolfgang up on the camera right now because everybody wants to see Wolfgang's haircut. So when it comes, my only issue with all of this was that Darius basically said, "Okay, I was told by Destiny this was too much, and now I'm gonna not do it because I value."
Let's see what happens
friendship
here.
and that connection more than I value like doing this type of content and like being that guy. And then he, with more Darius doing this as a form of content, I don't think he's abusing anyone. I don't think it's like crazy.
Not when he promised, though.
But clearly,
I already told you, I'm not reacting to the Ben Shapiro rap. I don't care about the. I do not care about the. I do not care about the fucking what's his name, Tom McDonald. I just find it so cringe. Political rap is just like so fucking cringe, dude.
No. He didn't promise anyone. He just said he wasn't going to do it because that was what he didn't want to do. Like he wanted it.
But he broke his promise.
He didn't promise. He just said it himself. Like Destiny told me, if I do this, I'm not going to be around, so I'm not going to do it anymore. That was like he just said it to his stream. He wasn't like promising it to anybody.
Sure. Even if I feel like he doesn't need to literally promise, but there was clearly like a I don't know what you call it, like a reverse of whatever combo he was setting up there.
Yeah, he made a statement. He broke his statement. He broke his.
Well, no. If they build the wall and then Mexico builds stairs, is it legal for the U.S. to destroy the stairs? No, because it would be probably built well within our borders, like a mile or two within our borders. So, have you ever seen this YouTube channel, Epic Rap Battles of History? How old are you, Drazzy? Yeah, yes.
commitment, whatever it
Never
is.
mind.
It sounds like
I'm not going to be
Public
mean.
impression of
He went back on his word. Whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I mean, at that point, I guess he deserves that, which sucks. I love that you're brave enough to post with him. That just reads as a Fedora fucking tip tweet.
I think
in the
it was
first
like a
sentence.
copy pasta thing, right? I think he literally copied it from something.
I watched a video of him like choking her. So I feel like I don't know if you hate Xena, but I know that you already have distaste for her, so you have a lens covering the way.
Is that what you're
What
asking
the
me?
fuck is wrong with you guys?
Are you stream and says that she's like
I'm not going to say that
you
she's
know
an
called her a
abusive
bunch
victim
of
because he DMs her
pejoratives
kill
and
yourself. That's crazy.
that is
Especially
absolutely
knowing
abusive
Darius.
behavior. What are you talking about?
Dude,
I'm
the
sorry?
problem is that Laugh might be right in the sense that to everything that she's saying, all I want to bring up is like, but she has also abused them for sure, but that doesn't make it not abuse.
Sure.
Okay, you know what? Actually, it's late. I've been streaming for a long time. I'm gonna raid. I'll raid you guys into JStalk here, because I might jump on there here in a minute, depending on if I feel the spirit move me. All right. If you haven't, please follow on Kick. 29 people watching. I'm not entirely sure if there's actually 29 people watching, because we've only had the same like 3 people chatting for the entire time. If you're in chat right now, please give me a sign. Otherwise, I'm just going to think it's a Kick glitch. All right, you have 30 seconds. It's Yamaka homie, no cap. Is that what we're calling? We're bots. It really feels like right now what we're looking at is a bunch of lurker game rise up. Okay, well maybe there's at least one lurker in chat. I'm not sure. I just don't know where the fuck 30 viewers are coming when I wasn't doing anything special today. Like we might be doing a couple of special things tomorrow, but today I had nothing planned. So. Anyways, I love you guys very much. It's been fun. I'm going to boot up stream probably around hopefully noon tomorrow. That's what I'm aiming for. But yeah, if you guys haven't followed, please follow. I'm going to raid you guys into JStalk here. Oh, you guys can't even see JStalk. Why the fuck is the game still on? Okay, weird. We're gonna raid you guys into JStalk here because I might I might jump in there if I feel like I get the urge to bully someone. All right, so stick around. Catch you guys later.